You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, June 29th, 2020. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Today we're joined by ASL interpreters Tamara Gastelum and Dario Garcia. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation by Ms. Pam Ferroni.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Go ahead.
County Judge, Commissioners, court leaders, and staff, before we begin this morning, I want to say how much I appreciated the meaningful note and care package I found in my mailbox this past week. It inspired today's prayer. Almighty God, as we bow before you, we invite your holy presence into these proceedings. Let the business that takes place today be done in accordance with your established principles. Our leaders and county employees often have needs that are never spoken out loud. I pray that you will meet their financial needs, that you will bring spiritual, physical, and emotional healing where it is needed. Heal broken family relationships. Give extra grace for those dealing with frustrating family situations, especially as many are working from home and trying to care for children at the same time. Thank you for everything you do for us in El Paso County. When we seek you, you are always faithful to guide us and show us the way. Lord, it is difficult to take a step backward in our economic reopening process, and yet that is where we find ourselves. Our leaders are faithful and diligent, and they keep seeking the best path to follow to keep us safe and at the same time to preserve our economy. Give them the wisdom of Solomon as they grapple with these issues. I am reminded of your word in Galatians 6. Let us not grow weary while doing good, for in due season we shall reap if we do not lose heart. We declare that we will not lose heart, though we confess that sometimes we do feel weary. In those times we draw from the words of Isaiah, they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. We pray this morning for your protection and covering for El Paso's vast law enforcement community. We lift up our constables. We especially pray for our sheriff, County Sheriff Richard Wiles, and those under his command. We ask that you keep them from growing weary in well-doing. Let them experience the visible support of a grateful community that appreciates living under the rule of law. And Lord, when we stop to think about what a safe community we have here in El Paso, remind us all to thank a cop. In the most holy and precious name of Jesus, I pray. Amen, and so be it.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ferroni. Appreciate your time and your words, and I think in such an important situation and circumstances, your words are heartfelt. On behalf of the commissioners and myself, we welcome you to Commissioners Court. As always, we thank you for being a part of this process, especially during these times where we need information and we need to understand the vision of our leaders and where we're headed and how we're trying to address such a insidious virus that's taking place. As you know, this weekend was pretty tough on the numbers. So we had our standing record of viruses in one day was 233. This weekend was 284. So we continue on an upward trend. We continue to ask our young adults to gatherings and trying to be more thoughtful about how they relate with others and making sure that they don't have anyone at home that becomes vulnerable because of their activities. We'll be talking about the order. The new order really stresses some of the addressing what's happening in our numbers, and we'll have a discussion on that during one of the topics. I also, we've got the 4th of July coming up, and we're going to have some discussion in regards to 4th of July and how we're going to address that. Very concerned about the large numbers of individuals that get together. I know we have an extremely caring and thoughtful community. I think we just need to be able to reach out and allow everyone to understand how difficult the situation is. We cannot at any point let our guard down. And that's a lot what has happened is that as the economy opens, it gives the impression that things are getting better. And unfortunately, we're opening the economy as the numbers are going up. And so you've seen the governor has reacted to that and has given us a little bit more of an authority to restrict as we go forward. And that's what's happening in all over. I'm in Dallas and San Antonio and Fort Worth. They were really feeling that things had gotten better and the economy opened much faster. We've been a little bit more resistant. But now they're having to detract and get back to maybe where we should have been to begin with. So I thank you for that understanding. And I also know how difficult it is to remain at home and how difficult it is to continue. We're in the over 100 days now. It doesn't seem, it's almost surreal to believe that it's been that long. That we've been, having a address, and we'll see some other situations that get impacted by the virus and activities that we would love to have. We have the first anniversary on the 3rd of August, and those conditions have changed. and I'll talk about how do we mitigate and do something very significant for such a beautiful community that got impacted the way it did, and how do we help with the healing process yet be able to deal with the virus and the implications of having activities as we were accustomed to having in prior years. So I thank you for that. I would like Caesar, as we move forward, I would like to, as soon as we go through the consent agendas, and then we'll have, I'd like to place some of the items a little in the front end, just so that we can have a more, just be more appreciative and understanding of our public comments. It's difficult for them to be waiting to be heard. And so we'll try to pull some of these items a little into the first part of our agenda. So Caesar, you want to go forth now?
Yes, sir. Item number 4 is the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4P. We do have a correction to read in for item number 4L for the Public Works Department. Item number 4L should read, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the contract with JAR Construction Incorporated for the donation of construction, labor, and materials for the Healing Garden Memorial at Escalante Park, contingent on the county attorney's and Public Works Department's final approval. Contract number 2020-0418. Are there any items that members of the court or the public would like to pull from the consent agenda for discussion?
Cesar, I would like to pull item L and M, both related to JR Construction and the donation. So I'd like to pull those items for discussion.
L and M for the county judge.
Judge, I was also going to pull item L. I appreciate you pulling that item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you as well.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. This brings us to item number 5, resolutions.
Caesar, I'd like to go ahead and have a discussion quickly so that we can move forward. I know there's a lot of things that need to happen on these 2 items. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go ahead and address item L.
Oh, absolutely, sir.
Okay, on both item L and M.
Let me just read
go
those
ahead
again,
and
sir.
read the items. I'm sorry, Caesar.
Item number 4L, as corrected for the Public Works Department, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the contract with JAR Construction Incorporated for the donation of construction, labor, and materials for the Healing Garden Memorial at Escarate Park, contingent on the county attorney's and Public Works Department's final approval. Contract number 2020-0418. Item number 4M, approve and authorize the acceptance of donations for the Healing Garden Memorial, honoring the victims of the August 3rd, 2019 mass shooting pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 81.032.
Thank you, Cesar. On both items, I'm asking for no action on both items, but I'd like to explanation. There's a tremendous amount of excitement of August 3rd and trying to do as much as possible, pushing the envelope, to be honest, pushing the envelope of JR Construction, Mr. Rosales were willing to work sort of till midnight kind of scenarios, Saturdays and so forth. But if you look at what's prudent and how we should do things, that's probably not the right way to approach it. We've seen cancellations of weddings and cancellations of graduations, and so after further review and spending a tremendous amount of time in the weekend with both legal and public works with Norma and her team, who have done a fantastic job, we feel that we will not be able to have that completed in the right order, in the right time, and give the justice. And what we want to do is something that's very spectacular. I think it has all the potential to do that if we take our time and do the right things. And so we've established this morning, we're looking at a different framework, a time frame that would be more reasonable, so that we would be able to accommodate that. There's also a lot of individuals willing to provide donations that might have been left out because of the way we're pursuing it and sort of trying to get it done quicker than we should. And so we think that we're going to do something a lot better. It is the same framework. It was a beautiful design that we've worked on quite diligently. Commissioners have understood what we're trying to accomplish, and they're very supportive of moving in that direction. But I think it's going to be done, so much better and the way it's deservingly for our community and for the victims and the individuals that were injured on that day. From the very beginning, my approach was the community as well as the victims need a place, a healing garden where anybody, any place in El Paso County would be able to go and reflect and meditate and feel some comfort and some healing, the healing process. And that's what we're continuing to do. On that particular day, we had established 2 different situations. One was more a ceremony and the other one was the unveiling. The ceremony is still will not be complicated or changed in any way, and we're still allowing, we're still having this opportunity at Escarate because we are able to bring together a lot of people without getting off and being able to drive through. So Parks and Recreation and Veronica and Lydia and everyone else, which I think are just exceptional at how they do these things, will be able to provide the luminarios throughout the lighting and the ability to pass through. And we're hoping that we'll have everything established, the sidewalks, the pavers, the foundation, and everything other than the wall or the monument itself. And on that day, we'll do the groundbreaking. Commissioners Court and the commissioners will, and the bishop will be able to have the groundbreaking for the actual memorial at that point in time. And so we'll combine both the ceremony at that time, and I think we could still do something. I don't think there's a better place in Escárate to be able to be within the framework of the COVID crisis and be able to do something that is very important for our community. We do not want our first anniversary not to be something that is given to the community in a way that's deserving and that reflects on what happened on August 3rd a year ago at that point in time. On item M, the same thing. We're going to open up for more donations. People were interested in donating. I had contacted several individuals that were very open to the donation, and I think now we can position their donation a lot better and more specific as to where that donation would go and to what component of the actual memorial. And so I think we're doing things better. We're doing things more prudent. And I think it's also a reflection of how, as much passion, as much excitement we have about certain things, the more important thing is to be prudent and do them in the right way, in a way that keeps our community safe. Still looking forward to something spectacular at Escárate on that day without the memorial. But you will see some semblance of the memorial at that point in time if we do everything in the right order. So once again, I want to thank Parks and Recreation and Veronica and Norma and Lydia for everything that they've done. I know the change in the plan, both for the construction side and our side, is disheartening, but it's also the best thing that we could do at this point in time. So I'd like to make a motion that there's no action on both items L and M.
Judge, before I second that, can I say a few words?
Absolutely, and I appreciate that, Commissioner Leon.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank Mr. Rosales of JAR Concrete. In looking at the background, it doesn't specify how much that donation is, but I would estimate it's quite a few, quite expensive. And a lot of times these kind of things are sort of buried in the consent agenda, and the folks out there don't really get the credit that they really need. And this is what makes up El Paso. This is what El Paso is all about, is neighbors and friends that pitch in to help our community to make this, as you said, very spectacular. So I want to publicly thank Mr. Rosales and JAR Construction Incorporated for their generosity in making this a very beautiful location where people are going to be able to come and meditate for a little while. So thank you. And
yeah,
I second that motion.
Commissioner Leon, I want to thank you, and they did commit to being the project manager going forward, so that we get more organized. They've been looking at the plans for some time now, and so we'll be able to bring people to them, and then they can determine what's the best way to move forward. So once again, we thank JR Construction for taking the lead and for also being sensible about what we can and cannot do. And so thank you, Commissioner Leon, for the additional words.
Judge
Caesar?
Christina, Assistant County Attorney, I know that you had made the motion on the no action, but there is actually no vote that needs to happen on this item for item L and M. No action speaks for itself, so there doesn't need to be a roll call vote. And then just as a FYI, Judge, and you had already stated this, but I just wanted to also put on the record for items such as item M, yes, and to address Commissioner Leon's point, that will be communicated in terms of ensuring that whoever is providing those donations, it should be reflected as part of the backup so that the public knows. And really that's the direction that this court has provided to the county, so that we can ensure that will be included. Those issues still need to be finalized and worked out, but we will ensure that information is provided so that it could be part of the backup as we move forward with this. And so the plan is to, I think, bring back a new agreement at some point in the near future, very close, so that we can hammer out the details for this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. And that's right. We'll be working on the following steps, and the following items on the agenda will be more clear, specific, with the right numbers of each donation and so forth. So thank you, legal, for helping out in doing this in the best way. Thank you. So there will be no action.
I
I guess we just need a consensus.
Yes, so yes, no action. It speaks for itself. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, Caesar,
Items
we
4L.
could move forward to.
Yes, sir. Items 4L and 4M will be no action.
And
Item number
we're
5A
going to have the topic. What item, Commissioner Stott, you had requested that we do this a little earlier, or do you want to go?
Yeah, Judge, thank you. I think we can do the resolutions first since we have people waiting for those as well, and then we can jump in and move up item 12
to the next one. Okay, so Caesar, the resolution, and then the item that proposed by Commissioner Stott will go next.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Item number 5A from resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing U.S. Army hiring days in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I have the pleasure of reading this resolution into the record. I know we have some folks on the line from Fort Bliss, and so we'll read the resolution and then we can hear from them. So, whereas the Army has protected the United States for more than 245 years, preserving and defending the U.S. Constitution and the American way of life against all threats, and whereas the preservation and defense of the Union relies on the U.S. Army's ability to recruit people who pledge allegiance to the United States of America, choosing country above self, and whereas because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Army is launching its first all-Army virtual hiring campaign, providing virtual recruitment tools that can be accessed online at goarmy.com. And whereas the Army's national hiring days run from June 30th to July 2nd, all across the country using digital platforms to build connections between future soldiers and Army recruiters with the hopes of hiring 10,000 new soldiers. And whereas during Army hiring days and beyond, the U.S. Army seeks to inspire individuals in El Paso County and across the nation to reach out to local recruiters and discuss how they can give back to their nation, ensuring that the Army will be there to meet America's needs whenever and wherever, as it has since 1775. And whereas Fort Bliss and the Paso del Norte region's most prominent economic driver and has been a source of community pride for more than 170 years, serving a foundational reason that El Paso County is one of the best places in all of America for soldiers and for veterans alike. And whereas we encourage youth and young adults in our community to pursue opportunities to serve their community and their nation today, tomorrow, and throughout life. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that we recognize June 30th to July 2nd as Army hiring days in El Paso County, Texas, and that we further acknowledge Fort Bliss as an integral part of our community and our local identity. Signed this 29th day of June 2020, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
So I believe that there should be some folks, Miguel, there we go. All right, we can see him now. Thank you.
Mr. Cobb, if you want to go ahead first.
Yeah, Judge, Gus Rodriguez, I want to thank you for inviting us and everyone else to participate in this today. It's a very exciting time for our newest recruit into the United States Army to raise her hand today and join our ranks. And we're just so appreciative of the El Paso community and leadership for always reaching out to Fort Bliss and making us feel a part of your El Paso community and El Paso family. And I tell everyone at every newcomer's brief I do every week that 27 years in the Army, that this is absolutely one of the most phenomenal towns and communities that I've ever been a part of. And we just feel like family when we go out in the community, and everyone's so nice and appreciative of everything we do. And we're appreciative of you supporting us here at Fort Bliss and all our soldiers and family members. And this is a great opportunity for our young men and women over the next few days with the Army highlighting this hiring campaign to be something bigger than themselves. To give back to their nation and their community and better themselves along the way. And if they stay in for 3 years or 30 years, they're going to be a better a community member and a better citizen and a better person for doing it and able to go back out in our communities and be leaders once they go back into their hometowns and communities. And again, I just thank you for giving us the opportunity to partake in this today, and very proud of what we're getting ready to see here, and we're our newest recruit into the United States Army here. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Stout.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, and again, shout out to Gus Rodriguez for helping us with this resolution, bringing it to us. Of course, as the resolution stated, you know, we need to continue to support our Army. It's a part of the identity here in El Paso, and glad to be able to do this resolution. I don't know if there was anybody else online that wanted to speak. If
Theodoro, do you want to go ahead and speak now?
Yes. Good morning. Good morning, you know, members of the court and those watching overall. My name is Captain Teodoro Alvarez. I'm the El Paso company, El Paso U.S. Army El Paso Recruiting Company. With me here, I have one of our future soldiers, future soldier Monique Darcy, who is about to ship out here in the near future. And on behalf, like Sergeant Major Cobb said, on behalf of you know, the United States Army Recruiting Company here in El Paso, the San Antonio Recruiting Battalion, we express thanks for us adopting this resolution, as it's important for us to ensure that we have your support and the voice for our young men and women to come in and do a career in the Army. Like the Sergeant Major said, whether 3 years or 30 years, the Army continues to provide the educational benefits, the training, the bonuses, and to include the overall community that the Army brings as a whole. I would just like the opportunity that you guys given us today for Ms. Monique Darcy to share her story about why she joined the Army.
Hello, members of the Commissioner's Court and community members. My name is Monique Darcy, and I live near the far east side of El Paso, near the SAC, zip code 79928, and I just recently graduated from East Lake High School. I chose to join the Army because I grew up in a family that was very involved in the Army, and I knew what the Army life was like and the benefits that it has, and I feel like it was the best opportunity for me. The Army will also allow me to fulfill my goal of becoming a doctor without acquiring a large student debt. The MOS that I chose was a 68 kilo, also known as a medical laboratory specialist. This MOS gave me a bonus of $4,000. I recommend that others join the Army because it allows them to experience new opportunities like cultures, traveling the world, benefits that will help with college, serving your country, and becoming independent. Thank you.
And once again, thanks again for the adopting this resolution. And if for those watching, if you guys want to join or want to find out what careers are available and that we can help you out, our number is 915-590-1606, 915-590-1606. Thank you for the support that you guys given us.
Well, thank you very much for introducing Ms. Darcy to us, and congratulations, Ms. Darcy. You know, we wish you the very best in your upcoming career with the Army, and you know, hopefully when you finish up and you decide to come back to civilian life, you'll come and work in one of our hospitals. So best of luck, and thank you very much, everybody, for your service, and Ms. Darcy, thank you for your commitment to serve in the future.
Thank you. Thank you both gentlemen that spoke. It's just a great honor to be part of Fort Bliss and a relationship. Monique, I know you're going to do amazing Gus, thank you for all your support and reminding us of how important Fort Bliss is for our community. I think one of the most exciting events that I've gone through in my career as county judge was the ceremony of all the high school graduates that were entering the different branches of the Army that we had last year. And of course, due to this situation, things changed, but it's just amazing the number of our young adults that go into the service to go out and protect us and to provide, that security for the rest of the nation. And so I thank for the recruitment. I know it's a great career path for everyone concerned. Very excited. The families are very excited about their young adults going into a path where they have the leadership that is always presented by the military. So I want to thank you for being here, Commissioner Stout, for this resolution, a very important part. And as you said, we love for you to go out and venture and enjoy the world, but we also want all our young adults to come back and give us an opportunity to show you how incredible your career path will be in any of the careers when you come back to El Paso. This is an exciting community that's progressive. We see a lot of things that are going to take place once we address and flatten the curve. I think people are going to be excited about El Paso's future. So once again, Commissioner Stout, thank you for this resolution.
Thank you, Judge.
Cesar?
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing July 4th, 2020 as Independence Day.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. This is Jessica, and I will be reading the resolution into the record on behalf of Commissioner Robinson. Whereas the 4th of July, also known as Independence Day or July 4th, has been a federal holiday in the United States since 1941, and whereas on July 2nd, 1776, the Continental Congress voted in favor of independence, and 2 days later, delegates from the 13 colonies adopted the Declaration of Independence, a historic document drafted by Thomas Jefferson. And whereas from 1776 to the present day, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence with festivities ranging from fireworks, parades, and concerts to more casual family gatherings and barbecues. And whereas the tradition of setting off fireworks on the 4th of July began in Philadelphia on July 4, 1777, during the first organized celebration of Independence Day, and whereas in 1870, the U.S. Congress made July 4th an official federal holiday, and now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that July 4th, 2020 be known as Independence Day, and encourage all El Paso County citizens to celebrate with care. Signed this 29th day of June 2020.
Second.
Second.
And Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
I think you're muted, Chief.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Miguel, do we have any speakers for this resolution?
We might have. I was not made aware if we were going to have any, so I don't know if anybody's here in the meeting. You can address the court.
Commissioner Robinson?
Commissioner Robinson, are you there? He is logged on.
Cesar, well, I know that the interest obviously is is to be able to, celebrate such an important date. And it's, once again, I hate to keep mentioning how we have to make these changes, but the celebration is always, just sort of the reflection of our independence and the reflection of who we are as a country. And so we know that everyone out there would love to be able to do the things that we used to do and do them in the manner that we did, in that spectacular way that El Paso comes together. And we'd always asked for our community to come together, and that was part of how we were recognized. And now we're going to need to find ways, and I'll be discussing that later, as to the adjustments that we're going to have to make, and given the situation at hand. So I want to thank Commissioner Robinson for placing this on as a resolution and as a reminder of this incredible country that we live in, and how we address situations, and how fortunate we are. We go through very difficult times, but in being in contact with other countries and friends that we have in other countries, you just sort of have to take a deep breath and realize all the blessings that we have for being part of this country, this beautiful country, and its independence that's coming up. So I think it's going to be more of a spiritual celebration and reflection and meditation of our blessings of what we have, and try to accommodate the fact that we're limited, and that we're trying to flatten the curve at the same time. And so I thank the community for understanding that. But as always, when we are El Paso, we are amazing. When we do the things that we do under all types of conditions, as we saw with the refugees, and how we interacted with that in August the 3rd, and all the other things that have happened in the last year and a half, we just have been amazing as a community. And I know we're going to do an amazing job of counting our blessings and reflecting, and staying at home during 4th of July as a way to show our loyalty to this country. So thank you, Cesar.
Thank you, Judge. Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the month of July 2020 as Parks and Recreation Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you, Cesar. This is my honor, and given the caliber of individuals that we have working in Parks and Recreation, and I'll have Veronica, after I read the resolution, I'd love to hear on her behalf, but just very proud of what we've done in our community with respect to Parks and Recreation. So, whereas Parks and Recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout the country, including El Paso County, and whereas the El Paso County Parks and Recreation Department oversees 11 parks with a 27-hole golf course, a 10-field, 43-acre baseball softball sports complex, 3 swimming pools, and a 400-area regional park with a 50-acre surface lake used to host runs, car shows, music, concerts, fishing events, and various community events. And whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of community, region, and whereas Parks and Recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. Whereas Parks and Recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and the diversity of park and recreation professionals showcase their selfless work every day in communities across the country. The people of Parks and Recreation are providing essential services and making their communities better places to live, work, and play. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and there's no better way to celebrate than by lifting up the people who make it happen all year long. And whereas El Paso County Parks and Recreation recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby declare the month of July 2020 as Parks and Recreation Month of El Paso County. Signed this 29th day of June 2020.
Sorry, second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Commissioner Stout, would you like to say a few words before we have Veronica?
Sure. Thank you very much, Judge, for bringing about this this resolution. I think it's very important. I just want to thank, very deeply thank our park staff. I feel like they work so hard day in and day out to not only maintain and upkeep our parks like Ascarate Park, which is in Precinct 2, but they are constantly coming up with new ideas for new programming, ways to try to attract folks to the park, and working together with the community, and just making making visiting parks fun again, and something that people get involved in again. And so, Veronica, thank you to you and your staff for all the work that you do at Ascarate and all the other parks. I believe that a lot of times y'all are some of the unsung heroes, but it's so important for people to be able to get out and utilize those green spaces, those public spaces, and so just want to let you know that with me and with my office, and of course here in the Commissioner's Court, that work, we're very thankful for it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Leon.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to say a few words before Veronica comes on. I'd also like to echo what Commissioner Stott just said. There's so many people that give the county compliments about Ascarate, about the sports park. As a matter of fact, on the sports park, there's going to be another item on a future agenda indicating a donation to the park. And it's that's what I said earlier. That's what El Paso is all about. And we have a parks director that has really made it happen. I think she came on 2-3 years ago, and it's been nothing but improvements. I go by the border highway almost on a daily basis, and I look at that park. It's got what a transformation it has gone over. And people tell me that the Ascarate golf course has one of the finest greens anywhere in El Paso. So again, my hat's off to Veronica and the entire team over at Parks. They do a fantastic job. And it's not so much sometimes the park itself, but it's the people that mean what El Paso County is all about. I've got to echo what I said earlier this year. Southwest Airlines is saying that our employees will treat our customers as we treat our employees. And there's no better mirror to that than Veronica and her team. So again, thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner, for those kind words. Very well deserving of our Parks and Recreation. Veronica Myers, will you go ahead and make your presentation?
Yes, good morning. Thank you so much, Commissioners and Judge Samaniego. We have, again, it's just a perfect fit It has been amazing and an honor to serve this community with you all. It comes from the support of the court, the support of the administration, Betsy Keller and her team, Norma Rivera Palacios, with all the public works team, Lydia Arias, and working with the community, working with all of the community, talking to them about how together it is our parks, it is our community that we live in, how they can help us improve the quality of our facilities. And it was no accident that we decided to choose the golf course. There was a lot of challenges. We chose that as our first challenge because that's where we have the most visibility to Escarate Park, and therefore now in hearing and sitting in focus groups for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan and hearing how it's one of the best courses in town, that has taken all the staff. It has taken the support of the court, and you all should be very proud of the work that you all are doing and all the support. We couldn't do it without it. And the staff that showed their skills and their creativity. And I guess it just needed a little bit of support from us and guidance and leadership because they have the skills, they have the knowledge, the talent, and they have really impressed me. I am so proud of every single one of my employees. They have stepped up. They have gotten their certifications. We have a playground safety inspector on board that we didn't have before. We have irrigation. We have, just a lot of things that they stepped up to the plate to do. And I'm very, very proud of them. Very happy to be part of this team. Proud to be part of this county family team. And again, National Parks and Recreation Month. We're celebrating that we are Parks and Recreation. And again, COVID-19 has challenged us once again to redefine the field of Parks and Recreation and to once again redefine it as an essential, vital necessity to our communities. There's a lot of people that don't have backyards. There's a lot of people that can't afford to do things. But thanks to our partnerships with MOB, with soon we're going to have another donation at the sports park from a family, Mr. Bombach, working with just a lot of different partners. Now we're working with the Paso del Norte Health Foundation to help us meet the match for the new grant that we just received of $337,000 to renovate the trail, the walking trail, the existing walking trail at Escarate Park, and added additional trailhead to it. Working with them to hopefully make this happen. Working with San Felipe and UMC to provide helmets for riders out there in September. So we're really, really excited. It takes the whole community to do this, and in celebration of National Parks and Recreation Month, we're also going to have virtual Tuesday tips with Adventure Andy. So it's a character we created, our amazing creative team, a character with one of our staff, Dominic. And we're going to feature every Tuesday. We'll have a feature giving of our managers, coaches, and partners, giving Adventure Andy tips and tricks that we'll be posting on all of our social media pages, and we'll ask you all to share. So we'll have water safety tips, especially right now with swimming pools being closed and people buying pools in their backyards or using pools in their backyard. It's very important that they know about water safety. We're going to have fishing tips. So we're going to teach people with our fishing club how to fish. We're also going to have golf tips the following Tuesday with our golf pro, Mike Smith, on how you can learn to golf and how it's still safe to do that right now. We're going to have baseball tips with one of our coaches and also talk about safety for some of our teams that are going back to play in other leagues, how to get back into baseball and taking all the CDC guideline precautions for COVID-19. So we're very excited. I'm very honored and thankful to be here. And I look forward to doing more exciting things with the El Paso County Parks and Recreation Department.
Veronica, I thank you and your team. It's just been wonderful. We always talk about how important and how much the commissioners and commissioners court have done with respect to accessibility. So I would like for you to talk a little bit about the all accessibility venue that we're helping with Moms on Board. If you could just address that, because I think we it's a great opportunity for our public to know this is an amazing next level kind of taking the leadership in accessibility. Could you just say a few words with respect to our relationship with Moms on Board and what's going to be happening at Escárate with all accessibility to our park, not only at Escárate, but at the other parks?
Yes, so again, thanks, Commissioner Stout. That's the first time I met Adrian Moody and Moms on Board in a meeting in his office, and brought together her idea with an opportunity to apply for a Texas Parks and Wildlife Department grant. And so the max that we could receive was $1 million. We received the $1 million from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to build this all-inclusive playground with Moms on Board, and Moms on Board has committed to raise the $750,000 to meet our match. And the largest all-inclusive playground will be at Escárate Park. It's a little over an acre. And then there'll be additional components of that at Gallegos Park in Canutillo. And then there'll be another one at Reisinger Park in Fabens. So I really want to thank all the commissioners for their support. And this all-inclusive playgrounds is an opportunity for children to play side by side with their siblings and with their peers without having to be separated. They will all be together. And it'll also provide an opportunity for adults with disabilities. We have a lot of veterans in our community. We were talking about veterans earlier. Our veterans are here, and we have a lot of also disabled elderly grandparents that take care of our kids. And so now they will be able to ride up in their wheelchairs up there. They will be able to put their bodies themselves up in swings and swing with their children. It'll be a flat swing. There's different amenities like that, so that parents and grandparents that have disabilities can also participate, can swing on a swing with their children and grandchildren, like a lot of us did. And so we're really excited. This is taking ADA above and beyond and ensuring that the social equity for all of our community.
Thank you. Commissioner Stout, do you want to add to that, as you've been leading that venue and that program?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an exciting prospect, and I echo what Veronica said in thanking the Commissioners Court for being so supportive of doing this. You know, it's great that we're going to have the opportunity to provide that space for those activities at three parks in our community. Of course, want to thank again Adrian Moody and her organization for originally bringing this idea to us, and I'm glad that we've gotten to where we are. I know that it's been difficult with the pandemic and raising money and such, but I know that they're still committed to doing so. And you know, before we know it, we're going to have that park and that section in our parks, and we're going to be providing folks that you know, grossly need the support with that option. And so once again, thank you to Veronica and her team for working so well and collaborating with Moms on Board, and you know, I can't wait until we get to see everybody playing together there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Veronica. We appreciate so an exciting month for recreation under some different, and you make them less difficult, but just different conditions. So thank you. Cesar, back to you.
Thank you, Judge. Before we move on to item number 12, I just wanted to let you know, sir, that we do have 4 speakers that have signed up for item number 6, which is our regular public comment item. Would you like to listen to these folks first before we move on to 12?
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Item number 6 is public comment. And again, we do have 4 speakers signed up for public comment. Speakers, just for your information, you are limited to 5 minutes, please. You will be timed. Mr. Mendez?
The first speaker we have is Alejandra Cordero, stand by. Alejandra?
Hello.
Go ahead.
This is Alessandra Cordero.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Good morning, El
Alejandra.
Paso County Commissioners Court. My name is Alessandra Cordero. I live in El Paso, Texas, and I am the Secretary of the Student Government at El Paso Community College, where we represent about 30,000 students. I am here to advocate for the county to pass a budget that will allow the elections administrator to mail out voting by mail applications to all that qualify before the fall election. I ask that as leaders, the commissioners commit to the resolution and inform the residents that all the members of the county over 65 are eligible to vote by mail because of the COVID-19 virus risks. And because the virus affects the elderly the most, voting by mail will prevent them from bringing back the virus to their household. Not implementing voting by mail will jeopardize their decision to vote and their health if they decide to do so. I am supporting the resolution because I care about my community and my household's health. This resolution affects me personally because both of my grandparents vote in every election, and it would be a shame that they do not do so because of the COVID. I would like for them to risk their well-being because they need to go out to vote. Additionally, since they are the most at risk of being infected, they could affect my household, and if I get the COVID-19, I will not be able to attend school next semester, and moreover, members of my family will could die before of the virus. And the right to vote is fundamental for democracy, and the residents of the city must have options to vote safely during the pandemic. And I am supporting this resolution because residents of the city over 65 should be able to vote by mail during the pandemic. And thank you for listening to my matter.
Thank you very much. Such an important topic, and thank you for taking the time to express your views on that.
Next person.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Next
Yes,
person
sir.
we have
Thank
is
you.
Rocio Perez. Rocio, you're on. You can... Rocio?
Go ahead.
Let me try the next one. Audrey Lopez, stand by.
Thank you.
Audrey, are you there?
Good morning.
Oh, we can hear
Yes,
you. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Go ahead,
Good morning,
Ms.
El
Lopez.
Paso County Commissioners Court. My name is Leslie Lopez, and I am from the city of El Paso. I am the Student Government Valle Verde Campus Representative from El Paso Community College. As a representative of UPCC, I would like to request the Commissioners vote to authorize and inform residents to all Texas voters over the age of 65 are eligible to vote by mail during a pandemic. As a student government member, our duty is to advocate and inform students of the importance to become politically involved. It is just as important to us that all residents have the cautious and assured opportunity to be engaged within our civil rights, especially for residents who are over the age of 65 during a pandemic, as vote by mail does cover most of the most beneficial accommodations for those who lack the welfare and resources. It can also reveal the most effective polling strategy as well. I recently started implicating my civil rights into play, and I would not want this pandemic to discourage me or other citizens from fulfilling their civil responsibilities. My biggest concern are my parents' medical condition, my mom, who is 50 years of age, who is a type 2 diabetic, and my father, who has both right and left vascular problems with iliac vein stent implants, who is 57 years of age. I can only imagine how much the level of stress can be for those who may have more critical medical conditions or who are older. I only ask as a representative of El Paso Community College that all Texas voters over the age of 65 are eligible to vote by mail during a pandemic. I gratefully appreciate your time. If you have any further questions, you're more than welcome to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lopez. Appreciate your taking the time and expressing your views on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Last person
You
we
too,
have,
Mrs. Lopez.
last person for general public comment is in Carrillo. Hello?
Hello.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay.
Ms. Carrillo, go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Paso County Commissioners Court. My name is Eileen Carrillo, and I live here in El Paso, Texas. I'm a student at El Paso Community College who represents the voice of the 30,000 students on campus through my participation as a senator in the Student Government Association. Today, I come here to advocate for the county to pass a budget that will allow the elections administrator to mail out vote-by-mail applications to all that qualify before the fall election. I ask that as leaders, the commissioners vote for the resolution and publicly state and inform residents that all Texas voters are eligible to vote by mail during a pandemic. One thing to say is that voting by mail is both safe and secure, and it may be necessary for millions of eligible Texans to be heard this November. Having the option to vote by mail is supported by a majority of Americans on all sides of the political spectrum because it's a tried and tested alternative to in-person voting for those who need it. Texans have voted through wars and hurricanes, so we must be able to vote during a pandemic. Extending vote by mail can make such a big difference in our county. Reason being that many are afraid to go out and vote due to the situation we are in. As an active participant in the El Paso community, I witnessed the fear that many face due to the risk of getting the virus. In situations like these, it is important to keep our people safe but continue to have their voices be heard. In my household, my parents work full time, so they're not able to leave work to go vote. My sister, who is 23, is not able to drive due to medical conditions. I'm a full-time college student and a part-time worker who does not have the time to wait in line or take my sister to vote. My grandparents, who also live with us, are not able to drive and are more susceptible to catching the COVID-19 virus due to underlying conditions. With the pandemic that we are living through right now, it is essential to follow social distancing regulations, and although these regulations may be followed in public voting, the fear that most of the community will lower a number of votes and the people's voices will not be heard. Once again, I am here to advocate for the underrepresented people of El Paso. I ask that you pass a budget that will allow the elections administrator to mail out vote-by-mail applications to all the El Pasoans that qualify before the fall election. Aside from the pandemic that we are living through, we each have our own personal challenges that can keep us from physically going to fill out a ballot. With this COVID-19 pandemic, it is essential to follow social distancing regulations, and allowing voting by mail will 100% comply with these regulations. I don't want my family or myself or anyone to make a part of the percentage that does not vote this upcoming November. Once again, thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your time as well. Cesar?
Miguel, does that conclude all of our speakers for public comment?
That is all we have for general public comment.
Thank you, Miguel. Go ahead, Cesar.
This brings us to item number 12 under County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action to rescind the action taken by the Commissioners Court on Monday, June 15th, 2020, regarding item number 19, to sign the contract for professional services, historical and architectural survey for the County of El Paso, with Hardy Heck and Moore doing business as Hardy HHM Incorporated, for completion of a National Register Historic District nomination for Segundo Barrio, and selecting option 2 as the boundary option. Contract number 2020-0440. Further discuss and take appropriate action to sign the contract for professional services for historical and architectural survey for the County of El Paso with Hardy Heck and Moore doing business as HHM Incorporated, for completion of a National Register Historic District nomination for Segundo Barrio, and if necessary, take action to amend the original agreement as subsequently amended with Hardy Heck and Moore for a National Register Historic District nomination.
Valerie, go ahead and you'll start the, I don't know, is it Joel? Are you going to say a few comments and then go to Valerie?
Thank you, Judge. Joel Bishop, County Administration, and thank you, Commissioners. Yeah, Valerie is ready to present on this and lead this presentation. I know in the last week, Betsy has done, and Valerie have done a tremendous amount of work and follow-up, meeting with the key stakeholders on this, and I believe they have a solution for this. Valerie, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you.
So
Thank you, Joel. Good morning.
We'll have comments from
Yes, sir. So if we could go through the presentation very quickly, and then I have Ms. Emily Payne from Hardy Heck and Moore, our project lead, and also Mr. Gregory Smith from the Texas Historical Commission on the line to answer any questions. And then if the court would like to proceed with taking the vote or hearing public comment in either of those two orders, that would be my suggestion for getting us started this morning.
Excellent, thank you. We'll have Commissioner Stout also you present his views on that, since he's the one that presented the item. And so we'll go through your agenda and then we'll hear from Commissioner Stout and then we'll move forward. Go ahead, Valerie.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Judge. I want to go ahead and get started very quickly just with pointing out a couple of items with regards to National Register Historic Districts, which are submitted to the federal government by way of the National Park Service and the Department of the Interior. These 4 points that I have here are directly copy-pasted from the National Park Service website, just for the public and for the court's awareness. Under federal law, the listing of a property in the National Register individually or of a district places no restrictions on what a federal or a non-federal property owner may do with their property up to and including destruction, or also known as demolition, unless the property is involved in a project that receives federal assistance, usually in the form of state and federal historic tax credits or with regards to licensing or permitting. And that was the initial reasoning behind the county taking on this project, was for this study to be a resource for the public in acquiring federal and state historic tax credits. The other item to note is that National Register listing does not automatically lead to public acquisition or even require public access. This being said with regards to eminent domain. Also, a property will not be listed individually or district-wise if an individual property owner or the majority of the property owners within a proposed district object. And then lastly, National Register listing does not automatically invoke local historic district zoning or landmark designation. If we could go to the next slide, please. So I want to also go through where we are in the process. We are almost finished with phase 1. We started this project back in 2017 by identifying the study area, which included all of downtown, including Segundo Barrio, Duranguito, Chihuahuita, as well as a proposed amendment for expansion of the currently existing Rio Grande Historic District. After we identified the project, which was to complete a historical and architectural survey of downtown, we moved forward with the RFP process through our purchasing department for solicitation of a consulting firm and contract award, which is why we have Miss Emily from Hardy Heck and Moore, the consulting firm that was selected through the RFP process to complete and guide us through this project. Then we had our public meetings which helped us to kick off the project, notify everyone within the district, the proposed districts of the study being undertaken by the county and all of our outreach. And then the next step was to complete the survey itself of all of the properties and structures located within the study area, well over 1,000 different properties. Once the survey it was submitted, then we move on to both county and state review and feedback. And now we are currently at the point of finalizing both the downtown survey and a starting point for selection of boundaries for Segundo Barrio. This was done through the determination of eligibility process. After we've determined what set of boundaries we would like to use, again, just as a starting point in production of a new project to complete a National Register Historic District for Segundo Barrio, and also in moving forward with the next phase of deliverables for the downtown survey, the next step after boundary selection is an even more extensive and involved ongoing public outreach. We'll be moving on to the research portion of the narrative production, which will be reaching out to all of the public, both current and previous residents and community members of Segundo Barrio and for downtown, for documentation and really just telling the story of El Paso from a downtown and now from Segundo Barrio's narrative. This outreach will also include quite an extensive amount of tax credit workshops for property owners. This is something that our County Historical Commission and the City of El Paso's Historic Landmark Commission will work on together. And in tangent, gaining owner support. Again, we have to have at least 50% of property owner support in order for these two proposed districts to get off the ground and be submitted to the National Register. After we've completed narrative production, so we move forward to both county and state review. Thank you, Miguel. Which means we'll have another 30-day period for the county to review the narrative and for the state to review the narrative before proceeding on to State Board of Review hearings with the Texas Historical Commission. They meet in January, May, and in the fall of each year. They meet 3 times a year. After we have completed State Board of Review, the county and state will review the narrative again. Revisions will be made before finalizing and submission to the National Park Service, which we hope they will approve the first time around upon that submission. Next slide, please. This is a timeline that we put together just to illustrate all of the different phases that I reviewed. So as I mentioned, in 2017, Commissioners Court approved a contract with Hardy Heck & Moore for completion of the Downtown Historical and Architectural Survey. This was in June of 2017. We kicked off with public outreach meetings. Members from staff from Hardy Heck & Moore traveled to El Paso to attend these meetings and begin also their field work for drafting up the survey report, which was submitted in November of that same year. After the county reviewed the survey, staff presented on December 11th the findings of the draft survey, at which time no action was taken. And then HHM came to the county in the following Monday to present the court more of the legalities and the ins and outs of historic districts, and again, no action was taken. Next slide, please. In March of 2018, the Commissioners Court approved the First Amendment, temporarily suspending the work product with with Hardy Heck & Moore. Staff began attending meetings on a monthly basis with the Historic Landmark Commission to address areas of concern within the landmark ordinance as far as overview of historic districts at the federal and state level, federal and local level. After revisions were made and a proposed amendment was produced, the City Council voted the item off of the agenda, and so the landmark ordinance remained as is and continues to be to this day. In April of 2019, the Commissioners Court approved a second amendment to the contract terms with Hardy Heck & Moore, continuing that suspension through December of 2019 in order to allow the City of El Paso to continue to work through that amendment process. And then shortly after, in June, the Commissioners Court voted to lift that temporary suspension. Over 30 members of the community provided public comment supporting the lifting of that suspension and reinstatement of the contract terms. Next slide, please. In August of 2019, Commissioners Court approved the Third Amendment, which is what we use to redevelop the work schedule for the remaining deliverables and reinstate the contract terms. Staff began resuming monthly updates to the Historical Commission as well as Senator Rodriguez's Heritage Tourism Task Force. In October, the Commissioners Court received a presentation and offered feedback on the windshield survey, which was completed as an update to the survey draft. Hardy Heck & Moore noted that about 32 properties either changed in status from non-contributing to contributing to the proposed district or vice versa. They noted demolition and new construction within the proposed district. In February of 2020, the state recommended that the downtown historic district not only be downsized, but that Segundo Barrio be nominated separately. So began the process of coordinating with the Historical Commission, the City of El Paso's Historic Landmark Commission, and Historic Preservation Officer. Staff also made rounds with all of Commissioners Court staff and members of the court themselves to provide information as to the update. Next slide, please. In March of 2020, members of the Historical Commission received presentations from members of the community with regards to the proposed Segundo Barrio nomination, which would be a separate project from downtown. And staff presented the findings to the court for two purposes: to determine first and foremost if the court is okay with the recommendations as far as the downtown survey proposed district, and also to determine whether or not they would like to pursue a nomination for Segundo Barrio. In April, in March, the court did determine that they would like to pursue a nomination for Segundo Barrio. And so in April, we brought the item back to the Commissioners Court to determine by what means. Would they like to pursue a traditional cultural place? Would we like to use the determination of eligibility process? And if so, what boundaries would we like to submit as part of that process? And also to address concerns for property owners now being excluded from both proposed districts. Do we want to assist individual property members with nominating their properties individually? The court determined that they would like to use the determination of eligibility process, and option number 3 was provided through public comment. And then that brings us to our current state. As of June of this year, the court selected option 2. Public comment has been provided every step of the way, which is one of the reasons that we're bringing this item back today. So if we could go to the next slide, please. We want to make, excuse me, perfectly clear that all 3 options are viable and perfectly acceptable. County staff, economic development staff, and also county administration did an extensive amount of follow-up discussions with both the State Historical Commission project reviewer, of course, with our consultants as to all the different options within the boundaries that were submitted through the determination of eligibility process and their viability. We've met with City of El Paso Capital Improvement and Economic Development staff, as well as members of the Landmark Commission, and also our county administrator, Ms. Betsy Keller, has met with individually with different city officials. Next slide, please. At this point, just a brief review of all the different options that were under review from the determination of eligibility. Option 1 is highlighted in yellow, which we determined right off the bat would not be viable or should not be considered, as it excludes an extensive amount of Segundo Barrio. Option number 2 is outlined in blue and also includes option 1. So you see it's all of option 1 plus the area just south of Paisano. And then option 3 encompasses everything south of Paisano, including options 1 and 2, and is delineated by the orange lines. And then in pink is the currently proposed boundary selection for the downtown proposed district. Next slide, please. Here we have the boundaries as voted on June 15th, with the area in pink delineating downtown and the area in blue delineating the proposed district for Segundo Barrio. Next slide, please. And here we have once again option 3, with both boundaries showing the overlap and the discussions that were held with regards to removing the section south of Paisano outlined in pink from Santa Fe through Florence and Paisano through 7th Avenue, and adding it back onto Segundo Barrio. Next slide, please. And this is the original boundary option 3 without the downtown section if it were added on to Segundo. And next slide, please. Once again, we just want to remind the court that all options are acceptable and viable. This is boundary option 3A is kind of a happy medium that we came up with after hearing extensive amounts of public input by way of letters, phone calls, video chats, and also extensive meetings with staff and of course with our consultant and with the State Historical Commission. Our county administrator is recommending boundary option 3A, which extensively is boundary option 3 as is, with the addition of Guillen School. We've verified with our consulting team that this is perfectly fine to add on Guillen. It is just outside of the original survey study area. However, it's directly across the street. And as I mentioned before, with the public input and outreach that is to commence with phase 2, there will be quite a few different changes. The boundaries that you're selecting today are just a starting point. And so they're likely to fluctuate as we continue through the process of gaining all of of putting together our narrative, and more information from the public continues to come forth about different sites and structures and individuals within the proposed district that are of importance, and so should be included in telling our story. At this time, I would like to take any questions from the court and welcome Ms. Emily and Mr. Greg Smith from the Texas Historical Commission and Hardy Heckenmore to answer any questions from the court.
Judge, I just wanted to point something out in the presentation that was just given. The map for option 3A is not the same as the map in the backup. I want to make it that's not the correct map, Valerie. I don't think. It should be the map that's in the backup, and it should have a green outline, and it includes a larger portion.
That is correct, Judge. Miguel, is this the latest version that was updated onto Nova's agenda? Can you go back to that slide, please?
Yes, we're pulling it up right now. Just a second, please.
Yeah, it should be just with downtown, and then in green south of Paisano completely is option 3 with the addition of Guillen.
Commissioner Stout, you just to make sure, because you've been pretty much in touch with all of these entities, are you comfortable with that? What do you want? Do you want to show that particular?
Yeah, can we let staff bring up the correct map?
Thank you.
So the court can see it.
This is the latest attachment that was on the agenda.
Okay, can you go to Alexis? Can you go down to the last map?
There it is.
Okay, that's it. That's what the proposed 3A option is. The other map was incorrect. So it would be this map, and then on the bottom, almost on the bottom right hand corner, is what used to be Bowie High School. It's now Guillen, and so we're proposing that I think part of the proposal is to add that in, and that you don't actually see on this map, but we can hopefully vote to add that in. I appreciate I appreciate everybody taking the time and the energy and continuing to evaluate this issue. I think it's very important, again, that we get it right, and very important to a lot of the constituents that I represent. And I want to thank our staff for all the effort and energy, Betsy, Andrea, and Valerie, Vanessa, the team at Public Works. I'm grateful for the work that that everybody's done up to this point. I just wanted to start off by expressing to you that Betsy, Andrea, Valerie, and I met with HHM and Greg Smith from the Texas Historic Commission last Tuesday, the 23rd. We have representative from HHM on the line right now, as well as Mr. Smith from the THC. But just wanted to point out that based on the meeting that we had, I think there's some important updates and clarification that both Ms. Payne, who's on the line from HHM, and Mr. Smith from the THC can also speak to as they're here this morning. But I just wanted to make it clear that as of those discussions, first of all, there was not a real recommendation made by HHM or THC about which boundary option we should adopt. They made it very abundantly clear to Betsy, Andrea, and Valerie and I that they view a recommendation as a serious distinction. It was further expressed that all of the maps and the options that they have seen from us that were sent as part of the DOE and these options that we're looking at today are viable. I think that both organizations, the THC and HHM, are concerned with viability, and as we all are, and we want the best possible chance when we present a district. But we're in a very unique position in that Mr. Smith and Ms. Payne's teams have pointed out the area south of Paisano and Segundo Barrio that had been designated as part of downtown historically and physically could belong to both areas and districts. But if you hear public comment and you talk to the constituencies that live in that area, that call it home, I feel that they of course understand the boundary of Segundo Barrio and the historic boundary, and will tell you that it's Paisano to the north and where option 3A points out. I learned something that was very important on Tuesday from Mr. Smith, and I think it's important for the Commissioners Court, for this Commissioners Court to designate a boundary that's bigger than what might finally be put forth as a district. When the THC does their evaluation, they may adjust and make districts a bit smaller and tighter, but from what I understood, it's harder to make boundaries larger, including buildings outside of the boundaries that were ultimately established. And so Mr. Smith, who's on the line, also expressed some optimism, cautious optimism about the way in which the Park Service is evaluating districts, and expressed that there is an appetite to be more inclusive and open-minded about what is culturally significant and about what is part of the character of the neighborhood. And so, of course, Segundo Barrio is very culturally unique. It's not an affluent neighborhood where there are a lot of buildings that were designated, for example, designed by Henry Trost or other well-known architects. But it's a neighborhood that's rich in El Paso history, rich in El Paso culture, pride, and definitely passion. There was talk in the past about the percentage of the contributing buildings being a very, very major component of the evaluation process of a historic district, and Mr. Smith made it clear to us that while the percentage of contributing buildings is very, very helpful in certain ways, it's not everything that they look at, and it's not the end-all be-all when it comes to the receiving a designation. There can be districts that vary in percentages from, they have to at least be 50% contributing buildings, but, to 70 or even 100%, the total fluctuates based on additions to a property or any number of considerations, but that's something that the THC looks at and handles and resolves. So, I wanted to continue by saying that, the area that we're talking about taking out of the downtown district and putting into Segundo, we know that it's very unique, and I've understood very clearly from my constituents that they would like it to be in the barrio that they know, within the boundaries that they know and recognize. I think we need to make sure that the Segundo Barrio district encompasses what has traditionally been known as Segundo Barrio as close as we possibly can. And then, of course, looking at making sure we bring in Guillen. I think it's an important building. It was built in 1922. We talked about it a little bit last week. And that was something that Mr. Smith and Ms. Payne indicated could easily be undertaken. And of course, again, it was made clear to us that the goal is to have a larger district, the largest district possible, and drawing the lines that would bring the most benefit. And that's why that's what we get when we select any of the options that have Segundo Barrio as a contiguous swath of land south of Paisano. So I know that we have a deadline to meet, and time is of the essence. And so I hopefully after we listen to are the folks that call in, the constituents, folks that live in Segundo, that are stakeholders there, and some folks that grew up there and have moved away from Segundo and live in other parts of the county. And I think they're very passionate about El Paso history and want to make sure that we do right by this barrio, and especially because it means so much to the history and culture of El Paso. So that being said, Judge, I don't know if you have any other comments or anything, but I definitely would like to hear the public's opinion as well, as we have many times in the past, and I think it's one of the most important parts of this process.
I agree, Commissioner Stout. And, I had received calls to the public just to say that they thought there was a lot of sort of confusion. But I think this is what happens when, a lot of effort is taken to do things right. This is a very important opportunity for El Paso. We have to look at a lot of different situations. When we have public comment, it influences us to look at things differently. Commissioner Stout, you've kept it going forward for us. And so I just want to make sure that people understand that this is a process that I think everybody would want to see that in everything that we do here, or the city or the county, that we do take all these things into consideration, and that we do look at things that are going to be with us for a long period of time. We take this very seriously. And so there's been a lot of different, comments and changes and options. But that tells you, we live in a very, it's a historic, 350 years back that we are looking at, and how do we capitalize on this, and how do we let the rest of the world know what do we have here in El Paso? And so this is a big, huge step for us. As we know, heritage tourism is one of the fastest growing in the country, and we want to be part of it. And so we want to make sure we do the right things, that we position ourselves properly, that we get the right funding, the right grants. And so I think I'm hoping that it's understood, instead of there's confusion, but that there's just a tremendous amount of desire to get the public to understand what we're trying to accomplish, and that the commissioners also get the benefit of understanding the different options, and that there's no vote is taken because we lack information, but when we take the vote, it's because we all feel comfortable that we have the right information to be able to proceed with that vote. Having said that, I don't know if there's any comments from, before we go into public comment, from the other commissioners, just to see where they're at and what kind of information they would like to see, or if they have a need to hear from Hardy Heck and Moore as well. So I leave it up to the other commissioners to see if there's any comments or additional comments that have been gained through this process. Commissioner Leon, would you like to comment?
You're muted, Commissioner.
You're muted, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. In looking at the new map and the inclusions and listening to our public, as you mentioned, I like this new plan. So this may influence some of your callers. It's a very good plan. As you said, this is one of the most important events that we have, and hopefully it'll influence our future insofar as attracting tourism to these sites. Very important. So thank you. And I'd like to thank Valerie for her presentation. I think it makes a huge difference in the direction that this court goes. So thank you, Judge.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. We really appreciate your comments. Commissioner Robinson, would you like to comment, please?
Judge, I'll hold my comments until after we hear from the public and the consultants.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Perez?
Thanks, Judge. We can hear public comment.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, Cesar, we're ready to move forward to public comment.
Thank you, Judge. We do have 16 members of the public that have signed up for public comment.
First person we have is Mr. Max Grossman.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dr. Grossman.
Speakers, I'd just like to remind you that you all have 5 minutes with the Commissioner's Court. You will be timed.
Okay,
and
Max Grossman here. Can you hear me?
That we do not want to interfere in any public comment, but just for the opportunity for people to be succinct when possible, and if there's something that another speaker has said, maybe make reference to it and not reiterate it if not necessary. I think we could be very efficient and yet very open to public comment, and we could move expeditiously, but in no way to interfere in your comments. So thank you for that. Go ahead, Dr. Grossman.
Yes, Max Grossman here. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
We sure can, Dr.
Judge and Commissioners, it's an honor to speak before you again. I'm representing Preservation Texas and the Trove Society, nonprofits focused on promoting historic preservation. And my boards can think of no better project than establishing 2 national historic districts in our urban core, one for downtown, one for Segundo Barrio. And I want to thank the commissioners for their remarks and the judge. Yes, there's nothing more important for El Paso than to get this right the first time. And I also want to thank Valerie Venecias, the Heritage Tourism Coordinator, as well as the Economic Development Chief, Andrea Atkins-Hutchins, and Betsy Keller, the Chief of the county, for overseeing this process, taking into account the opinions of local historians, of Paso del Sur, of the Diocese of El Paso, of the parish priest of Sacred Heart Church, as well as numerous independent historians, members of the public. All of us are important as well, of course, in helping to guide the process and to keep us on the right track. Option 3A is clearly the best option, and I'm just delighted to see that it has the backing of county staff. And if I'm understanding correctly, the backing of Commissioner Leon, and of course Commissioner Stout, and hopefully the judge. So this, of course, will go a long way toward promoting heritage tourism. And earlier concerns that maybe it would have been better for Sacred Heart and the surrounding area to be within the downtown National Register District. I think that we now understand that the tax credits are going to be available whichever side of the border Sacred Heart falls on, but that it is symbolically, historically, culturally critical that Sacred Heart and all of Western Segundo Barrio be included within a neighborhood that was established 135 years ago on July 25th, 1885, according to Dr. Romo's latest research. So all of that very important. Of course, the DMD and Tiers 5, which extend into Western Segundo Barrio, they can continue to function perfectly well within the context of that national overlay. There's no conflict. And of course, we now have had clarification. There's no question of duplication of boundaries between downtown and Segundo Barrio, no question of duplication of properties, no question of problems from the THC or HHM. I think that at this point, everybody has converged and we're all on the same page and on the same team. And I'm just delighted to see that. And I just want to say one last thing. In terms of heritage tourism, and we heard from the judge, yes, it's one of the fastest growing sectors, not only in the Texas economy, but in the American economy. It is just super important that Segundo Barrio be recognized as a unique and singular cultural and physical unit because its history is bound within its boundaries. And if we're going to promote Segundo Barrio at the level of the city, the county, the federal government, it really needs to be done right. It really needs to be within its correct boundaries. And all the historical markers, the strategies for walking tours, business development grants, everything else will be conducted within the context of a neighborhood that is properly framed within its historical and cultural borders. And of course, we've heard from members of the barrio, people who've grown up there, people who are from there. Ask any of them. We even heard it in a recent KTSM report. Where are you? And they will say Segundo Barrio, no matter where they are within those boundaries. What's the most important building? Sacred Heart Church. So I just want to express my gratitude to the Commissioner's Court as well as county staff for taking the time and effort to get this right. And I think option 3A is clearly acceptable to the community, to the historians, as well as to our government. Thank you all very much.
Dr. Grossman, thank you very much for your comments and for your direction on this as well. Thank you.
Next person we have is Ms. Salsa Chu. She's on.
Yes,
we can hear you.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for reconsidering our request to maintain the integrity of Segundo Barrio and this opportunity to speak. On behalf of Paso del Sur, I would like to respectfully remind this commission of the historic definitions of Segundo Barrio based on the research of Dr. David Romo, of course. Unfortunately, I will leave out most of his research due to the short period of time that I have at my disposal. So I will start then at the end of the 19th century. The first city of El Paso ordinance that defined the boundaries of the second ward was approved on July 25th, 1885. The El Paso City Directory set the limits of this district as follows. The second ward begins at the center line of El Paso Street to the middle of the Rio Grande, then southeasterly along the center of the river to the eastern boundary of the city, then north to Elm Street, produced to the center of Magoffin Avenue. Then renowned historians Mario Garcia in Desert Immigrants and Benjamin Marquez in Power and Politics in a Chicano Barrio included maps that confirm such boundaries and include Sacred Heart Church. So please refer to those two publications to acquaint yourself with the history of El Paso and also its religious communities, Catholic, but also Baptist. Now, in terms of multicultural roots, the Segundo Barrio has housed Mexican, African American, and European individuals and families, which have made deep contributions to the formation of the character of the barrio. And then fast forward between 1970 and 2006, the city of El Paso published several official studies and maps that clearly placed everything south of Paisano Street, west of Cotton to the Santa Fe Railroad yards, falling within the boundaries of South El Paso, Segundo Barrio. And of course, this included the area west of Stanton Street, where Sacred Heart is located. In spite of the boundaries set by contemporary and historic maps, in 2006, a secretive group of developers named the Paso del Norte Group, headed by Bill Sanders, Woody Hunt, and Paul Foster, created a map designed by a consultant firm from San Francisco, California, which renamed the historic heart of the Segundo Barrio, south of Paisano between Santa Fe and Stanton Street, as the Golden Horseshoe. The 2006 map was labeled not for distribution, and it envisioned the destruction of dozens of historically significant buildings and the displacement at the time of more than 1,800 Segundo Barrio residents. So now, this information is important in thinking about the boundaries of Segundo Barrio that are now being challenged. It addresses the inconsistencies between the historical data, the organic formation of Segundo Barrio, and the decision of an oligarchy arbitrarily dividing our communities for their own benefit. Again, we urge you to confirm the historical boundaries of Segundo Barrio as documented by historians in the same city of El Paso in different moments. and to keep its original map. It is not true that the mapping in federal registry does not affect local zoning. Google Maps is already defining it according to the horseshoe map of 2006, altering our organic and historical boundaries. Now, personalmente, viene a mi mente la disputa bíblica que dos mujeres presentaron en corte tratando de reclamar su maternidad sobre un niño. Salomón, el juez sabio, ordenó que cortaran en dos el pequeño infante y dieran a cada mujer la mitad del bebé. La verdadera madre gritó su dolor, viendo su hijo a la falsa mamá porque no quería ver a su hijo destrozado. Nosotros no queremos ver un segundo barrio dividido. No queremos que le arranque el corazón. Lo queremos vivo, entero y floreciendo en todo su esplendor. Los mismos recursos que se están solicitando para el centro histórico se pueden también solicitar para el segundo barrio. Por favor, mantengan nuestra identidad, nuestra cultura, nuestra comunidad viva y basada en verdades. Dejemos de mentir, dejemos de falsificar nuestro pasado. Muchas gracias, comisionada.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Dr. Chu. Go ahead, Miguel.
The next person we have is Oscar Martinez.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
This is Dr. Martinez.
Good morning. My name is Oscar J. Martinez. I'm a native of El Paso and a retired history professor from UTEP and the University of Arizona, and also author of numerous books on the history of the border area, including works on the history of Mexican Americans in El Paso. I'm also a coordinator of the Community First Coalition. I support option 3A with inclusion of Guillén School. And I want to thank Judge Samaniego and Commissioner Stout for their support of this particular option. I want to tell you that right now I'm updating one of my books that was published a few decades ago that focused on the progress of the local Mexican American community throughout the history of El Paso. The updated information in this book will concentrate on the current situation confronting local Mexican Americans. One of the themes in the book is local political leaders who have been supportive of the Mexican American community and those who have not. Unfortunately, in the last several years, we have seen a lack of support among a number of Mexican American elected officials on matters of great importance to Mexican Americans in this community. These and I'm talking about issues like Duranguito and the Mexican American Cultural Center. These officials will be judged appropriately by the people and by historians like myself for turning their backs on their community. Today, we face another issue of great importance to Mexican Americans, determining the boundaries of the Segundo Barrio Historical District. Because the Segundo Barrio is so central to the history, identity, and culture of Mexican Americans in El Paso, it is imperative that the correct boundaries be established by the Commissioner's Court. I have been mystified why 3 commissioners so far have been willing to divide Segundo Barrio. Why they have not recognized that Paisano Drive is the northern boundary of Segundo Barrio, extending all the way to the west, Santa Fe Street, and why they have not accepted that the downtown area is a totally separate entity from Segundo Barrio. Obviously, downtown has a much different character than Segundo Barrio, and its interests are fundamentally different. Placing Segundo Barrio in the downtown historical district not only is committing historical malpractice, this action takes away the ability of people in Segundo Barrio to define who they are, what they want to preserve, and what history they want to celebrate. This action eliminates the self-determination of people in Segundo Barrio and in a sense, makes them colonial subjects of the business interests that control downtown. I support the integrity of Segundo Barrio. I went to Sacred Heart School, which of course was situated next to Sacred Heart Church before it was closed many years ago. But the school building is still there. It remains a part of the church complex. In the 1950s and 1960s, every afternoon after school, when I walked across Paisano Drive on my way downtown where I sold newspapers, I knew that I had left Segundo Barrio and entered another part of El Paso, the downtown area. It was clear as daylight that I had left one world and entered another. As a scholar, professor, and author, I have always known that Segundo Barrio goes from Paisano Drive to the border. I don't know any historian who has defined the Segundo Barrio any differently. Commissioners Perez and Leon, what is keeping you from recognizing Paisano Drive as the northern border of Segundo Barrio? That is historical fact. That is the correct way of delimiting Segundo Barrio. If it is technicalities that you object to, that is legitimate, and I hope that these are worked out to your satisfaction. However, if it is other things that are driving you to divide Segundo Barrio, I urge you to put those aside and stand with the people. The interest of the people should come above any other interests. I would like to write in my book that you stood with the people of Segundo Barrio and not the opposite.
Time.
Commissioner Robinson, I am a constituent in your district and would like to ask you as well to support the people of Segundo Barrio. It's the right thing to do. Thank you for your attention.
Dr. Martinez, thank you very much. In a separate, I just want to take the opportunity for your career as a historian at UTEP. Just done a wonderful job, and we're very happy to have you continue to look at our history. So thank you very much, Dr. Martinez. A separate note, but I just wanted to take the opportunity to let you know that that you've done an amazing job in our history. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Next person we have is Carmen Rodriguez.
Mrs. Rodriguez, go ahead.
Good morning.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Go ahead, Mrs. Rodriguez. Good morning.
Yes, yes. Good morning. Being a native of El Paso, like other families, our family has strong ties to El Segundo Barrio. And I have had many clients from this area over the years. I just want to provide a little bit of background. We are seemingly close to a resolution here, but I think all of the comments have been very instructive, not only for now, but hopefully for the future as well. In 2006, I represented residents who were upset and literally distraught over the potential loss of their homes due to the attempt back then by Paso del Norte Group to convince them the Segundo Barrio should be a high-end commercial district rather than a residential neighborhood. We supported the community in their efforts to advocate against that plan, and thankfully, there was no need for legal proceedings. Once again, however, this idea comes forward in the process of defining the boundaries of the historical districts, which actually should be a simple, non-controversial administrative process. However, it has not been. When I looked at the map depicting the proposed district, I was reminded of political maps that are gerrymandered. As you know, gerrymandering is when a political group manipulates a voting district to create a result that favors one group or class and hurts the group who is against them. In the issue before us, it is unclear who is on the other side because no one has come forward publicly that I am aware of to support the alternative district. Usually these gerrymandered maps do not make sense for many reasons, and the same is true here. It is quite obvious that Segundo Barrio should not be divided, that it is and always has been one community that Sacred Heart and its parishioners must remain a part of it, and that to carve it out will only bring confusion, outrage, and continued divisions. In my opinion, we have had enough of these disruptive divisions. Let's work together to help Barrio residents live in tranquility and dignity, and let's work instead to improve neighborhood conditions. I want to thank you for reconsidering this item, and I urge you to vote for approval of Proposal 3A. Again, thank you for your service as elected officials, and I hope that we stay on the right track. Thank you very much.
Mrs. Rodriguez, thank you for your views and taking the time to contribute to this process. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Go ahead, Miguel.
Next person we have is Prince McKenzie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We sure can, Mr. McKenzie. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, for hearing and rehearing this issue. It is very important to me, and I think to most of the citizens of El Paso. I'm an art historian, a member of the County Historical Commission, and a retired curator from the City Department of Museums. I am a historian, the historian of the United Methodist Church, the El Paso district, which covers West Texas and southern New Mexico. I'm also a military historian, and I want to urge you to accept option 3A for a lot of important reasons. The entire Second Ward area, as we know it today, has a unique and very important cultural and social history. And I think that an option 3A would preserve the integrity of this area. Now, my family has been involved in the history of the Segundo Barrio since 1916. My relatives, my grandparents were victims of the Mexican Revolution, and they witnessed thousands of refugees who were settled in the Segundo Barrio, and a lot of that work was done by Father Carlos Pinto, who established 2 parish churches, Catholic churches in the area for the benefit of these people and the culture. In 1973, I wrote a biography of Father Carlos Pinto, and part of the text of that biography is cast in bronze, an historic marker that is located at the Pinto Housing Project. And without a doubt, he inspired a lot of people and helped to preserve the lives and culture of that area. My grandmother taught at Old Bowie High School, which is now Guillen School. And from that school, Company E, a Hispanic company of the 141st Infantry Regiment, served in several battles, lost many soldiers, and their actions led to the liberation of Rome in World War II. Now, those heroes were looked upon as great heroes for the entire area and Hispanics of all El Paso, but they came from the area of the Segundo Barrio, the entire area. Now, they inspired many other young men to join the armed forces, and so along came Staff Sergeant Ambrosio Guillen. He gave his life in 1953, fighting the Chinese in Korea, and his family received the Medal of Honor. That award was a great inspiration to all of the people of the Segundo Barrio, not one part of it or another part of it. And that military involvement has inspired Hispanic men and women today, serving in the military and in public service. I wrote a biography of Ambrosio Guillen, and that biography was, part of the text of that was cast in 2 historic markers which are in the district on buildings that bear his name. Now, I am the district historian for the United Methodist Church, and the church has been involved since 1893 in the social and cultural development of the area. The Freeman Clinic and the Newark Hospital served hundreds of young families with medical services and social services. You can read more about that in the State Historic Marker, which our County Historic Commission erected on the corner of Hills and Father Rom Street. The Lydia Patterson Institute just celebrated its centennial last year. It is supported by the United Methodist Church, and hundreds of graduates have been accepted in universities all over the United States. As the director of the Railroad Museum, we teach safety programs in the area to children, especially the children, but also to adults, because the area is surrounded on three sides by train yards, which are very dangerous and leads to a lot of deaths. Now, as an art historian, I have to say that 3 books were published, 3 very important books on the murals of the barrio and this rich cultural, American culture, Hispanic culture, culture of the Americas, and the Segundo Barrio is unique in that it has a lot of great art on murals in the fulfilling the rich
Time.
Mexican tradition. So I urge you to please consider option 3A and respect the cultural integrity of this unique area. Thank you.
Mr. McKenzie, thank you very much. It's quite an honor to have you on board. Thank you for everything that you've done. Once again, as a site opportunity, we don't have, this forum is excellent to recognize people like yourself and everything that you've done for the community. Thank you for all the history that you bring forth. So thank you very much for participating in today's process of trying to get to the right conclusion. So thank you, Mr. McKenzie.
You're welcome.
Next,
Go ahead, Miguel.
Next person we have is Simon Chandler.
Yeah, good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
Good
Mr.
morning,
Chandler, go ahead.
Commissioners. My name is Simon Chandler. I appreciate having the chance to give my comments today and also to listen to the other public speakers. Despite my strong British accent, I've been a resident of the community for about 29 years. I am the director and founder of Segundo Barrio Football Club, and I also work for El Paso ISD Community Schools program, which is based at the campuses in Segundo Barrio. So I appreciate the county commission re-looking at this, re-looking at the maps, and I very strongly advocate for option 3A. That respects the historic boundaries of the community, that includes Sacred Heart and a number of other very important buildings as well. And in the past week or so, I've had the opportunity to talk to community members, also members of the neighborhood association, Southside Neighborhood Association, Chuahuita, and I think everybody is pretty much in agreement that they want the historic boundaries of the community to be respected. I also want to strongly encourage Guillen Middle School to be included, like a number of other people have mentioned. The site of the original Bowie High School is coming up on its 100th year anniversary. And for the past year, I've been working very closely with Mr. Osvaldo Velez, who's the head custodian at Guillen Middle School and also the former president of the Southside Neighborhood Association. And we recently submitted an application to have a Texas historical marker erected there. We work very closely with Janine Young, who's on the County Historical Commission. And I think it's very important that Guillen, and obviously at one point Bowie be included in the map and in the boundaries, because it plays a very important role in the community. So anyway, I'm very happy to hear that the county commissioners are reconsidering the vote from last week, and I think that option 3A looks like a very good option. I hope that will pass the vote this morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Thank you for your views and your time. Go ahead, Miguel.
Next person we have is Yolanda Chavez. Go ahead, Yolanda.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Good
go ahead.
morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Good morning, Judge and Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Yolanda Chavez
Good morning.
Leiva, and I come to you today, good morning, as both a historian and a descendant of a family who lived in El Segundo when we first came to the U.S. a century ago. The only photo of my mother as a child was taken in front of a tenement in the Second Ward. My aunt was married in Sacred Heart Church in 1926. My grandmother died in El Segundo in 1927, followed by her toddler son the next year. On Sunday drives, my parents would take me there so my mother could remember her childhood. She attended Aoy, and when that became too crowded, she was moved to the brand new Bowie Elementary School, later Bowie High School, now Guillen Middle School. I represent many people in El Paso and across the nation who have a connection to El Segundo Barrio. In addition, my professional work as a historian has focused on El Segundo for many years. Artificially cutting off part of the most historically significant section of El Segundo will disconnect the histories of the diverse peoples who made El Segundo one of the most significant barrios in the United States. In the past few weeks, you've heard from El Pasoans about the significance of Sacred Heart Church and keeping it in El Segundo. The area around the church is also important and has been home to many groups. While we typically think of El Segundo as being Mexican-American, it was also home to an African-American community, with the first Black church in El Paso, the Second Baptist Church, only 6 blocks from Sacred Heart. The corner of 3rd and South Oregon was once a Chinese-owned business. The Mexican Preparatory School was there. Lebanese immigrants lived there and built businesses. In 1921, the Robert Krakauer Memorial was completed on South Oregon as a memorial to the late son of Adolf Krakauer, a Bavarian Jewish immigrant who came to El Paso in 1875 when our population was 100. By dividing El Segundo into two, these rich histories would be ripped from their true context. And I appreciate greatly that you are reconsidering the boundaries of El Segundo. And I urge you, Judge and Commissioners, to maintain the integrity of the barrio's boundaries by voting for option 3A. And I thank you very much for your attention this morning.
Hold on, we lost Judge someone. I'm gonna call him back.
Okay.
He'll have quorum. Getting a no response from Judge Samaniego. We still have Commissioner Leon, Commissioner Stout, Commissioner Perez on the phone, and Commissioner Robinson on the phone. Leon or Stout,
Yeah.
should I proceed with the next one?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. The next person we have is John Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, this is the public comment. You can address the commissioners.
Yes, hello, Judge Samaniego and commissioners. Can you hear me all right, please?
You are on the air. They can hear you.
Very good. My name is John Hamilton. I am a former command historian for the Air Defense Artillery on Fort Bliss, and my last job before I retired in 2017 was director of 1st Armored Division in Fort Bliss Museum. We are supporting, my family and I are supporting option 3A. We think that this effectively gathers in all of the area that could be part of the boundary here for this study. And we think that the cost is minimal enough. I think that it's fully justified in terms of trying to capture everything that we want to capture there. My wife and family and I are eco and heritage tourists, and we have visited many places. In some places we visited that were very exciting to us, and then we'd come back some years later and found out that some of the things that we wanted to see were gone. So I think this makes sense. I won't take much more of the time, and I would request that the County Commission vote for option 3A. And that concludes everything I have to say.
Okay, thank you, sir. Miguel, can we have the next one, please?
Yes, placing the call with Rene Fierro. Stand by. Call is going out.
Bueno.
¿Está René Fierro?
¿Quién?
¿René Fierro?
No, está equivocado, joven.
Placing
Miguel, if that was the wrong number, can we go to the next caller?
Yes. I'm going to place a call with Gregory Smith.
Hi, this is Gregory Smith. I'm actually
in some sort of queue
in this meeting, so I don't need to be called.
Okay. Do you want to address the commissioners? Go ahead, Gregory.
Hi, this is Gregory Smith with the Texas Historical Commission. As I'm in the Teams meeting, I'm not going to be speaking at this time as part of the public comment.
Okay, thank you, sir. Miguel, can we go to the next caller?
Next person is Cito Negron, standing by, placing the call. And Mr. Negron, go ahead.
Hi there. Am I on the line?
Yes, you
So
are.
I
We
can
can
ignore
hear
this
you.
other call coming.
We can
Okay,
hear you.
thank you very much. I'll make this brief. Y'all have heard some great comments today. Very much appreciate
Hi, Cito Negron. Please leave a message. I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Well, I guess this will be recorded for posterity.
Please
Go ahead.
Okay, am I on?
Yes, you're good.
Thank you very much. Okay, so thanks to the Commissioners Court for willingness to continue engaging this conversation, especially after hearing from so many people in the community, and especially to Commissioner Stout for his leadership, and to County Judge Samaniego as well for their leadership, and to all the advocates who have worked so hard, not only over the years, but also, you know, in the last couple of weeks as this has come before the court. I very much appreciated the comments about neighborhoods. A great city is made up of great neighborhoods, and that's all the way from the Mission Valley to the Northeast, to the mountains, to the river. And the neighborhoods surrounding downtown are no less important. In fact, one could consider them as important, if not more so, in the context of the economic development and the opportunities for heritage tourism. And so to recognize Segundo as a distinct neighborhood, the entire thing is a very huge, momentous decision, and it speaks very well of the commissioners for listening to the community. So that's all I have to say. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Negron.
Next person is
Miguel, can we have the next one?
Osvaldo Perez.
Miguel, I'm back on by cell or by phone. I did hear everything. I apologize. I wasn't able to comment, but please go on. I'm back on.
Got it. Okay. Next person
on by.
is Osvaldo Perez.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Perez.
Yes. Hi, my name is Osvaldo Vélez. I'm a head custodian here at Guillen Middle School. Also, I was former president of the Southside Neighborhood Association. I just called briefly just to say that I'm in support of plan option 3A. And also to tell you that Guillen is part of the Segundo Barrio, and Segundo Barrio is part of Guillen. I guess everybody knows that. I'm not trying to give you any history. I guess many historians have called. They already told you the history of it. But I'm in real support of that. I'm in real support of Sacred Heart being part of this option too. And just remember that we're the second historic community here in El Paso. And thank you for listening. And thank you very much, commissioners and judge.
No, thank you. Thank you for your comments and time. Really appreciate your views on this matter. Thank you so much. Thank you. Miguel?
Next person we have is Mr. Mark Calamia.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
We can, Doc. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Judge Samaniego and commissioners. I have spoken in 3 other instances about this issue here, and I would like to share a perspective here as, again, somebody who's a citizen, a concerned citizen of El Paso, a member of the County Historical Commission, and who works for the National Park Service. It was brought out earlier in the discussion that the National Park Service is concerned about cultural significance and character of neighborhoods. And I would add to that, certainly looking at these large districts more as a cultural landscape as well. Indeed, Segundo Barrio fits those criteria. I would like, with all that's been said, I would like to back up just a little bit, and I'd like to share some information from a letter that was sent to the Commissioner's Court, and it was widely distributed. And it's by a architectural historian at Fort Bliss, and he's also chair of the El Paso Landmark Commission, and that's Mr. Donald J. Savigny. He makes some wonderful comments in his letter and observations that I think deserve to be heard here towards the end of this public comment period about Segundo Barrio. And so I will share sections of that letter, quotes, since I've already shared a lot about my own family history is rooted in part in Segundo Barrio, with my great-grandfather establishing a grocery store as an immigrant from Sicily. My grandfather lived there with my grandmother and raised my father. In his formative years, he went to school there and attended Sacred Heart. So, but this fact of the importance of Segundo Barrio, the fact that it is fundamentally different. And I'm going to read, quote from sections of his letter now. The proposed downtown historic district is defined by tall office buildings rooted in the ideals of Chicago's Lewis, Sullivan, and Banks, adorned in eclectic revival styles reflecting the stylistic roots of Europe. Segundo Barrio is fundamentally different. It grew organically over generations of immigrant families and individuals coming and going through the neighborhood. The fact that adobe construction is still in this part of the city is phenomenal. These buildings are leagues better than any of the old town tourist sites peppered across the Sun Belt and should be recognized and honored for their resilience. The same is true for the intangible heritage of Segundo Barrio. The traditions and culture of the neighborhood are incredibly rare in today's society. Across the country, close-knit neighborhoods like Segundo Barrio disappeared through unregulated urban renewal, interstate highway expansion, and the gradual decline of compact downtowns in favor of home ownership in the suburbs. The local cultures disappeared when these neighborhoods were demolished. Despite these national trends, Segundo Barrio remains strong. A historic district should be formed to help protect the strengths this community already embodies instead of encouraging outside investors to recklessly gentrify the neighborhood. Now, he goes on to share in his letter about the fact that the consultant, Harding, Heck, and Moore, were brought in and they did their survey, they did their public outreach. But the fact of the matter is that they are an outside group. They have their marching orders. They did what they were told to do. They got paid. But we have to understand that the comments from the community stakeholders, and I'm quoting the letter now, are more valuable than a firm that has no long-term interest in the local community after the project is completed. The community stakeholders, not the consulting firm, will be directly impacted by your decisions today, the 29th of June. So with that, I encourage you to seriously consider what Mr. Seveni has shared in his letter, as well as what all the other concerned citizens have shared today, especially those from Segundo Barrio, in voting for option 3A with the inclusion later of Guillen Middle School.
Time.
And I want to thank all of you for your time in considering these comments as well as the technical presentations that were heard here and in the previous weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Calamia. One more excellent historian in the midst of all these comments. So thank you very much, not only for your comments, but your work on the historical area and your support that we've had throughout the years. Thank you, Mr. Calamia.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Miguel?
Placing the call with Mr. Bernie Sargent.
Hello?
Is Bernie Sargent?
No, this is Melissa Sargent. Can I help you?
Yes, Mr. Bernie Sargent had signed up for public comment for Commissioner's Court.
Oh, yes. He called on, oh, okay. You called on my cell phone. Okay. Is he need to stay on this line or? Hi there. This is Melissa and Bernie Sargent's phone and also the phone for our company border group.
Melissa, is he available there? He could just pick up the call, or do we call him at a different number?
You need to call him at a different number. You've got my cell phone number. I don't know how that happened. You can call him. Is anybody there can write this down?
Yes.
Yeah, very quickly, and then we'll move on, Miguel, and then you could coordinate that call.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Moving
Miguel,
on to
go
the
ahead
next
and move on
person. It was Renee,
and have
Renee
someone
Fierro.
call her directly and
Yes.
get that number.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Miguel.
Renee, next person is Mr. Renee Fierro.
Go ahead, Mr. Fierro.
Hello?
Hello, Renee. This is the Commissioner's
Can you hear
Court.
me?
Go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead,
thank
Mr.
you.
Fierro.
So my name is Rene Fierro, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I want to thank County Judge Samaniego, and I agree with him fully that this is a cumbersome process, but it's better to take the extra steps and do things the right way, because Segundo Barrio is so important to El Paso and its history. And history is not aesthetic, it is not art. History is not always pleasant and sometimes painful. History is all that happened and only what happened, and we shouldn't try to change that. Segundo Barrio is no different, and its history is not always glamorous or glorious. The Segundo Barrio may not be as glamorous or glorious as downtown. Its buildings not of the same scale. But that should have been an easy distinction to make when deciding if the two areas should belong in two separate historic districts. The story of Segundo Barrio is not of the haves, but of the have-nots. Segundo Barrio has served as a starting point for many immigrants who enter the country searching for the American dream. And although the international bridges adjacent to Segundo will not be a part of the historical district, they do serve as an important symbol to educate people about the significance of the neighborhood as an immigrant dropping point when people would arrive from Mexico. We must recognize that this area of Segundo Barrio is essential to the history of Segundo Barrio. And for whatever reason, the consultants recommended that Segundo Barrio be divided into two sections, with one going into the downtown district. However, it's not confusing when you consider the history of Segundo, and that Paisano acted essentially as a red line, and that people were allowed to live in Segundo so that they would not live in downtown. And for that reason, Segundo Barrio is not part of downtown, and downtown is not part of Segundo. And the reasons the county commissioners have given or indicated to divide Segundo is to give it the best chance to be granted a historic designation. But I disagree, because what good is a historic designation if the history included within it is wrong and is written wrong by design? That is intellectual dishonesty. And I don't believe anybody believes that downtown needs Segundo Barrio to earn a historic designation. I believe downtown has enough sufficient history on its own to earn a historic designation. I believe the decision to divide Segundo Barrio injures and harms the potential for it to get a historical designation, because it would be lacking its most iconic building, the Sacred Hearts Church. And so we must recognize the importance of accurately recording history and how it is aggrandized or diminished. And this is as close to as a red line as we will see in the year 2020, and we need to stop this before history treats us with the same contempt as it has other societies who helped create neighborhoods like Segundo in the past. On the horizon, we will have to keep a careful eye out on the area as the conditions for gentrification are present. Many of the buildings can be improved, and it is understandable that people would want to do so. However, we must keep in mind that many of the people living in Segundo Barrio cannot afford better accommodations. They live happily and humbly within their means. Downtown now offers more for people who can afford it and pay, but by reducing the number of low-income housing units in the area can have a calamitous effect, even causing housing insecurity. And even when the government is able to provide subsidized housing for individuals or their incomes allow them to establish a homestead elsewhere, sometimes things like a criminal record or their immigrant documentation status presents an impediment to those opportunities. And we must recognize the people that are on the fringes of society and the vulnerable and the refuge that Segundo Barrio has traditionally offered them. Thank you for your time, and I hope that the Commissioners Court will vote in support of option 3A. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Fierro. Really appreciate your time, your views, and your attention to this important topic. Thank you very much.
Okay, placing the call with Bernie Sargent again.
Thank you for calling. Please press 1 to connect your call.
Oh, it's not going through. Placing the call with Mirna Aho.
Who are you calling?
Mirna Aho. Mirna Aho.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't hear that. Thank you.
Hola, deja tu mensaje.
Okay, placing the call with Miguel Juarez.
Go ahead. Mr. Juarez, go ahead.
Oh, the call's going out.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Miguel.
Please leave your message for 9152021.
It appears that Mr. Sargent called back in, so I'm going to dial. I'm going to bring him up.
Okay, thank you, Miguel.
Mr. Sargent?
Am I there now?
Now you're there. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead,
My
Mr.
apologies
Sargent.
for the confusion.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Bernie Sargent, and I'm calling in to express mine and many of my friends and fellow heritage and tourism's enthusiast support of the county. First of all, I just want to say, David, good luck on your procedure tomorrow. You and your dad, you're in our prayers, and Carl, our prayers for speedy recovery from your little infirmity that you've had. Now, I would like to say I was only able to share my thoughts by mail or email during the past meetings as it pertains to the National Historic District boundaries. Today I made sure that my calendar was open so that I might weigh in on these discussions and the importance of the counties moving forward with the survey work. Since moving my family to El Paso over 33 years ago, I have been honored to serve on 28 different boards and commissions. I presently am either chair, president, or board member on 9 boards. Nearly every board and or commission was and is historical, cultural, or heritage-related, and most proud to be part of that. I also have participated in at least a half a dozen surveys with the city, most of which are sitting somewhere on a shelf only partially completed or never even acted upon. Sharing the story of El Paso on the radio and TV has opened the eyes of many and has provided me an opportunity to meet personally with residents of Segundo Barrio, Chihuahuita, Duranguito, the Mission Valley, and every community in North Valley to hear about their family's history. Now, one such individual and a true hero of World War I, the most decorated soldier from Texas and perhaps the United States, Marcelino Serna, served as a Boy Scout leader in 1922 at Sacred Heart Church. Just another one of the many stories from that wonderful area. The National Historic District being voted on today will, in my mind, build on these hundreds of addresses' history for generations of children to enjoy and learn from. I commend the county for being so proactive, and now that the first phase is finished, I encourage a more inclusive phase 2 with the approval of option 3A, which incidentally during the recent conversations I had was not opposed by the Downtown Management District. Thank you very much for your time and consideration and for all the folks that have weighed in on this very important matter.
Mr. Bernie Sargent, thank you very much, and thank you for your continued service to history and all the other boards and community service that you have provided. So you're one more amazing historian, and also thank you for your emails that have given me direction and understanding at a broader scale. So thank you very much for that continued support. Thank you.
It's my honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Finally, Judge, we have Miguel Juarez. He's back on the line. Juarez?
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm here today as a former resident, as a local historian and history educator. I'm also here to represent the endless efforts and campaigns many of us have been involved in the past and today to defend and preserve our history and culture. As I shared with you last week, I was born and raised in Segundo Barrio, but I was also baptized at Sacred Heart Church. Last week, I also spoke about the African-American community. As the previous caller stated, Segundo Barrio was redlined. It was redlined in 1933, not because of the Latino or Mexican-American population. It was redlined because of the presence of African-Americans. Redlining was a national endeavor by the Homeowners Loan Corporation, which went around the country to evaluate loan risk based on African-American presence in those neighborhoods. As other callers have stated, the building and Sacred Heart Church, or the buildings that are on Sacred Heart Church, are important. I'm not sure if Greg Smith or all of you know this, but the Sacred Heart Gym was the site of the 1972 La Raza Unida Convention, which was an attempt to create a third political party as an alternate to both the Democratic and Republican parties. The gym was used as a site for over 4,000 delegates from throughout the country who came to El Paso to caucus, and the assembly itself was held at the El Paso County Coliseum. I don't know if you knew that. We need plaques at those sites, but also at the County Coliseum. In 2012, we celebrated the 40th anniversary of the convention over a 4-day period, which brought many people to El Paso. Individuals like Jose Ángel Gutierrez, Reyes Lopez Tijerina, who was still alive, filmmaker Jesus Trevino, and other national and regional Chicana figures attended this anniversary. In addition, as Chris McKenzie has mentioned, the murals of Segundo Barrio are important. In 1997, I published a book on El Paso's murals with Cynthia Weber Farah, and we documented over 200 murals throughout the city, with Segundo Barrio having a quarter of those murals. Segundo Barrio murals were painted by important artists like the late Felipe Adame, who also painted murals in Chicano Park in San Diego, which is a historical district in itself. Segundo Barrio has been the home of numerous other artists. Gaspar Enriquez is one person. The late World War II veteran Ernesto Martinez, who has since passed. Educator Lupe Lorenberg, who was Hel Marcus's art teacher, and many others who educated hundreds of artists in our city. Thank you for revisiting this important issue and creating option 3, which, like many other people have called in, is a better choice. I do think Guillen needs to be included, not only Latinos, but numerous prominent African Americans attended Bowie High School, like Nolan Richardson and many others. Thank you.
Dr. Juarez, thank you very much for your insight and your continued passion for history in El Paso and Chicano history as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Juarez.
Okay, thank you.
That's it, Judge.
Miguel?
No, that's all we have.
That was the last caller, Miguel?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, well, just a quick comment. As you could see, some incredible individuals that, and I've said on a separate note, of course, but we've just had some incredible contributors to history, to, I'm hoping that it gives us the insight and the information that is needed to make the right decision. And so just I'm very pleased that the opportunity and the commissioners wanting to hear the process and bringing it back. So it's also a reflection of the entire Commissioners Court, not just Stout and myself, that they're willing to hear and to hear public comments and to try to understand the situation. So my hats off as always to Commissioners Court and their effort to do the right thing. Commissioner Stout, do you want to comment, and then we'll move towards the vote?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank very quickly all of the folks that called in to share their opinions. I think that it's very important to hear from the public on these issues, and you know, we've definitely done so in the past and will continue to do so, and so I appreciate every last one of you making your voice heard and letting the Commissioners Court know how you feel about this. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to make a motion to move. I'm sorry, I'd like to make a motion to move on that option as presented by Economic Development.
Judge, hi. This is Chris. Hi, Judge. This is Christina Santos, Assistant County Attorney. So
what I understand that you want to do is you don't want to go forward then with option 2. So if it's my recommendation then, in order to make this clean and understandable, the action that the court is taking, what you would first need to do is make a motion to rescind the action that was taken by the Commissioners Court on Monday, June the 15th, regarding item number 19, to sign the contract with Hardy Heckamore with the selection of option 2. And so by doing that, you are rescinding that vote, because I understand you want to move to approve the option that was presented today. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct. So I would like to make a move to rescind
Thank you.
the, okay,
Second.
thank you. Go ahead, Cesar.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Judge, if you allow me to make a few comments before I vote.
Absolutely, absolutely, Commissioner. Go ahead.
First of all, from my standpoint, from my point of view, there was never any intent, any discussion that we had, or that I had with anyone, that indicated that we were trying to divide the community. I never had that discussion with anyone, and no one ever indicated that to me, that there was any intent to divide the Cundabar in any manner. Comments were made. First of all, second of all, what I heard today, I didn't hear the first time we voted on this item. We had staff made a presentation. We had a consultant that made a recommendation based on the information that was provided by the staff and the consultant, which we paid a lot of money to do this study for. That's the basis for my decision to vote the way I voted. There was never any intent on my part to go outside the boundaries, I guess you might say, or not to do the right thing, as people say. So I guess the question was, some people say, what's the right thing? For me, for the way I voted, based on the information I had, that was the right thing to do. Based on what I hear today, that may change things. It has changed things. So I did not hear the comments of the presentation as far as to the point of being from a historical standpoint, from a technical standpoint, as far as the presentation. Well, let me just put it this way: the presentation that I heard the first week we voted on this item, and more so the presentation that I heard last week when we had a map that was haphazardly put together, that was very disappointing to me, highly disappointing to me. So it did not give me any indication to sway my vote to change from the way I voted initially. Thus, here we are today. I'm pleasantly pleased to hear what I heard today, because had I heard the same thing that today that I heard last week, it wouldn't have changed my opinion in any manner. Not to say that I did not. No one. There are very few people. I would probably say maybe 3 people reached out to me directly in regards to this issue, as far as me voting for option 3 as opposed to voting for option 2. But once again, what I heard today compared to what I heard last week is a difference of night and day. So in that regard, I'll vote with the option that was put on the table. We're voting to rescind option 2. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, sir.
We were rescinding last.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Well, in that regard, I vote aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson, and also thank you for the additional effort to participate today. Really appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Okay,
now
Judge
I do make
Christina Sanchez.
Now I can make the motion,
Yes.
Christina?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
so
so
what
I
I'm
make the
hearing,
motion
at
to
least, wait.
go.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead and read the motion as you see it fit, Christina, so that I can make a motion to do it with your wording. Thank you.
Okay, Judge, from what I understood your comments earlier today, you wanted to make a motion to move forward with the selection of option 3. And so if that's the case, my recommendation for the motion would be to approve and authorize the county judge to negotiate and sign a contract for professional services for historical and architectural survey for the county of El Paso with Hardy Heck and Moore, DBA HHM Inc. for completion of a National Register Historic District nomination for Segundo Barrio. And to select option 3 as reflected in the green boundary outline in the backup. Is that correct, Judge? Does that sound right?
Commissioner Stout, are we okay with that? Because we had a different.
Yeah, it would be option 3A, which is what is found within the green outline, and adding Guillen School in addition, and that would take care of it.
Yeah, that's what we understand, yes, Christine. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So
yes,
I make
sir. That
motion
reflects
as stated by Christina.
Yes. So
Second.
Judge, if I could just clarify, so that would be the motion, but what this means, because I understand we're on a deadline to get this signed and done by July the 1st, is this item will not be brought back to the court for the well, you're approving the final agreement of that amendment of what it'll look like. And so it'll show the new boundary, and then it'll show, I believe there's a little bit of a cost difference, but that's what will be reflective. If Valerie, you can if you can put on the record how much that difference is. I think it was like about 5,000, if I'm not mistaken.
6,000.
That is correct. It's $5,659.20, and with the court's approval, that will bring the total contract amount to $49,824.48 altogether.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you, Judge. That's your motion, Judge.
So that'll be my motion as read. Thank you.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Commissioner Perez.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Again, thank you all very much for all of the work that's been put into this. I'm glad that we're looking at moving forward. Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
And once again, thank you. A lot of work, a lot of moving parts, and but I really believe that there's some some items that we need unanimous, and this is one of them that shows the full support of the court as we move forward. And I can guarantee you it was just a lack of information to get everybody on board, and I'm glad, because if there hadn't been that resistance, we wouldn't have heard the other comments, and I think the commissioners wouldn't have felt they had all the information they needed. So once again, it's a pleasure to be in this court, and I vote aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judge and Commissioners. We greatly appreciate your hearing this out. Third time's a charm, and we're just so happy to move forward with this honor on behalf of both downtown and Segundo Barrio. Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you to Mr. Greg Smith from the THC for calling in to be available, as well as Miss Emily Payne from HHM for being on the line as well and making herself available. Looking forward to continue to working with HHM and the THC to get this thing done. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Go ahead, Cesar.
Judge, would you like to continue with the regular order now, or is there another item that you'd like to pull up from the agenda?
Well, we've agreed to take a break at 12 or 12:15 for 45 minutes. And so unless Betsy, you have any, or Joel, I'm sorry, if you have any reason to wait or go further a little bit and then take lunch, but we have done very well by taking lunch appropriately at 12:15.
It's a good time for a break, Judge.
Oh, great. Okay, so we'll be back at 1 o'clock, Cesar.
Okay. Then Commissioner's Court is in recess. We will be back at 1 o'clock.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Okay, we're up. Go ahead, Cesar.
Thank you. Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Judge, would you like to pick up where we left off, or do you have another item that you'd like to start with?
Well, no, I just need to have Chief Rodriguez and if available, Dr. Ocaranza go next, independent of what follows. They've been waiting, so if we could go with them first.
Okay. We also have ESD number 1 standing by on the line. If you like, we can take item number 9, and then if we can take the ESD item. Would that be okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Hi, I'm sorry, Cesar. This is Christina. We're going with the ballot and mail services agreement, item number 9.
I'm sorry. We're actually going with the Dr. Ocaranza is here for item number 13.
Okay, so we're starting up with item 13.
Right, exactly. Item number 13, and then we will go on to item 29, and then we can go back up to the election services. Okay, so item number 13, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Okay, Judge, we wanted to go ahead and have Dr. Ocaranza give his update.
Perfect.
Okay, Dr. O, you're on.
Throw the civil. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge, Commissioners. I had a presentation ready for you, and it's going to be a little bit more comprehensive than the previous reports that we have been giving. This to inform the court and also the public as the numbers and the statistics that we have seen in regards to COVID-19. Next slide, please. This slide represents the green bar is the positive cases that we had in the county, and the blue bar is what we have seen in the county historically. As we can see, mainly the population in the county and the city are young population, even though we're grouping from 18 to 64, but mainly the population in the county and the city are considered a young population, being also the infants a small proportion of the population, but also in the older people is also a small proportion of the population in the county. Next slide, please. The ratio compared between male and female and the way that it has affected the COVID-19, it has been basically the same. Positive cases between males and females are about the same compared to what we've seen in the population in the county. Next slide, please. And the race in the county is predominantly Hispanic, but we have some other races and ethnicities, African American, white population, that we also have presence in El Paso, but because we're considered a minority, majority of minority population, being Hispanic the most prevalent ethnicity that we have here in El Paso, we need to be extremely careful because we've seen historically around the country that minority groups can be affected in a larger proportion compared to other races. Next slide, please. As far as the health indicators that we have, I want you to put attention on the far right, and the column that says no insurance. It is important to mention that the lack of medical insurance is a problem that we have for many, many years. That also is a social determinant of health, because people that don't have insurance or any other coverage is sometimes prohibited for them to care for themselves in chronic conditions. It is hard for them to
go to the physician, to go to other health clinics, even though we have some federally qualified health centers, FQHCs, and other clinics where they have a sliding scale. But many people in the county go to Juarez for their medical needs.
We lost your audio, doctor?
I'm sorry.
There.
So they can continue controlling their chronic conditions. So high blood pressure and diabetes are one of the most prevalent conditions that we have. Those, if we don't control them the right way, can lead to severe complications, meaning stroke, end-stage renal disease, and those are the things that also are quite prevalent in our county. Next slide, please. As we can see in this graph, the comorbidities, there's people that have only one, but unfortunately, there's people that have more than one comorbidity, meaning more than one medical condition. Unfortunately, the more medical conditions, also the higher the risk of developing complications, and not only for just COVID-19, but for many other diseases, considerably infectious diseases or other chronic conditions that can be exacerbated by the other condition not being very well controlled. What we have seen is that about a third of the cases of COVID-19 are people that have any kind of comorbidity. Next slide, please. This is a little bit busy slide, but it's the health indicators and comorbidities and how it has been affected the people of our community. Again, hypertension and diabetes are one of the most prevalent ones that we have seen, not only just for the infection, but also for the death that we're going to be touching a little bit ahead. Next slide, please. The source of infection continues to be in the vast majority by close contact. Initially, when we were, before we started the mitigation phase, we know that the travel history was extremely important. And in that phase of containment, that was the main reason why people would bring the virus to our community, meaning that we were importing all those positive cases. But now that we have community spread, that's one of the most common ways of transmission. And hence the message that we've been giving to the community about the gatherings. Gatherings doesn't have to be large gatherings. Even gatherings with extended family can lead to infection, especially among those that are considered to be high risk. Next slide, please. Our positivity rate that we have seen in El Paso with the testing, this is a cumulative positivity rate that we've also published in the website epstrong.org, where we have seen that it has stabilized over time in the cumulative, but when we examine that on a weekly basis, we see that it has steadily increased with the number of positive cases that we have seen. We continue aggressively testing the community and make it accessible to the people, even in the county areas where we knew that it was difficult for them to have a ride and go to those testing facilities. But with the help of the Texas Military Department, it has made possible to establish some of those testing sites in the county areas. And Chief Rodriguez is going to talk a little more in detail about the testing. Next slide, please. As we can see here, the positivity rate on the weekly average, we can see that it has steadily increased, and we are shy of the 10%, which is our threshold to be very concerned. We will continue our preventive message on the population as how to prevent the infection, how we're going to be able to control the spread of the disease. And it's not just by being outside, because we all want to have a normal life or life back to normal, but we need to understand that life is not back to normal that we used to have before. We need to adjust to a new normal. Next slide, please. On the total cases, we need to update this graph. We continue seeing a rise in the cases, and the forecasting can be very wide as the number of cases, but it's up to us to control that and also decrease the rate at which we're seeing the increase on the positive cases. Next slide, please. The rolling average on the positive cases has been continued to increase, and we've seen within the last week and a half that there's a steady increase on the positive cases. When we standardize on the rolling average, we do a 7-day rolling average on the cases, and that's a way to compensate for those valleys that we can see from the weekends, especially because on the weekends many people don't do much testing. But we can see that that it has increased. We had a valley about 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, but now, unfortunately, we see an increase on those cases. Next slide. The doubling rate has continued to increase, and that is a good thing, but hopefully we continue seeing an increase in the doubling rate, because that can tell us that it's taking longer and longer to accumulate those positive cases, meaning if we have a decrease in the doubling rate, we have an increase in the transmission. Next slide, please. Looking at the positive cases, we also are very concerned with clusters. Cluster, we consider 2 or more cases in a particular facility, and as we see the correctional facilities and facilities that care for the elder, that's where we've seen a large number of positive cases in residents or the staff. We have other businesses, and we continue classifying those clusters to make it easy to understand that any place of business can lead to a cluster or several cases that are positive infected within the same facility. Next slide, please. With this, we see the active cases, total cases, recovered cases, and deaths per zip code. We try to put most of the zip codes here, and even though it's a busy graph, but we can see that there's some areas that might have initially some more total cases, some other areas doesn't have that many cases, but communities in the county, since they're small communities, it can have a big impact even by having a small number of positive cases, because as mentioned before, since the community is not very large, it can have a larger impact, especially for those that have chronic conditions, those that cannot control it very well because of their lack of resources to provide the medications, go seek medical care, and also that we have multi-generational households, especially in those rural areas of the county. Next slide, please. One topic that we are concerned is the asymptomatic ones. If we see here, 1/4 of the positive cases that we have in El Paso are asymptomatic, and those cases can still infect other people. So we cannot be sure that because we don't have any symptoms, our family is going to be safe. We need to care ourselves very carefully, continue wearing our face mask, washing our hands, especially when we're going back home, if we have any parent, if we have any other significant or relative, a loved one that have any chronic condition and is up in age. Next slide, please. The asymptomatic cases by age, this is very significant because during the last week, we saw that about 50% of the positive cases that we had in El Paso were between people that were between 20s and 30s. And if we see this graph, the people that are in the 20s and 30s are a good number of people that are also present as asymptomatic. So by going to public places with many other people, they're going to be infecting others, and that's how the transmission starts increasing, and the spread of the virus can create a bigger problem. Next slide, please. Hopefully we can see, because it's an interactive map where you can start seeing the red dots, and those are positive cases, how they start populating throughout the county. And as the cases light up, also some of the recovered ones start turning off, but we see how it had spread throughout the county without sparing any areas. Next slide, please. On the positive cases by age and gender, we see that it's a very even distribution between males and females, but also we see that the young people are having most of the positive cases seen in this demographic pyramid. Next slide. When we start seeing plenty of positive cases, then unfortunately we start seeing an increase in the hospitalizations. And also we have the hospitalization, the rolling average has increased after we were very stable for some weeks, but we have seen an increase in those, and we continue gathering some more information. That's why in the last days of this graph, we didn't have that much information yet, but we continue seeing an increase on the hospital admissions. Next slide, please. Also, in the hospital admissions by gender, it is very even on the younger population, but the older population, we're going to see in the next slides that some of the male are more affected than the females. We had by CDC week an increase about 4 weeks ago, but we continue seeing an increase on the hospitalization and the admissions, how it has increased also. Next slide, please. The hospital admissions by age range. Here we can see that the older we are, the more likely it is that we're going to get admitted to the hospital. And unfortunately, many of those that end up in the hospital can end in the ICU and with a mechanical ventilation. Next slide, please. The hospitalization rate in El Paso continues to increase in a linear fashion, but we're hoping that this hospitalization stabilizes in the near future. We're hoping. Next slide, please. The case fatality rate and the mortality rate continue to increase, but it has, on the case fatality rate, has stabilized and even has decreased some. Next slide, please. On the COVID-related death, we see a large number of deaths in the 60s and 70-year-olds, but unfortunately, the older we are, the more likely it is that we're gonna die from complications of COVID-19. As we can see, males are predominantly dying at a larger rate than females. And here in El Paso, we have a ratio 2-to-1 male to female in the way that they have died. Next slide. Here we can see very clearly how the older we are, the more likely it is that we're going to be dying from complications of COVID-19. Next slide. And again, this is, I believe this is the same slide. Next slide. The deaths by age group. A big proportion of the deaths have been in older than 60 years of age. And most of the deaths here in El Paso are people that have underlying medical conditions. Next slide. Here we can see that we have male to female at a 2-to-1 on the death, how predominantly it is for males to die from complications of COVID-19. Next slide. And the death by race and ethnicity. So Hispanic, since we have a predominantly Hispanic population in El Paso, we're going to see that death rate being very drastic numbers in the way that we have passed away due to complications. Next slide, please. The underlying conditions at the time of death. Again, we have hypertension and diabetes as the two most prevalent one. We had classified as others because there's people that have, as we saw, more than just one condition, and there's some other conditions that were present at the time of death. When there's no condition, about 8% of the population have passed away, and we have put that column there at the far right. Next slide. And with that, Thank you very much. This is a brief presentation of what has been the situation here in the Paso County in regards to COVID-19.
Dr. Ocaranza, thank you for that presentation. It's just very helpful. We're trying to communicate to the community not only the cases of positive and death, which is mostly what everybody's looking at, but to give them the wider scope of understanding so that the whole community has a good grasp of what's happening, and to help us address if you see some indications that are higher, then obviously a more abundant cautiousness is required in some of these areas. So it's not just the strategies that we put together, but your own independent understanding, and then make the adjustments that are necessary for your particular situation. So Dr. Ocaranza, that is, I think, is extremely helpful. So I guess we're having Chief Rodriguez next.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ocaranza. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, again, for allowing us an opportunity to share with you the progress we've made on testing. Just overall numbers, we closed out yesterday with 71,167 administered tests for El Paso County. We had some very significant demand for testing over this last week. We broke our record of 2,156 tests administered on Friday, June 26th. So testing is going very well. Also happy to announce that we have another 10-day continuance with the Texas Military Department, or that will be from starting the 3rd of July till the 13th. So that gives us another additional days. We will not be doing any testing on July the 4th. We're giving a much needed break to all of the drive-through areas throughout the county. They've been nonstop, and also very, very appreciative of the Texas military. They've done an amazing job with our community. They work 7 days a week, and they've just been a blessing to us. Our drive-through continues to, with the Department of Public Health, OEM, our original one, continues to do an amazing job as well. They're close to 18,000 total tests administered within their site since they started on March the 23rd. Working with our smaller jurisdictions, the Texas military will also be making additional rotations out to the rural areas, to include Horizon, Montana Vista, Benton. We've also partnered with the Cerro del Sur Pueblo to help cover that area in the Mission Valley, also in Fabens. And then also to note that our Tobin Rec Center, which is it's transitioned back to a drive-through style, but no appointment is needed. That's still available from 10 to 4 o'clock every Monday through Friday. So that is still available for the community. Working closely with our federally qualified health centers, with Project Vida, they continue to do good work with the underserved communities to expand and ensure that we're hitting all of our most vulnerable populations. Walmart has also announced that they're going to be expanding to 8 sites at their neighborhood Walmart, pending the schedule and dates and locations. But they will be transitioning to those sites. So we continue to expand accessibility for the community to make sure that testing is available. The Texas military is going to be transitioning through a contractor to help provide support for the scheduling. That's been an issue with the website through the Texas Military Department and Texas Department of Emergency Management. That will have a solution at the end of this week. So we still urge individuals that if they need to be tested, to still try to make an appointment through the number provided at epstrong.org. If they have any difficulty there, they can just show up to the site and get tested. But come next week, we'll have a new process in place that will direct them to a website where they'll be able to register, and that should ease that burden of having the delay. I just want to remind everyone that the current system that's in place, that's providing scheduling for the entire state of Texas. So that's why we've had some of those issues, but there's a resolution forthcoming midweek and by next week. So other than that, I just want to congratulate our school partners. They did an amazing job of opening and expanding testing within the community since the beginning of June. A few started during the last few weeks of May, but Esada Independent School District did a tremendous job of spearheading and really putting together the model of testing at the school level. Also want to thank Socorro Independent School District. They also took on the challenge and provided training with their partnership with their private partner. Clinton Independent School District has also done a tremendous job. Today's their last day. I'm sorry, tomorrow will be their last day of testing. But they've been rotating through various campuses, and they've gotten tremendous numbers for their population. Lastly, Anthony and Ganotillo Independent School Districts will be providing testing every Tuesday for the next several weeks, and so we again thank them for their effort in doing that. Our next steps with the schools is to try to provide them with the capability to have more of a clinical type setting of COVID testing within their school systems. That way, if they have people that are suspected of having COVID or have been exposed to someone that could potentially be a COVID positive person, that they will be able to do testing in-house. And that will allow them to provide a central place where they can have these individuals tested and then have a quick turnaround on results. Since the results are really dependent on their programs and decisions on whether or not they move forth on their football programs or fine arts or any type of issues, having results quickly allows them to make decisions to minimize the impact of those types of cases. So we're working on that model, and hopefully by sometime next week we'll have that process in place. Otherwise, again, thank you, commissioners and judge, for your support. We're glad we've been able to partner with you all to expand testing throughout the community. And if you all need anything from us, thank you. Let us know. Thank you.
Chief, thank you. The testing has been such an important element of what you're trying to accomplish, and I see so many, all the progress that has been made just a couple of months ago. And also want to thank the school districts as they're leading. I mean, they've allowed us, as things move or military moves out or there's any actions that seem adverse and the community gets a little concerned, they've picked up a lot of the slack and will so going forward. But also, one of the biggest movements we're going to have are children or young adults moving back into a school setting and to the university. And so this gives everybody confidence that the way they've addressed the virus and what they're doing for their own schools is really essential. And once again, we need community confidence, and I think they've helped for us to understand if they do make a decision, and the decision that they make will be backed up by a tremendous amount of resources and support that they'll have to make sure that things move forward in the right direction as our children begin to move back into the school. And I know it's an expectation that we have, that we need to get our education system going forward. So Chief, thank you for that relationship, you and Dr. Carranza, with the independent school districts, and to the superintendents that have been extremely active in helping out. So I want to add my thanks to Chief Rodriguez's thanks to the school districts. Commissioner Stout.
Yeah, Judge, I wanted to ask a couple of questions if I could. So we've been on the presentation. There was a slide that showed the clusters, and I know that there's increasing frustration amongst the public and even within some of our local journalists that things are not as transparent as they could be, and I just received an email this morning, the first time that I ever heard of a case or multiple cases actually being present within our county jail. We haven't heard that publicly at any of these meetings or any of these presentations we've gotten, or any of our commissioners' court meetings. And I had when we were having a conversation about this last Friday when we were meeting with the folks at CBP and ICE. I was told that it was that there was a decision that had been made that we were not going to be divulging publicly the where these clusters are, and I just want to advocate very heavily for I don't know, Judge, next time you speak with the mayor or folks at the city, and advocate with Dr. Ocaranza and with Chief Rodriguez for being more transparent in that form. I think that it's really important for our local journalists, as well as the public, to understand where exactly we're seeing a lot of the hot spots and a lot of the larger numbers, and especially for us, I mean, I feel like I need, as a commissioner, to have more real-time data regarding the county jail. I mean, I know that I heard a couple of weeks ago that there had been the first case, but since then I haven't gotten any indication as to that it's already grown to almost 40 cases within our jails. It's concerning to me. We've been working to try and understand the numbers as well at the ICE and CBP detention centers. And so, I mean, I don't know whose call that is, who makes that decision as to how transparent we're being, but I feel like we need to be as transparent as possible and make sure that our community understands where the hotspots are and exactly what we're looking at here.
Chief, do you want to respond to that, or you'd rather talk to Chief, your chief, and just have that discussion, or do you want to make any comment based on Commissioner Stout's request?
And I just want to say, I mean, especially within the context of the correctional facilities, because the state puts out their numbers, the federal government puts out their numbers, and so we're making local, we're making our constituents and the public go in and basically do the math. And I mean, why can't we just say, what, if the state's reporting it at their level, if the federal government's reporting it at their level, why can't we just say, hey, you know what, we have 37 cases at the county jail. Hey, you know what, we have this many cases at the state penitentiary. We have this many cases at the ICE or CBP facilities, instead of making it a guessing game or making our local journalists have to go and do the math. I wish we could just be more transparent, especially in that context. But I feel like overall, there should be more transparency when it comes to reporting on where things are happening and where these hotspots are located, so that people can themselves take take those precautions and make sure that they're, taking care of themselves and our community.
Chief Rodriguez, are you still on the line?
Yes, sir, I am.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted for you to
just
sort of
comment,
guide us as to what's
it's
the
been
best
a
way to
long-standing
address the
protocol
requests.
that the Department of Public Health will not disclose the facilities. One, it's in part it's in protection of those individuals that are within those facilities and their privacy. So we hold that closely, and especially the relationships that we have with those parties that we work with to ensure that the protections of those residents or those individuals in those facilities are protected. So that we stand firm on that. However, we work closely with the agencies that are part of that government body to ensure that they have the appropriate tools and information to make a decision and to report that information accordingly within their own institution. So they are free to share that information from their level, and if they want to self-disclose that information and put it out publicly, that we leave that to them. But as far as the Department of Public Health, we work closely with those facilities, and in the protection of the privacy of those people, we don't publicly disclose that type of information.
I understand privacy issues, and we're not asking you to disclose the identity of the people that have been tested or that maybe have fallen ill or have tested positive for their virus. But I would heavily still, like I said, I heavily advocate for more transparency. I think that it's very important, especially with everything that's going on, and it's important to make sure that we're not keeping people in the dark, and that we're, I feel like, especially when it comes to the correctional facilities, we're just giving people the run around. They can, yes, they can get that information from other sources, and they can add it up and put it together. But why do we need to make them do that? Why can't we just be upfront, transparent, and I feel like that's a huge issue with what's been reported. And I don't want to take away from all of the hard work that everybody's been doing, and I'm not trying to be overall negative here. I just think that there are things that can be done that could make reporting and our situation better. And so, Judge, I would definitely advocate for that as well. And I know that we don't have a public health department director at this point. I would definitely advocate for making sure we get that position filled as soon as possible. And next time you talk to the city, Judge, and again, not to take away from the work that's being undertaken, that Dr. Ocaranza and that Chief Rodriguez are doing. I don't want this to be misconstrued at all. I'm not saying that they're in any way, shape, or form doing a bad job at all. But I think that that department deserves. This city and our county, we need to make sure that we have such an important position filled, and I also wanted to ask on the map that showed up where the little red dots started appearing where the cases have been occurring across the county. I didn't see Fort Bliss. I didn't see any red dots show up at Fort Bliss. Does that mean that there aren't any cases being reported at Fort Bliss? That there aren't any cases at all in Fort Bliss? Or what is? Can you clarify that for me?
Yes, definitely. The Department of Defense. It's been some time ago that they didn't want to disclose any information in regards to what's happening inside of their bases. Okay. We're depicting a lot of that information that is from the residents of the city and the county, and that's why the Fort Bliss cases, you see the big division there that is Fort Bliss, and that's a very good observation. And that is the reason, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to have that clarified. Thank you, Judge. I think I've said my piece. I appreciate the time that you all have taken, Dr. Ocarranza and Chief Rodriguez, to come in and give us this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you both, and we'll reach out to the mayor and have that conversation. Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Joel, you want to go ahead?
Thank you.
Yes, it's time for the commissioners to each give their updates. Judge, did you want to go ahead and start with your weekly update?
Yes, please. Thank you. So we have, we'll be discussing some of my topics on the actual items like the fireworks and so forth. So we do have an order that came out where we're focusing on the restriction of gatherings of larger than 100. As you remember, or you recall, or might recall, that it was as much as 500. And because of the situation, not only in El Paso, but in Texas, I think last week we reached the highest number of cases in one day since it began. And not only in Texas, in El Paso, but also in the United States in general. And so we're the orders sort of looking at, going back and assessing the situation in some of the areas that we feel are important. And so my order will be aligning with the fact that you cannot have groups larger than 100. And if there is, there could be a petition to either the mayor or myself if there's a request for a group being larger than 100. And of course, that would be assessed and a determination, but mostly based on a discussion with public health and determining whether or not it would make sense to have more than 100. And the other was obviously is the bars being closed once again with the restrictions that they could carry out, but they cannot have a bar setting. If it's 51% of sales are bars, then obviously that bar would not be able to operate. If it's a restaurant that has sales of under, like 51% is the food sales, they're able to serve liquor and as typical. But moving back to the 50% instead of the 75% as we're moving forward. So not a lot of movement other than sort of an indication that we did move a little faster. As you know, the commissioners and myself had been reluctant about the economy opening up that fast. And so we're pretty happy that it's moving a little back a little bit. We don't want the economy to be impacted, but we also don't want the virus to get so much out of hand that it really, really damages our opportunity to open or to continue moving forward. So just a precaution to do that. On the order of the fireworks, we did have pretty difficult trying to figure out. We do have a tremendous amount of people that go out specifically to some of the areas in the west on Montana Street. We estimate almost as many as 25 to 30,000. So we were able to, legal was able to look at it from the perspective of 100, and we know that at any point it'll be more than 100. So that allows us not, to have that restriction of not having gatherings on Montana and some of these areas on 4th of July. Later, we'll be talking about the drought index, which we achieved it. It's 575, but we went over it yesterday. Which gives us another opportunity to determine how we're going to move forward. And so we'll be having that discussion as well. Our team, the recovery, we're looking at it, once we start moving on businesses coming back, but we have the numbers that were achieved this past week. I worked very closely with the Metro 6, the largest counties in Texas, and they just have their hands full. Some of them are expecting their hospitals to be overrun with positive cases, and the hospital trying to maintain that and reaching capacity. My discussions with Jacob Cintron, our CEO, and his discussion with other CEOs is that it looks like we're able to maintain, and we do have the capacity at this time. Hospital rates are going up, the number of people at hospitals and also the number of people in ICU and ventilators, but not at the speed or at the rate that we've seen in other communities. So very cautious right now. We're at this apex where we're trying to understand, are we going to be part? As you remember, we always said that whatever happens in West Texas, in East Texas, really impacts us. And we always wanted a little bit of a buffer because it seems like we're right behind them. At this time, we're also tracking pretty similar to them, but we also don't know how much more we're going to deal with because they're dealing with quite a bit, and they're trying to do a lot of different things and move towards the stay at home and to be more diligent. We also have the stay at home. We're asking people, stay at home. One household should not mingle with another household. And if you go out in groups, it's less than 10. So as you can see, we're pretty much at the beginning of what happened when we addressed the COVID-19, and we saw, we didn't know at the time what we were dealing with. I think we're much better at doing that. But the testing also, obviously there's much more testing, therefore much more results. But that, that to me, people keep saying, oh, we're testing more, therefore we have more cases. That is true. But I think if we tested to this rate months ago, we wouldn't have these kinds of cases. So that means that the community spread is getting larger as we do that. And we've identified that the younger population is having a more difficult time of being restricted, and also going back home and perhaps passing the virus to the more vulnerable population. So once again, on my behalf and Commissioner's Court behalf, is that we really, really look at what's happening. Let's not drop our guard. This is not the time to feel that things are going to get better at this point in time. As you know, it's impacted the way we're going to do any celebration, including August 3rd. And that tells you the seriousness. Well, when you start backtracking on something that important, that means a lot of individuals in public health are doing their job of guiding us through this. I know Commissioner Perez will comment on, we're about at the point where the task force will be reporting to the mayor and myself. We've reached out, just like Commissioner Stout had said, we want more data, and the task force needs more data to be able to make their recommendations. And we need to make sure that we've got all the information and all the data, because we need to create some strategies. It's not just a matter of the task force telling us what the problems are, what the issues are, what the challenges are. We have to create a strategy to see how we address and try to flatten the curve. And obviously right now, just maintaining would be so miraculous that when we talk about flattening, that's another level. Right now, let's just maintain, let's do the best that we can. If there's businesses that are open, we do the right things. I know a big challenge has been the gyms, but there are restrictions that we've set forth on, if you use the gyms that are out there, the private gym, you need to wear your mask, and you wear it unless you're actually in the act of exercising at a machine. But once you move away from that machine, you need to put that mask back on. So once again, very basic. We've said it over and over. If you wear your mask, social distancing, washing your hands frequently, and just be more cautious, because you need to be more cautious is very important. Understand your particular situation, understand who lives at your home and who's more vulnerable, and then take the additional steps to make sure that you're not part of the spread. So, this is where we're at this point, and we thank you, the community, and I thank also the Commissioners Court have been extremely active, each one of them, trying to help out and reach out and get information and try to do the right thing. So the big challenge is 4th of July is coming up, and we'll discuss some of the strategies that we will be using for 4th of July. Joel?
Okay, thank you, Judge. Commissioner Robinson, are you on? you give your update? Commissioner Robinson?
Okay, I'm here. I had on mute.
Okay, thank you, sir.
How's everyone doing okay? Joel?
Yes, we can hear you well,
Hello?
Commissioner.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mine be very, very brief. This Sunday, this will be the first Sunday of the month. We monthly we feed down at the Opportunity Center. So that'll be my day this Sunday, my crew. But overall, there was the issue about cots for the Delta Center. That issue is being taken care of. Cots and mats. Overall, everything's going very well at the Opportunity Center and the Delta Center. I have more later, but that's all I have for right now.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Go ahead, Joel.
Okay, we have Joaquin Rodriguez on for Commissioner Perez's office. Joaquin, you ready?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Commissioner Perez apologizes for not being able to make it today. He asked me to go over some of the progress that the task force has made in the past few weeks and give you some more detail. We had also met with Judge Samaniego last week and shared a lot of this information with him. So first of all, Commissioner Perez is part of 3 subcommittees within the task force. That's the Mission and Principles Subcommittee, the Testing Subcommittee, and the Data Subcommittee. The Testing Committee also includes contact tracing. Now those 2 subcommittees were combined. The task force was able to settle on a mission statement and guiding principles that they've adopted. That mission is the COVID-19 task force will recommend strategies that decision makers may consider as they work to protect population health and well-being of the Paso del Norte region through the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition to that, they adopted guiding principles, those being evidence-based decision-making, equity, preparedness, resilience, and transparency, with the idea being that any recommendation from the task force would be in line with those guiding principles. Currently, the task force continues to meet weekly. The subcommittees also meet weekly, so there's an overall task force meeting that happens and then breakout meetings of the subcommittees also. For the testing committee, they have settled on some short-term goals, and of course, these will be reviewed by the task force as a whole before coming to Commissioners Court and City Council. But some of the more notable recommendations that the testing committee will be making, and these are short-term goals. So these are goals that there's an understanding could be developed into policy within 30 days. So the first recommendation would be to expand the accessibility of current city and county testing resources. And that expansion would be universal. So hours, location, availability, that's the first recommendation. Second, understanding that testing resources are still one of our constraints throughout the county. Would be to develop a prioritization for vulnerable populations, certain job categories that are more public facing or jobs that are part of the reopening phases, rural areas, high incidence areas, and again, vulnerable populations or at-risk populations. The task force would also recommend that we conduct a random sampling study using a community grid system to assess COVID-19 incidents and identify areas requiring additional testing. Also, the task force will recommend that we support private business owners with their testing needs by coordinating a testing strategy based on business size and function. The testing group also is considering recommending a midterm strategy, which would be to expand passive disease surveillance using syndromic and environmental surveillance methods. Feel free to stop me if you all have any questions about these recommendations. The next subcommittee is the data subcommittee, and this subcommittee is still waiting on a data request that the task force submitted to the city of El Paso 2 meetings ago. I think we expect to see a response to that request, if not today, tomorrow. So hopefully the data committee can create a more robust set of recommendations once we have a response to that request. So for now, the short-term recommendations that the data committee has developed to date are to develop a scorecard and an aligned dashboard that will provide decision makers with easy to use metrics for phased reopening strategies. The scorecard will be modeled after a scorecard developed by a website called COVID Local. I believe it's covidlocal.org if you want to take a look at that. But again, you'll be getting a more comprehensive set of recommendations in a formatted document soon from the task force. Additionally, there's a recommendation to make an effort to enhance information coming back from private testing labs. It's our understanding at this point that only positive test results are reported back from private labs, and having a more comprehensive understanding of the negative test results would really help to create a more complete data picture. That's all that we have today for the task force. Again, they will meet, I believe it's Wednesday afternoon, where a lot of these short-term goals will be solidified or brought to a more final state. And then that will start getting prepared for a formal presentation to the court and to City Council.
Joaquin, thank you for that update.
Yeah, Joaquin, I want to thank you for that presentation, and that was excellent, and the support you're providing Commissioner Perez, and the involvement that Commissioner Perez is also excellent. I can tell you that the amount of hours and time the task force is just amazing. Compassion. There's some of the members that are in 2, 3, and 4 different committees to try to make this thing happen. I had a chance to talk to Dr. Kirkin and some of his activities. He's the Dean of Science at UTEP. So we've got people of huge, reputation and support. So I want to thank the task force for everything that they're doing and how quick they're expediting, but not hastily, because they know how important this is. But we do need to start reaching the information properly so that we can begin to provide the strategies, and I can bring it back to Commissioner's Court, and we could work together on what we need to do to address the task force short and long-term goals that they have in mind. So thank you very much for that presentation.
Judge, I have a couple of questions, if I can.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah,
Joaquin, thanks a lot for the presentation, and for assisting Commissioner Perez and making sure we get this information and everything you're doing in his office. I have a couple of questions. The first one has to do with the testing. I don't know if there have been conversations about something we've heard about recently. It's called pooled testing. Basically, from what I understand, it's you take blood samples from a number of people, you pull it together and just test one sample, and then if they're all negative, then you move on to the next batch, and so on and so forth. And if there's somebody that's positive, then the idea is you go and you test everybody that was within that pool. Have there been conversations about that with the testing task force? And I'm not sure how developed that strategy is, but I'm just wondering what's being talked about along those lines.
So specifically within the COVID-19 task force that the Commissioner's Court created, there hasn't been a discussion about pooled testing yet. Prior to this task force being created, I was attending meetings with the MCA on a private sector testing strategy, where there was some discussion about pooled testing. So it wouldn't be a blood sample that's specific to the antibody testing, but essentially samples would be collected from the numbers I've seen, between 10 and 15 individuals. These would be sputum samples from nasopharyngeal swabs. Those are all pooled together and tested. And if that sample tests positive, then the people within that pool would be tested again. It's my understanding, and again, I'm not a public health expert on this, but from the meetings that I've been a part of, that testing is really reserved for heavily resource-constrained environments. I don't think that at this point we are constrained to that extent here in El Paso as far as availability of testing kits and swab kits. But I'm happy to take that recommendation to Commissioner Perez and have him bring it up at the next task force meeting to see what the task force members' thoughts are on that.
Great, I appreciate that. And when it comes to the contact tracing, I know that Dr. Handel has brought up a proposal in the past, to do some contact tracing amongst, students from different schools within the community, and I know that he is on the task force. I think he's on the task force, and I'm just wondering if y'all have had any further conversations about his proposal and what's going on with that.
So I'm not familiar with that proposal specifically. I know that in our data request to the city, there were a lot of questions about contact tracing in terms of the total capacity, the total number of contact tracers that the city currently has, the number of contact tracers that are sort of more temporary or employed by outside agencies from the city. The task force is still in a data gathering phase across all the subcommittees, but specifically the contact tracing, we require a lot more information. The task force requires more information before they can start formulating recommendations. As part of the scorecard, right? If you imagine the scorecard as kind of this matrix where if you meet certain criteria, you then advance into the next phase. Part of those scorecard criteria are going to be contact tracers. So having a certain number of contact tracers per 100,000 population is going to be required before this phased approach to decision making can take place. But specifically the student contact tracing effort, I'm not familiar with that, but I'll reach out to your office offline and get more information on that. Dr. Kierkin is the representative from UTEP who's on the task force, so I'll also reach out to him for a little more detail on that proposal.
Yeah, that'd be great. I thought that Dr. Handel may have sent the proposal to everybody on the court, but if that's not the case, I'll have my staff forward it to you and to your boss. I appreciate it. I think that's all. I had. Thank you so much again, Joaquin, for all your work.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. And yeah, there's been a lot of discussion also from the other county judges with respect to contact tracing, because it can become overwhelming as more cases come up. As you saw, you can imagine there's 284 cases yesterday. That means that's the amount of contact tracing that's going to take place. And so it is an overwhelming task. And I have also asked, how do we manage as they grow? And, it just becomes overwhelming. So anyway, it is testing and contact tracing are two extremely important keys to understanding our situation.
Yeah, and I think the most important aspect, Judge, of the contact tracing is the data contained therein, right? And using that data to do to study the disease and its behavior and such. So it's not just about doing the testing and making sure we understand, doing the contact tracing, but taking that data and using it for our benefit.
Yeah, and then we have the dynamics of Las Cruces, Diana County being so close, and they have their own situation there. So we had talked about when somebody gets tested in El Paso, if they are from Juarez or Las Cruces, or Diana, they go into that file, which makes it even more difficult to be able to continue the process. Or somebody giving a different address and you find out that they really don't live in El Paso, live somewhere else, once the contact tracing. So I don't want to get into too much detail, but just to sort of show the complexity of something, as Commissioner Stout said, is so important that we do the contact tracing properly, yet it's not an easy task. It's a very challenging task. So Joaquin, once again, thank you very much. I appreciate your report. Joel, you want to go ahead?
Commissioner Leon, are you ready for an update?
Yes, and I really do not have any new updates. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Joel.
Commissioner Stout?
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Joel. And Commissioner Leon, may I request that possibly, very respectfully, that any information that we have about cases turning up in our jail. I know that you've given us updates on cases within JPD, but since this is your area, maybe it would be a good idea if we could have you reach out to the sheriff's department every week and so we can understand what we're looking at with cases in our jail. Because I didn't realize that we had close to 40 cases in our jail until this morning when I received an email that I requested from OEM. And so I think it's again kind of going back to what I was stating earlier, just trying to be as forthcoming and transparent as possible. And since that's your wheelhouse, I'd just like to respectfully request that if we can.
No, and I can appreciate it. I've got to tell you that today was the first day I found out about this. So I was very surprised. I'm sure that the sheriff's on the line, and I encourage him to come online and tell us about those cases. And really, I feel that I would have appreciated a call, even if they would tell the court that this is not for public consumption, but this is where we're at. This is what has happened. But like I said, I was just as surprised as you are.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. Okay, so as far as my update, as far as the homeless community goes, the Delta facility remains strong, just like Commissioner Robinson alluded to. And operational city staff reported that inspectors had taken a look to evaluate CDC compliance and the ASTAT, so very good news. Endeavors and the Opportunity Center are doing great work in caring for the people who have sought shelter in these installations the last couple of months. Ben Miranda from Endeavors is getting a group of folks to discuss system transition, how the local homelessness community can work together to continue the Welcome Center after the pandemic. And they are looking to develop a navigation center function as the guide for how that's going to look. At this point, they have had only 2 positive COVID-19 cases. One of those folks was an HMIS referral that went straight to testing and quarantine at a local hotel. Homeless shelters have been pandemic flashpoints in some other places, but our homeless community is doing great work to make sure that doesn't happen here. So kudos to everyone that has been collaborating with that effort. Folks from the census joined us for the call with the homelessness community last week. With everything being delayed because of the pandemic, they have not yet sent out count specialists who will count the shelter-based folks, but that will be coming soon. With a couple of shelter locations having some online during the pandemic, the access during the pandemic, the census folks were particularly interested in making sure that they had all of those locations. Economic difficulties have forced more folks to seek help during the pandemic, as we all know, but with more of those people coming in through the Welcome Center front door and being receiving shelter here, the hope is that some folks who may otherwise slip through the cracks can be tracked and counted a little more easily. Meanwhile, the Food Security Task Force had its first meeting last week. The city and county both have staff leads coordinating our response, with Irene Valenzuela filling that position for us here at the county. My office participated at our economic development department, and our economic development department joined in, as did Joel Bishop and Jacob Miles. So the county was and will continue to be well represented with that group. We are going to be taking a look at long and short-term policy solutions, things that will help us feed people in our community today, tomorrow, next week, next month, and beyond. Some of those things are infrastructural, things that our community and our food bank lack, but I think many folks left the conversation encouraged about the opportunity to reboot the entire food related system here in El Paso, from aid for struggling families and economic development to building capacity and conducting research and ensuring solid cooperation and coordination between government for-profit companies and the nonprofit sector. So I'm very excited about the work this task force is going to do. UMC and Children's are moving forward. My conversations with my appointee on the board, on UMC's board, Carmen Arrieta Candelaria, as well as UMC's CEO, affirm some parallels to our situation here at the county. They're stable, but they're likely to see more challenges ahead because of the continued economic fallout from the pandemic, and the continuously growing number of folks that we are seeing not only test positive but needing beds in our hospitals. I know we're going to be looking at replacing one of our at-large appointees to the UMC board, and ideally we'll be in position to do that so that the new board member can participate in upcoming budget sessions. So that's about all I have. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but I will throw it back to you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Great presentation. Joel?
Yeah, thank you for that. If I may, Judge, just add a few more comments to what Commissioner Stout said about the Welcome Center. I know that group is very grateful for the support that the Commissioners Court has shown so far. A lot of momentum was gained with Commissioner Robinson, Commissioner Stout, really helping from the beginning push that forward. And Judge, from you helping bring in some collaboration from Las Cruces. I just wanted to let you all know that we're continuing to look at that, the community of hope there in Las Cruces, as we consider how to merge out of the Welcome Center concept. This is a bit of a quandary for the community right now, because it is a very expensive operation that the city has largely been funding through the federal funds, and so we need to continue to find solutions to make something, consider making something more permanent to help with the success. As Commissioner Stout said, I think we did avert significant issues, potential issues and problems in an outbreak in the homeless community by doing this concept, but how to sustain it is a challenge that we're trying to face right now. So we're continuing to collaborate with community partners on that, and wanted to thank the court for your support and help. And Commissioner Stout has just been great being in there every Tuesday and providing support and feedback to that group. And there's probably over a dozen agencies on that call every week, so the collaboration is excellent there. So that's my update from the homeless community. I think we do have the sheriff has joined us if there's any questions for him.
Okay, thank you, Joel, and thank you for your commitment to so many areas. Other than what you discussed, I know you've got some other tasks in the criminal justice component of your job, and so thank you for your support in this area as well. Go ahead. Who do we have? Sheriff Wiles on the call?
Yes, sir. How are you today?
Oh, thank you, Sheriff. Real good, Sheriff. Nice to see you and hear you.
Good, good. So I just wanted to talk about the COVID in the jail, because I keep hearing the term outbreak, but we're actually not having an outbreak. We are seeing increasing numbers, but these are individuals coming from the outside. These are arrestees, and I'm certain you can see how that would happen given the fact that the numbers in the general population are going up. We are business as usual, so the individuals showing up at our front door that are either booked by the feds, the El Paso police, certainly our deputies, or any of these other small agencies in the county, there's a potential that they're going to have had an exposure and they're going to test positive. So this is where we're at right now. So we've got 3 cases at the annex, and all of them are in isolation. We have 37 cases at the downtown jail. And we believe all of these cases are received their infection prior to being booked into the jail. The 37 downtown are all isolated in quarantine. We isolate them for 14 days. We do test depending on how many tests we have available. UMC is in charge of that. They're the ones who determine who gets tested and when. The priority goes to people that have been in the jail less than 14 days and or are showing symptoms. How this happened so quickly, by the way, is we had 3 at the downtown jail Friday. That was the total number that we had. Then on Saturday, they added in another 17, which brought us to 20. And then just this morning, we found out after a 1 o'clock meeting between UMC and OEM that we had an additional 17. So UMC is still checking to find out when those tests were given. Quite frankly, I think we're receiving our information with a slight delay, which is troublesome to me because we want to make sure that we're able to react quickly enough to keep it from becoming an outbreak in the jail. So right now, everything is going as planned. UMC does not have any issues. We're quarantining the people that need to be quarantined. Remember that we have medical staff in the jail 24/7. They're receiving medical attention. We also check them as required by the state every 30 to 60 minutes, so they're getting attention from our staff. We do have, we had 1 staff member test positive at the annex. She is back at work, and we've had 4 DOs test positive downtown. They're still out, and we believe all 5 of those exposures occurred outside the jail. So right now, everything's going fine. We're not panicking, and we certainly did expect at some point that we were going to see increased numbers coming through the front door, and that's exactly what we're seeing. It's no surprise to us. So I don't know if anybody has any other questions. Unfortunately, there's some things I'm not aware of because UMC is still gathering information about these particular individuals that have tested positive recently.
Sheriff, I just want to add that in comparison, it's just amazing when you look at congregations and what's happening in other facilities, and you and I discussed that when the inspection came on, and he was very extremely complimentary about everything that the jail was doing way ahead of time. I recall way before anybody was talking about what to do. You started the 14-day quarantines. You started doing a lot of things that have allowed us not to have the spread inside the jail. And so I just want to make sure that everyone recognizes that it's in comparison to any facility, it's exceptional where we're at and the way it's being contained as something coming out from the outside. And I think one of the emphasis that I want to make is that we have a tremendous spread externally outside the jail, which means they come to the jail and then they have to address that problem and that situation of that person bringing it in, being isolated, being quarantined in an environment that doesn't always lend itself for that kind of opportunity. So, and I know Commissioner Stout feels the same way. It's not a focus on that there's a problem. It's just that getting the information in a timely basis. And then it allows us to be able to recognize the great effort, because if we look at it by 37, it just seems a little out of hand. But I'm telling you, I'm in touch with all the other the cities and counties, and their jails are having a really huge, difficult problem, especially Doña Ana is one example of that facility, that correctional facility is having that outbreak. So just wanted to make sure we clarify. So Commissioner Leon, would you like to add to comments to this sheriff's explanation?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Sheriff, and thank you. This is mainly to clarify it with the court and also our general public out there, because the way it may have been understood is that there was in fact an outbreak at the jail, but as the judge just mentioned, they were immediately quarantined, and that's not the case. So I'm glad to hear what you said. And to echo the judge's remarks, I think you're doing a great job out there. And in the future, I'll check more often with you to see if there's anything that you would like for me to relay to the court and the general public. Thank you.
Thank you for that liaison, Commissioner Leon. We'd appreciate that. Any comments? Any more questions? Commissioner Stout, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate you, Sheriff, getting on and talking about this. I don't know if anybody said outbreak in this context. I mean, I was just worried about the fact that this is the first time that I understand that there are this many cases in the jail, and you know, I know that at the beginning of the pandemic, generally, you know, the bookings I know started going down, and now that you're, and I think that they, you know, I haven't looked at them in the last couple of weeks, but I believe in May, I think they started ticking back up, and so I just wanted to kind of go back to my original, you know, the advocacy that I did for just doing as much as we possibly can, and you know, if we don't have to book certain people into the jail, then we don't do it, because obviously you made it very clear, Sheriff, that this is not the propagation here of the virus within the jail is not because of the fact that you all are not doing what you need to do with inside the jail. It's being brought in from outside because there are more cases, and so I feel like maybe that's something that we can circle back to and start looking at again in the way of, you know, the policies that we put in place and who's being booked and such. And so, you know, and this is not for anything more than the safety of the folks that you employ in your department, Sheriff. I'm sorry to hear that some of them may have tested positive, and I hope they're doing okay. And you know, and I understand that they may not have contracted the COVID inside of the jail, but it's still a very real risk if you have folks within the jail that are going to be in contact with our employees. And so I appreciate your time this morning. I guess it's this afternoon, way afternoon. And I hope we can have future you know, discussions regarding what else can be done. It's concerning.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Sheriff,
item.
and thank you for the continued relationship with us and informing us, and thank everybody else for trying to understand. It's really important. Transparency, as we said over and over. Sometimes there's some misunderstandings, not lack of transparency. Sometimes it's obtaining the information in a timely manner, which is so difficult. Some of the labs take as much as 10 days, others take 3 days. Weekends are closed. So it's a lot of moving parts that we have to deal with, and it is difficult to maintain the right information. So thank you very much. Joel, you want to take that back?
Yeah,
thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you again, Sheriff, for that update. And commissioners, thank you. That's all we had on this item for today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
Cesar, back to you.
Thank you, Judge. Moving down to Budget and Finance, item number 29. Discuss and take appropriate action to ratify the SCBA Air Pack and Cylinder Loan Agreement for Emergency Service District Number 1.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. This item relates to a package the ESD number 1 is putting together for the consideration of purchase of the SCBA breathing devices and the appropriate equipment. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief Melendez from ESD1.
Good afternoon, Judge Samaniego and commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to put this on the agenda. Today, what we are looking at doing is to seek your approval to purchase 65 air packs and 205 air tanks over the term of 5 years. First term payment to be made in fiscal year 2021. Some of the rationale behind us purchasing these air packs are to, one, get us up to standard with NFPA. If you're not familiar with air packs, these allow us to enter into structures that potentially may have a contaminated atmosphere. And for example, today we just had a house fire where these air packs were used. Another reason we are seeking your approval to purchase these air packs is to currently we have air bottles that are going out of service because of their hydro dates, and they're not able to be hydroed anymore. So thus, in 5 years, we would be completely out of air bottles to fulfill the requirements for our air packs. And so that being said, rather than spend money on something that would not get us up to NFPA standard, we are looking at purchasing all the air packs and bottles to get us to that level. Another reason we're looking at these air packs is, as you are aware, cancer is prevalent with firefighters, and so to minimize their exposure, our goal is to purchase these packs. These packs allow for a better serviceability for cleanliness. They can be torn apart and laundered, and allow for better removal of the carcinogens that would minimize exposure to our firefighters. Another reason too is that our current Scots date back all the way to 1997, and they have stopped servicing those particular units, and so parts are becoming very scarce. And so once the manufacturer runs out of those parts, then at that point we will not be able to service those units, and we'll have Scott packs go down. And so those are the main reasons why we're looking at purchasing the Scots here for firefighter safety. At this point here, I'll defer to our fiscal administrator, Catherine Ames, who will go into detail in regards to the package plan.
Thank you, Chief Melendez.
Okay, so for the next item, this is our equipment cost breakdown. As the chief had mentioned, we're looking to purchase 65 air packs for a total cost of $428,262.90. We're looking at 45-minute bottles that have a life of 30 years. 205 is what we're getting, 66 at no cost from the vendor, which gives us a total cost of $199,681.84. Accessories include face pieces, rip packs, and pack trackers. Those will be $67,859.17. The additional cost for accompanying equipment that goes into the SCBAs is $29,196.09. The total equipment cost will be $725,000. We do have a loan issuance cost of $8,000, which brings the total loan to $733,000. We are looking at a 5-year loan with an interest rate of 1.79%. Giving us, again, our principal amount is $733,000. The total interest paid will be $41,244.40, giving our total loan cost of $774,224.40. Our fiscal payment beginning in 2021 will be $154,844.88. So going into the next slide, to show you how it will look within our debt schedule, this new loan will increase our debt amount by 16.97% for the fiscal year 21. So as you can see, for the next 3 years, we'll be having about the same amount, which is $1,067,073 for our debt, and then after that it decreases. This is at our current, where we're currently going. We have our also we're adopting a strategic plan which will potentially increase this debt, but this is what it looks like for now. Is there any questions about the financial portion?
The only question would be as to whether if you didn't, you're purchasing If you purchase less and purchased, later, is the economy of scale, does that impact the cost if you were to not purchase as many at this time and then purchase again, say when it's you need them again? Is that affecting the overall cost by purchasing it at larger amounts?
So as you can see, the vendor is giving us a reduced or giving us some bottles for free based on the amount. We're also going in with a few other agencies, which I believe does decrease the cost. But Judge, just to let you know too, we would be then mixing two different kinds of packs and bottles. So we're looking to replace our entire amount. And this would give us enough to cover all of our vehicles plus additional for mass incidences.
Oh, thank you for that. No, I appreciate your comments on that.
Judge, if I may,
Wally,
Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. Also, by getting all of the equipment onto the same cycle, then they can start their routine equipment replacing in years thereafter, so they're on one common platform. The other advantage of doing it this way with the other agencies that are making a purchase for this large bulk purchase, we're getting a very reasonable price at probably what I've seen to be the lowest loan rates that we've gotten at the ESDs in the past decade.
No, when I heard that, I thought that was extremely favorable. So thank you, Wally. Yes. Commissioners, any comments, questions on this before we move forward?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez, are you back?
I believe he's going to be gone for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Yeah, he will be gone for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Commissioner Perez is absent. Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Judge. Commissioners, stay safe out there, ESD team.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Wally.
Thank you for your presentation. Thanks.
Judge, this is Commissioner Robinson. I'm going
Go
to have to
ahead,
step out.
Mr. Robinson.
I'm going to have to step out.
Okay, that's fine. You take care, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Take care of yourself, Commissioner.
Stay safe. Thank you.
Commissioners, for the sake of a quorum, if you can please not turn off your camera so I can keep a tab. Everybody.
Okay, yeah, we're down to 3, so we'll need to have that quorum.
Thank you.
Going back to the regular order of the agenda, item number 7A. Receive a presentation on the November 3rd, 2020 election.
Good morning. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Lisa Wise, El Paso County Elections Administrator. I wanted to just give a quick update on what a couple of the things we've been covering and preparing with for November. And I'll take some questions either throughout or at the end. A couple of the things that we're talking about doing for November. Number one is it's actually kind of funny that we had the reps from EPCC, the young people call in and talk about ballot requests for those voters 65 and under. We are planning to do that, and I thought that was pretty encouraging to have some of the younger voters interested in making sure that voting is offered for everyone. So we are planning to mail out ballot by mail applications to all registered voters over 65 years of age who have not already applied. Now, depending on what that mail-in ballot law looks like, this could change, but at the bare minimum, we will be doing voters over 65 years of age. And that right now is around 80,000. Because registered voters change and people may be sending them in, that might change, but that number is hovering around 80. The second thing we're going to do is continue and enhance prevention precautions used in July. Today is the first day of early voting. We are almost up to 1,500 voters today. We will probably surpass the percentage that we saw on the first day in both 16 and 18. which is pretty encouraging, especially in the time of the pandemic. So people are out there voting, and they're being cautious, and they're wearing their masks, and we're very appreciative of that. Also for the November election, something that we don't normally do for the primaries and runoffs is our advertising campaign. We're going to be doing some paid advertising for the ballot by mail and curbside options, depending upon what those look like as we get closer to November. We're also going to do some pieces on informing the voters on the removal of the straight ticket voting. This will be the first election where a voter will have to go in and go to each race, rather than just hitting the one button for the party of their choice. They will be required to go down the ballot. This will obviously take longer than most voters are used to. So we want to make sure that they understand what their options are for voting and be prepared. We're also going to be talking about early voting option. We're hoping to increase our sites in November by 25 to 30% by adding 7 to 10 additional locations. Again, those will be dependent upon what the climate is around the pandemic at that time, on what locations we're able to use, and how many poll workers and such we can secure for that. So knowing all that, I wanted to do next slide, please. I wanted to talk a little bit about the vote center process that we had talked about. I believe it was in January. So in January, we had discussed moving to vote centers in November for 2020. That is not impossible to do right now. It will be difficult, but I want to kind of go over a couple of the situations and the concerns and get some feedback from the court. Obviously, the application process was delayed. We had wanted to start in April, but we weren't able to go out into the community and do meetings in each precinct like we had wanted to. Our concern is that conducting all public meetings and hearing virtually may prohibit a large segment of stakeholders from participating. And then obviously we're conducting the primary election during the application process, and have been working incredibly hard on this election since April at least. In order to do vote centers, we would have to train on the new curbside, in addition to the pandemic training that we're continuing to adjust with and improve. Our poll workers would need to be trained to process over 50 ballot styles rather than one, in addition to the pandemic training. These are probably my two biggest concerns, which is that the large crowds voting on election day with limited machines and social distancing, and the unknown data on voting patterns and voter universe. So the process for the application, I think we still could do. It's pretty abbreviated. If you could go to the next slide, please. So if we decide that that's the direction we still want to move towards to go to vote centers, this is what that schedule looks like in our universe, which is that we give the update today, receive some direction from the court. Instead of doing 2 meetings in person in each precinct, we're down to 1 meeting via Zoom, via virtual meeting, or for each precinct starting next week. We'd like to have a contact with each commissioner's court member so that we can help organize those and set those up. Then we would have the public hearing again virtually on the 20th, with the final presentation and call for letters of support on the 27th. So I'd like to take some questions, but can I get the next slide, please? Thank you. So like I said, my number one concern is that with a pandemic, we don't have any idea what the universe looks like at any location. So if we have a site on election day that's got the possibility of 3,000, 4,000 voters, we're not able to control that. We're on a precinct. We know exactly how many registered voters there are on that location. We have a history of what the turnouts looked like at that location. We have some data to go on. Again, I will defer to the direction of the court. If they decide they still want to continue with this process, we talked about the abbreviated schedule. There will also be, I'd like to set up an advisory committee, which is what other counties have done, to meet basically 3 times a year. Prior to the election, to talk about any locations that may be consolidated, although we're planning to not consolidate any. So we would meet in September. We would meet in January to talk about kind of a debriefing of the November election, and then in May to get ready for the next for the summer elections, and then again in September. So this is what that would look like if we decided we wanted to move forward. The advisory committee also helps with an outreach campaign, as well as assessing the locations following each election. I know this was a lot of information in very few slides, so I'm happy to take any questions or suggestions or any information that you guys would like to discuss.
Judge?
You're muted, Judge.
I'm sorry, I think you're muted.
Oh, you're still muted. There you are. There. Oh, it keeps going.
Miguel, it actually mutes on its own, but there it is. Thank you. Lisa, I just want to thank you. And under these conditions, you're absolutely right to have that turnout, and having the younger population concerned about that is very important. But once again, we've said if you're 65 or older, have a disability, mail-in voting is so important. So thank you for that. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners at this point?
Yeah, Judge.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
Yes, Lisa, thank you. It's a good presentation. As I've said many times before, I think we need to keep exploring that. Now, if we were to go into the vote centers, and as we get closer to a certain dates, is it still possible to go in the other direction if we're still going up in our COVID-19 incidents? Can we do like a dual track? I certainly don't want to go backwards, and having that, and as we go forward, we get closer to November. Is it possible to go in both directions?
Well, the question is, and I'm waiting on some clarification from the Secretary of State's office, because what I've asked them is, if we decide to apply for ballot or for vote centers, go through that process and get it set up, and then decide at the last minute we want to stay at precinct voting, when would be the drop deadline to make that decision? And basically that would be sometime in August. So getting close on that, as far as the deadline is, I believe the 3rd or 4th that week, with the Secretary of State's office to submit our application. So if we decide to submit the application, we would have until the last date to order an election is, I believe, August 17th. And on that date, when you order an election, which we'll be ordering because we'll be running the general election, we will need to put on there all of the sites. So there's a small window between the deadline to turn in the application and then the deadline to name our site. But it's not large. It's that basically like 10 to 14 days.
Okay, yeah, I would not want to overtask your office. So what you're basically saying is between now and August sometime is when we need to make a decision. Is that correct?
Well, if we're going to decide to go with vote centers, we need to I need that direction today, because that process is due the 3rd, and we're taking about a 3-month process and we're condensing it into about a 30-day process. I don't want it to sound like it's impossible, because we can do it. We do things. We work incredibly hard and incredibly long in this office, but I just have a fear that setting up that system, I don't know if it's the best system to do in a pandemic. And I guess I'd like to hear, feelings on both sides of that, on if they believe that's something we want to go into still, and shift resources to vote centers, or if it's something where we want to keep pushing, things like ballot by mail or curbside, or what is, what are your guys' opinions? I know Commissioner Stout and you actually are the two commissioners who have probably brought it up to my attention most. So I want to make sure to take, some opinions from you guys on what your opinions are.
And just one more thing, if we were to postpone the vote centers to the next cycle, when is that?
It would be the May 2021 is when I would recommend we would go in. By then, and again, that's dependent on the pandemic. I mean, that's the hard part to know, is what does the pandemic look like? But we can ask whoever's on the ballot in May to come, to agree to vote centers, because again, that is the entity's election. I think they would, but if they did say no, then it would be the November 2021 constitutional amendment election.
Okay, thank you.
The next county election, next one we order.
Judge.
Commissioner Stout, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Wise, for the presentation. I know you all do great work, and I appreciate you bringing this up. I know that it's a difficult decision to make, but I feel like, we have been talking about doing this for quite a while now, moving to vote centers, and I would say that, in a pandemic situation, we need to give voters more access and more options, and not less. And so I feel like if we're giving folks the option, to if we have vote centers where people can go and vote anywhere that they choose, I think is a good thing. The fact that we're not consolidating any sites this year, leads me to think that we may not have too much of an issue with people deciding to go to certain, too many people going to one site. And people are creatures of habit, especially here in El Paso, and I think we'll tend to, if they're going to go vote in person, we'll probably go where they're used to going. If we were consolidating sites, then I would say, yeah, that's probably going to, maybe more of an issue if we, if we're, to be worried about having too many people at one site. And I think that, it's a good idea what you're proposing to really to send out the mail-in ballots to everybody who's eligible, whether or not they ask for it. I think, having a very, very strong campaign to ask people to do the mail-in ballots, I think will reduce as well the risk of having, just too many people showing up at one site. I feel like that's definitely somewhere that we can focus and make a larger impact. So I feel like we should continue with the plans to go with the vote center, because it could be another year, and I feel like we're already behind the curve as it is, especially when it comes to the rest of Texas and the larger counties in the rest of Texas, and we're a progressive county, and we want, especially during this election, this presidential year election, that's going to be so important, to provide everybody with as many options as we possibly can.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout.
So what I'm going to plan to do then, I kind of thought that's the way you guys would want to go. So what I'm going to plan to do is reach out to each of your offices, have them help me set up a Zoom meeting or public meeting in each of your precincts virtually, and then come back and do the public hearing on the 20th. I will start to draft all the documents. Because we don't have any, advisory committee generally, like I said, discusses consolidation and things like that. Because we're not planning to do anything like that, I would say that those meetings could happen in August once we've already submitted the application of that this is what we're going to do. It's a kind of a template I've seen other counties use. And then we'll meet with them in August, discuss the locations with the understanding we won't be consolidating any, but we would like to add some, at least on, if we can, even on election day sites. I think we should add some more sites and go from there, and then bring it back to you, to the court on the 20th for the public hearing, and then on the 27th for the final presentation with all the documents and asking for letters of support.
Yeah, and I definitely, anything my office can do to help when it comes, I think we, reaching out to the media and making, try to work with our media partners to get the word out about having these public meetings, these virtual public meetings. I know that that's an important aspect to this, and so we want to get as much public feedback as we can as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Lisa, do you have, and I know it might be out of your purview or maybe, but are you privy to information having to do with once they're there to vote, the social distancing, the usage of the masks and so forth? Do you have any information that you want to share with the public that you might have as to your expectations?
Sure. So obviously we've been telling everyone, our poll workers have been marking out the locations with social distancing. We've been encouraging voters to use the masks. We're not allowed by law to require the masks, and that's kind of been a small point of confusion. Although we've been receiving, I've been trying to get information from all of our early voting sites, at least today. 2 sites mentioned they had 2 voters come in without a mask, but upon being offered masks, took the masks. So I honestly, I would say maybe in the single digits. Again, I'm still waiting to hear from 4 or 5 locations on voters that have shown up without masks. But most of them have, most of our voters have been, have understood the importance of wearing a mask, not only for their own protection, but for our poll workers who are out here, working in conditions that are definitely not ideal. We've been sanitizing the machines after every voter. We've got air sanitizer we spray throughout the day. We've got the disposable styluses. Again, I think we are close to 1,500 voters in person as of an hour ago. I'm going to double check right now. Yeah, we're at 14, 16. So we're probably going to, like I said, surpass the numbers we did previously, which in a pandemic is pretty remarkable. So obviously our voters want to vote, and we're happy to provide that service. We're just asking everyone to please be considerate of the poll workers and other voters by minding the social distancing, wearing the masks, basically touching as few things as possible. And we are following behind every voter, disinfecting after they leave.
Thank you, Lisa. Christina, are you on the call still?
Yes, Judge, I'm here.
I just wanted to see if legal wanted to weigh in on this idea of enforcing versus not enforcing. I know that we've, my order is saying that if you're in a place of business that you have, you are required to wear a mask. What makes the difference? Because I've been getting a lot of calls and texts and so forth as to, afraid to go out because someone else might not be wearing the mask. Could you sort of give us a little bit of your insight to that situation as with respect to enforcing or requiring the masks?
Judge, hi, Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. I just want to make sure I'm going to address it generally because I think it might be a little bit outside the scope of this particular agenda item. This agenda item was specifically to receive the presentation on the November election and to get direction on where you would want to go with the vote centers, but I can generally speak to that as I would imagine that the application of this would still hold true as we move forward into the November 2020 election. And so currently, your orders are saying and that are following the local public health orders, which are saying that individuals should be wearing those masks. And when I say individuals, I'm referring to those voters that are showing up to the polling sites. And so Under the governor's own direction and own order, we do not have the enforcement authority to require them, to penalize individuals if they do not wear those masks into those polling sites. And because these individuals are voters, we don't want to also run into issues or any accusations that we are not allowing individuals to vote because they don't wear a mask. The recommendations that we have provided was that the elections department do provide masks, which they have been, and which individuals, I'm happy to hear, are taking up on that offer. But if an individual goes to vote and they don't wear a mask, unfortunately, that does create issues. But we would not. That individual could continue to vote if they want to.
Okay. Thank you, Christina. Just wanted to take advantage of having the public listen in, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
Christina, what do you, at this point, what do you suggest as far as what we need to do at this juncture?
Okay, so this item again is posted to receive a presentation. What I'm hearing from Lisa is she's just trying to get a consensus or some direction in terms of what is the pleasure of the court in terms of the vote centers. She gave the timeline of what she needs to do. I believe that Commissioner Stout has indicated he's in support of moving forward with the vote center plan. And I haven't heard from the rest of the commissioners in terms of what their direction and feedback is to Lisa, so she can put that together.
I would support Commissioner Stout in what he'd like to see. I don't know, Commissioner Leon, where are you at with this?
No, I feel the same way. I felt this way for years, and like I said, we just can't go backwards.
Exactly. Okay, so I guess, Lisa, you do have direction from the three of us.
Thank you. I'll be reaching out to your offices probably in the next day or two to move forward on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. Thank you for all your hard work, and please tell your staff the same thing. You know, I know it's long hours, a lot of intensity, but thank you for that.
Thank you.
Item number 8 from the regular agenda. Approve and authorize the Elections Department to accept the Texas Secretary of State 2020 CARES Act Help America Vote Grant Award in the amount of $727,904.03 from March 28, 2020 through November 30th, 2020. A county match in the amount of $145,580.81 is required. Funding is available in General Fund, G-Admin, Transfer Out Grant Match, and Special Grant Elections 1920 Operating Expenses. Contract number 2020-0543.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Lisa Wise, again, El Paso County Elections Administrator. This is just us bringing back the item from last week, which was to apply for this grant. We've now received the funds. We're just wanting to get the approval to actually accept it. This will be used to purchase additional machines, as well as operate some ballot by mail with a vendor for the November election upcoming.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Before I read item number 9, we do have to read in item number 14 from purchasing. Item number 14 reads, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 262.024A4, approve and authorize the use of an exemption to purchasing procedures that allows a contract with Runbeck Election Services Incorporated for the purchase of a personal or professional service. Funding is available in special grant CARE HAVA 20 capital outlays.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Judge Samaniego, Deborah Carrejo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. In this case, I'm bringing before you a request from the Elections Department to go with a professional service to one of the companies that is approved by the state of Texas. Per 262.024, you have a discretionary exemption whereby you as the Commissioners Court can decide to create a professional services contract in the best interest of the county. And in this case, you are looking at costs as we know them. But if you will notice, there is an amount not to exceed, and that it ties right back to what Lisa was saying with we just don't know the impact at this time. So we were advised by the legal department to at least put a not to exceed on it so that when you approve, numbers can be brought back at a later date once the full effect of everything is known. But if you approve this, you'll be able to move on with the other item that Lisa has on the agenda.
Lisa, you want to comment on this item?
Sure. So this item is basically the vendor that we're going to use for the ballot by mail. And it's hard to know what that contract is going to look like as in its entirety, because we don't know if we'll be sending out 5,000 ballots or 100,000 ballots. And what we don't want to have is keep coming back as we exceed an amount. But we do have the grant money as well as our special revenue that we can use. So it shouldn't affect the general fund. But again, there's just so many unknowns in there on that ballot by mail on what the amount is that we're gonna be sending out for November.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Back to item number 9 from the regular agenda. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the ballot and mail services agreement with Runbeck Election Services from June 26, 2020 through June 26, 2024. Funding is available in the special grant CARE Help America Vote 20 operating expense and special revenue election services election expense. Contract number 2020-0375.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. This is my last item, I believe, for the day. Lisa Weisel, Paso County Elections Administrator. This just piggybacks on what the purchasing department had talked about, which was contracting with a vendor for the ballot by mail services and getting in, going into contract with this specific vendor.
Thank you. A move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Have a good week, Lisa.
You too.
Item number 10. Item number 10, Commissioners Court. Discuss and take appropriate action to plan the County of El Paso's Community Healing Garden unveiling ceremony at Azcárate Park on August 2nd, 2020, in remembrance of the 1-year anniversary of the lives tragically taken from our community on August 3rd, 2019, to include the use of the park pavilion and amenities. Further authorize the closure of the park from 12 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. and approve the waiver of entrance fees for guests during this time period. Azcárate Park will reopen to the public from 8:30 p.m. through 11 p.m. Funding is available in CIP 2020 Memorial Park Improvements and General Fund General Administrative Operations Contingencies.
Thank you. We made some comments on this, but Veronica, go ahead and lead the presentation, and then I'll add on to what's been taking place on this particular item.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Veronica Myers, Parks and Recreation Director, and if we can go to the presentation.
It's on.
Presentation's up,
Veronica.
Ms. Myers.
Okay, as you can see, we have I'm sorry, I'm only seeing split screen on my end.
You have to pin our
Anyway.
window.
Veronica, did you hear Miguel's instruction about?
I'm sorry, Miguel, what was that?
You would have to pin Alexis Ortiz's window so you can it can pop up. But it is up on the broadcast.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go through this presentation. So talking about the memorial project, it's to honor our victims, and it's like the judge said earlier, it's a place for the community to come together and heal, and that way and also a place that we can have to remember the anniversary on August 3rd, 2020. Next slide, please. Why Escárate Park? Escárate Park is owned by the County of El Paso. It already has some amenities in place, infrastructure in place, that'll assist in the progress of the building of the memorial. The space is perfect for a healing garden. It has natural features. It will be maintained by the County Parks and Recreation Department, and construction is being funded by donations from the community, the county, and JAR Construction. Next slide, please. And why a healing garden? Why it's important to have a healing garden? Again, it's a place to provide quiet and reflective place for the whole community to heal. Again, research shows that natural spaces provide multiple healing benefits. And we're also utilizing natural elements for the structure that will create a lot of healing aspects for the community. Next slide, please. The lotus flower, so again, our logo and the significance behind it. It has the 23 loops to identify the 23 victims that lost their lives that day. The star for hope and the resiliency that we have in El Paso. We are El Paso strong. Next slide, please. These are the existing conditions and where the site will be for the memorial. Next slide, please. This is a conceptual plan that we have for the memorial plan. And I want to thank our engineers, Lydia Arias and Adrian Alvarado, who worked on this project. Next slide, please. This is a closer look at the wall, at the memorial wall, where the plaques will go, with the water feature and the planter in front of them. And each one of the plaques will have its own light. Next slide, please. Again, we're working on contributions to build the memorial. If you all can please post your donation, the donation link to all your social media sites. We're still collecting donations to cover the additional cost of the memorial project, the construction, and also the plaques and additional items for the Memorial Remembrance Day on August 3rd, 2020. Next slide, please. We've been working with the community to plan the Remembrance Day activities. On the line is Christina Lamore from the United Way, from the Family Resiliency Center. They have been amazing and wonderful to work with in planning all the activities so that we do something special and very meaningful for the families especially. And again, we want to start with some type of groundbreaking or some type of unveiling at Ascarate Park. We want to start a ceremony. We're also working with the Interfaith Alliance group with the bishop, Mark Seitz, and his group. They had a meeting, and the community, some of the victims' families that were part of that committee, unanimously asked that the Remembrance Day ceremony be at Ascarate Park. They said Ascarate Park brought them happy memories. So we're very honored to be able to host that event. The Family Resiliency Center, we'll talk about the luminarias that they want to do around the park. And then the county is looking at doing the lanterns on the lake. Again, depending on COVID-19 gathering guidelines, we will do that. And so we asked the court that we close the park early that day in order to prepare for the ceremonies in the evening. All the fees will be waived once the park is closed for the rest of the evening. And if we need to, it'll be a private ceremony just for the families. And then we'll open up the gates from 8:30 to 11, and there'll be no charge for the community to come in and participate as a whole, be connected through the luminarias. If they can't go to the park or don't want to, they can set up luminarias in their home. And then the next day, on Monday, we also want to have the area open and the luminarias on again in the evening. And again, have the luminarias on until 11 p.m. on Monday night on August the 3rd, 2020. With that, I will ask Christina Lamore to please jump in and talk about other activities.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you, Veronica, for that introduction. My name is Christina Lamore. I am with the United Way of El Paso County, and I help to head up the El Paso United Family Resiliency Center, the community's response to the long-term recovery and healing from the August 3rd tragedy last fall. As Veronica had mentioned, we are working very closely with the county and with other local governments to be able to coordinate a cohesive effort in terms of Day of Remembrance activities. And so we're very grateful for the support that we've received from your teams. As she mentioned, we're also hoping to do a drive-through luminaria event the evening of August 2nd and August 3rd. So that the community has the opportunity to come together and to remember the unity that we have here in El Paso, and just be able to remember the lives that were lost, and of course the family and friends that we still have with us. We feel that having a drive-through luminaria activity gives the community a chance to come together and to have that cohesion while also respecting social distancing guidelines and giving a folks place that is safe and that is healthy in order to remember. In addition to this, there's a lot of other activities going on in the community. The Family Resiliency Center is hoping to have a call to action for a day of service and an act of kindness, giving ideas to folks in the community of small, medium, and large things that they can be doing for their neighbors, for their neighborhood, or even for the larger community. So we're excited about that. And then finally, to get the youth involved, we're also hoping to host a youth art competition to give our younger folks the opportunity to express their feelings in a healthy manner, and also feel like they are part of the remembrance and part of the giving back here in El Paso. So those are just some of the ideas that we're talking about. Every 3 weeks or so, a larger group within El Paso comes together, and we talk about the ideas to make sure that nothing's missed. That committee includes the County of El Paso, the city, Emergence Health Network, Walmart, United Way, and a lot of other major stakeholders to make sure that everybody's included, that we've got our victims advocates to make sure that the families are being heard. We're thinking about first responders, we're thinking about mental health professionals, and how our message to the community during that time is, yes, one of cohesion and also one of solemn remembrance and respect for the individuals and families that were affected. So the week of July 6th, we're hoping to hold a joint press conference in order to share all of the information with the community and set the stage and prepare the people of El Paso for that 1-year remembrance time. And we're going to have all the information in terms of the different activities that are going to be available posted up on our El Paso United website, so that all of the information is in one place. We will have mental health literature in terms of coping techniques for stress and just dealing with all of those feelings that are, again, resurfacing during that time. And so those are the things that we're hoping to accomplish during that Day of Remembrance through the Resiliency Center. And we appreciate the support of the commissioners and of the county judge and of the county in general. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
and
you
I also
so
wanted
much.
to thank
Your
the district
liaison
attorney's
with the
office.
United Way has been amazing, and thank you for everything that you've done. And just for recognizing this holistic approach to August 3rd. And, you know, we had a little bit of a big disruption of focusing on COVID, and that sort of put things aside. But you and Veronica and the rest of the team have kept things going and allowing us to be, you know, difficult situation with the actual, you know, the wall and everything that was described of trying to make that happen. But the rest of the activities are they're very manageable, especially with the caliber and organizational skills that you and others have to make this happen. But one of the things that we wanted is for everybody to come together and not have, you know, 50 different activities, but sort of have one opportunity. And I think having it at Escárate and then being requested, and I'd like to, you know, let the public know it was, you know, we didn't have discussions about where they wanted to have it. That was different. We had thought it'd be good, and then we found out that we had coincided. I also want to mention that the District Attorney Jaime Esparza and his team, because they are in contact with all the families all the time, we found it important and necessary for them to continue to provide them feedback, what we're doing, what's happening, and trying to get, you know, give them as much feedback and get their information as well. So that's been a great connection that the DA has continued to have, separate of what they have to do in their legal situation, but just been extremely helpful. Jaime has been very good about connecting and letting them know where we're at. Very favorable to what we're asking. I mean, they've asked, they don't want big public where they're going to be. They don't want a lot of to be in big crowds because of the, you know, just the nature of the situation. They had requested other areas. They said no, they would like to have Escárate, but also our focus is to try to do something for the family in a private way. And then be able to open it into a more public once they leave the premise. And so that balance of the private, of what they want, that quietness, this you know, solemn event, and then opening it to a more public, you know, interaction there at Escárate with the entire public is what we'd like to do. So we thank you conceptually. That's what we're trying to accomplish is, you know, the private venue with the public, and then also letting them know that it doesn't end there, but that we're still extremely conscientious of everything they have to go through. So in essence, that's the way it started. What can we do for the victims and the injured and their families, but then what can we do for the community? And I think it's evolved in a very natural way that has been very much appreciated by people have heard in general, because we haven't gone out there and expressed it explicitly. But when we have, there seems to be quite a favorable reaction to what we're trying to accomplish. This opening of the park is very essential. Obviously, that we wouldn't want to be charging, or that it's just very transparent when they walk in there. We've talked about, I've suggested that we have lighting on our side and lighting in the Juarez site. I've talked to the consulado to discuss, how, just typically what dealerships use to light up, and maybe a couple more. And we're lighting up both from Juarez and Escarate at the same time. So anything that can be seen by the entire community. I've also talked to different managers at stations that we could broadcast as much as possible so that people that don't feel comfortable and would rather see it from home would be able to take advantage of that situation, especially during the ceremonial part because of the limitations that we have on number of people. So we have that balance that we're looking at and looked at a lot of different ways. Of course, the actual memorial was the biggest challenge. The others are a big challenge, but I think they're extremely manageable. So once again, Christina, thank you so much for that partnership that you have with Veronica and her team. And we appreciate that. And the wanting to come together as a community and allowing the county commissioners and myself to host that event when it does happen.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any comments? Go ahead, Veronica.
We want to stream everything live as well, and then, like you mentioned, and then also we also are open to working with the city. They were going to put something together, some type of celebration where they would also broadcast it through the social media. We're willing to put it up on our big screen as well in the evening, if not Sunday night, on Monday night for the general public as they're going through. And we're working still with the city to get their information so that it's definitely a cohesive project and events.
Exactly. This is one big family community coming together, and I think we've shown this consistency of working together, the city and the county trying to do things properly, sharing information back and forth. It's just been, I think we're going to be able to do something that's extremely important. And I'll emphasize the anniversary is such a key to the healing process. And what we do on the 1st will be a reflection of what we'll be able to do on the 2nd anniversary, and obviously the 5th, as everybody's looking at those time frames as the 1st and the 5th. But what you do today and what we do on August 1st of this year really is going to be the foundation and the energy that's going to stay for a long period of time. So a lot of people very interested, everybody collaborating properly. And once again, I've always thanked the commissioners for their support and the commissioners court and their staff, of course, and Betsy and Public Health, Public Works. So we were able to establish something, that we're going to feel good about. I know we are. I think it's going to be a great event on that day, and we'll show the community and the rest of the country, if not the world, as to how El Paso comes together for these kinds of events and being part of the healing process. So I move to approve the item.
Second.
And just to be clear, Veronica, all you're asking for is for the approval to close the park from 12 to 8:30 at this
Correct.
point?
Yes,
Okay,
and
thank
waive
you.
the fees after 12 o'clock.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cesar?
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Judge, I just wanted to say, again, thank you to everybody that has worked on this. The FRC, the United Way, and the FRC has done a great job. Christina Lamore has done a great job coordinating that committee, which I have the honor of serving on, and I appreciate everything that she's done. I appreciate everybody. I appreciate what everybody else on that committee, the input that they have given. To try to make this event as loving and caring as possible and as inclusive of the community as possible, but also, respecting the families. They've talked about it, the importance of making it a binational event as well, and I think that's very important because there were victims that came from Mexico as well. And I know that that's been spoken about here. Veronica, thank you very much for your work, just the outpouring of passion when it comes to getting this thing, this thing done. It's going to be I think a great event, and I'm happy to have been part of this, and so I'm definitely going to vote yes.
Judge Samaniego.
Thank you, and thank you for that, reminding me, Commissioner, about Mauricio Ibarra, our consulate, very active, trying to see if we could get Mayor Cavada involved as well, and so to keep that international, it happened to us even before that. We're very connected, but obviously this is one more indication of how close we are because of the number of victims from Juarez, and that they understand that this is something that we take away those borders and and just be able to come together. So thank you for reminding it, but we are working hard with Mauricio and Mayor Cavada on this as well. Well, thank you. And aye on my case.
Thank you, Judge. Motion carries.
Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
you, Christina.
Commissioners.
Nice seeing you.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Cissa.
Item number 11, County Administration. Receive a presentation regarding the sale, use, and possession of fireworks for the 2020 July 4th holiday period and take appropriate action. And further approve and authorize the road closures of Flagler Street at Tangerine Avenue, Cragg Street, north of Montana Avenue, Cragg Street at Marvin Lane, Vista del Este Boulevard at Marvin Lane, Stansbury Drive at Colonial Bluff Road, and Mission Ridge Boulevard at Aircoup.
Yes, good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Daniel Collins, County Administration. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can, and we do have somebody signed up for public comment, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
So these slides are an updated version of my June 15th slides, which walked you through El Paso County's options regarding banning fireworks and how the county is trending with regard to drought conditions. I'll also discuss work of the county staff in advance of the 4th of July holiday. These slides do not cover the judge's options for restricting outdoor gatherings of more than 100 people, which I believe the judge touched briefly on during his COVID-19 update, but our county attorney's office is available to discuss those options as well. So in this slide, again, option one is that the county could take no action with regard to banning fireworks, in which case the sales, which began on Wednesday, June 24th, can continue. Option two is no longer an option. The county could have banned skyrockets with sticks and missiles with fins, sticks and fins, if it had done so before June 15th. And only if the county had reached the Keach-Byram Drought Index, or KBDI, of 575 or more. Nevertheless, now option three is available to the county judge. He may issue a declaration of local disaster because we have now, in fact, exceeded 5 KBDI. Under this option, the State Land Forest Service would run an assessment and provide feedback to the governor. Such declaration would only last for 7 days unless extended by the Commissioner's Court. Under a declaration, the judge could ban the sale, use, or possession of all fireworks. Bans on anything more than sticks and fins would only be effective for 60 hours unless the county judge requests and the governor authorizes an extension. The county attorney's office is also available to answer questions on the judge's local disaster power. Next slide. As I mentioned, we have exceeded the KBDI. This slide shows the KBDI as of today. You'll see that El Paso is now at 581, and we're the fifth driest county by that metric. Next slide, please. This slide shows this year's KBDI trends compared to 2019, where we did not hit 575. Since I last updated the court on June 15th, our KBDI numbers increased a total of 45 points. Our numbers have been increasing pretty steadily between 3 and 4 points daily, except for a one-day drop on June 25th following some moisture that we experienced in the latter days of last week. Next slide, please. This slide is another map kept by Texas A&M showing El Paso is at extreme risk of fire today. As I say on this slide, we've been listed as either high risk over the last few weeks, except for a few days where moisture dropped us down to moderate risk. I'll also note this morning the National Weather Service for southern New Mexico and far west Texas advised that we'd have breezy, dry, and warm conditions today and tomorrow. They report that those conditions will create red flag fire weather today and tomorrow. Starting Wednesday, there are rain chances, but those are expected to clear out by the 4th of July weekend. Next slide. This slide is from the U.S. Drought Monitor, which shows that El Paso is abnormally dry as of last week, but has not yet been in drought by their metrics. Next slide. On June 12th, Dr. Ocaranza issued a health advisory order and guidance for the outdoor sale stands, including fireworks stands. This order is posted at epstrong.org. I briefly summarize its provisions on the slide. Requirements include 6 feet of social distance, limits on the number of clients that can be served at one time, employees and clients being required to wear masks, signs about hygiene, masks, social distance, and not congregating in groups larger than 10, employee health screenings, encouraging touchless sales, frequent cleaning of surfaces, and hand sanitizer for employees and clients. I understand this order was also shared with fireworks vendors. This order followed a conversation with the county judge and staff and Chief Roger Esparza and Frank Guillen of the Emergency Service Districts 2 and 1 had with fireworks vendors on June 11th, I believe. Next slide, please. Anticipating crowds for 4th of July, the county's Public Works Department and the Sheriff's Office did recommend some street closures in East Montana and the Mission Ridge communities in East El Paso County. The intention with these proposed road closures was to prevent people from entering neighborhoods and exploding fireworks in front of homes. Commissioners Court should have also received, as their backup to this item, a letter of support from the Sheriff's Office. The closures are on the screen. They include in the East Montana community, Flagler Street at Tangerine, Cragg Street north of Montana Avenue, Cragg Street at Marvin Lane, Vista del Este at Marvin Lane, and in the Mission Ridge community, Stansbury Drive at Colonial Bluff Road, and Mission Ridge Boulevard at Aircoop. And the next 2 slides illustrate these closures. If I could see the next slide, please. Just let that sit there for a minute. You'll see again, their intention is to stop traffic from entering these neighborhoods. And maybe the next slide for the Mission Ridge community. Okay, and next slide. Before I turn it over to questions, I'll say that staff, Public Works, and the Sheriff's Office have also been working on plans for cleanup following 4th of July. I believe that representatives from both offices are available to answer questions about those plans. I understand that Chief Esparza from ESD number 2 may also be on this call. Again, the judge mentioned fireworks and impending orders at the start of his COVID-19 presentation. So I'll conclude my presentation there and open it up to questions for myself or the County Attorney's Office.
Chief Esparza, are you on the call right now?
Yes, sir, I am, Judge.
Would you like to comment on anything before we move forward?
Well, Judge, I want to give you the thanks for allowing me to cooperate with the county on working with this year's fireworks and due to COVID-19. Right now, my phone is blowing up from all the fireworks vendors waiting to see what the ruling is going to be. And I've had several calls from the vendors wanting to do some concessions. I did tell them that I don't know which direction you all were leaning towards, but that we would look at them and get ready for any changes.
Thank you, Chief Esparza. One of the things, as much as I have the authority in several ways, you know, whether more so on the social side of it, and I'll give you a little bit of history, and I think I mentioned it prior last week, is that we did meet with the vendors, and the vendors were extremely motivated to do the right things. They've invested money in trying to do the brochures, trying to get things done online, curb service. They've really did over and above what we expected. And I know we're expecting from some of them, but it looked like most of them were very encouraged to look at COVID as a huge issue and that they didn't want to contribute to it. So at that point in time, we took our focus away from the vendor and then looked at historically what's happened in the past, and we saw that having 25, 30,000 people line up and trying to control and enforce something that we really don't have the authority to enforce, and in certain areas we do, in others we don't, as far as not areas of demographically, but areas in whether to wear a mask when they're there, having the vendors, their employees wear masks, but we really didn't have any way to really enforce the situation. If we had the 25,000, then we had to figure how do we count 100? They're next to 100, and so how do we do that? And it was extremely complex to try to figure things out. So what we did, we looked at the order and legal, obviously looking at what are some of the opportunities. And one of them is that the order isn't strictly of an event, but the gathering of people, whether we create an event or people gather on their own, still would qualify for that 100. And so we know that beyond a doubt that there's going to be more than 100 people are going to show up at these areas. And so we were able to say, okay, we're not going to allow people gathering for the fireworks and being able to do that. And that's the way we were moving, is that, we're going to try to allow people to the usage that they could purchase them, but not necessarily use them at this particular time because of the COVID situation. That would have been one option, to say, okay, we'll keep them, we'll keep the vendors being able to sell, and they could utilize them at any other point in time, but not in gatherings or gatherings of more than 100. And so that was our direction. During the weekend, we had the drought index be able to get at the level that allows then for us to do the Disaster Act and be able to move in that direction. But what I kept telling everyone is that I wanted to be able to get the information and the comments from the Commissioners Court in order to make come to a better decision. And so obviously my expectation at this point is to hear from, I'm hoping I'd hear from the rest, but circumstance doesn't allow us at this point. So we've got Commissioner Leon and Commissioner Stout and myself to be able to have a discussion on your precincts and your thoughts and how we move forward. So we've got one way would be because of the social distancing and the inability for people to maintain less than 100. We also have the drought index supporting that we could ban fireworks, and so that would allow us to go from that direction. I think the most important premise is, we have a huge challenge in our community. And if we could do anything, or anything that we do is related to not having that number of cases increase, like it did in Memorial Day, like it did in Mother's Day, Father's Day, those were very events that aren't even close because there was no events out there. Like I've said, this is more of a self-imposed situation. And so that peak might be greater, much greater than any of the other holidays that we have had in the past 2 months. So that's extremely concerning to me. I was very concerned even before the numbers started increasing. And now that the numbers have increased and we see what's been happening at the hospital and that increase, it sort of supports the idea is that what do we do so that we don't have a peak and a more of an increase. And so we're talking here about not only positive cases, but we're also talking about saving lives, because the more positive cases we have, the more of the situation of someone going into the hospital, going into ICU, going to the ventilator, and as we know, once they're in the ventilators, it becomes extremely high probability that they won't survive the virus. So we're sort of looking at the root cause of what might happen 3, 4, 5 weeks from now if we do not do this properly. Also, if I would like Erica or Ryan, if they're on the call, if they could add or just make sure that I'm stating things properly, and then your comments on some of the options that we have. I don't know, Erica, if you're on the call, or Ryan, which they've been. My whole legal team's been working on everything, but Ryan and Erica have focused a lot on the fireworks situation along with Dan. So, Ryan, do you want to comment?
Sure, Judge. Yeah. So the powers that you would have, your emergency powers under 418 of the government code, you're currently exercising those powers with a disaster declaration under the context of the pandemic. But at this point, because the KBDI index has gone above 575, you could also have the opportunity to declare disaster still under 418, but under the context of drought conditions, and that would allow you to go back and go ahead and prohibit the sale or the use of fireworks in their entirety, or if you were to choose a category such as that the Commissioners Court had previously, sticks and fins, or if you want to do the whole thing, then that would be up to you as well, or somewhere in between.
Thank you. Commissioner Leon or Commissioner Stout, if you could comment on your feedback you've gotten and your constituents and your precinct and so forth. So Commissioner Leon, you want to go ahead first?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Number one, I'm very surprised that no one from Montana Vista is calling in. We usually have many callers. One of the biggest problems that we have out there is the cleanup, and number one, the fire danger that we have out there. And I think you touched on it earlier. We don't have hundreds of people show up. We have thousands. I doubt that the social distancing will be in effect. I just see it as a huge opportunity to be able to spread COVID-19. I wanted to hear from Chief Esparza insofar as how many calls on average do we get out there, and the types of injuries, if any, that we've seen, and the problems that you've seen in past years.
Commissioner Esparza, Chief Esparza, apologize. Chief Esparza, you want to comment on that?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can y'all hear me? Good afternoon, Commissioner Leon again. I don't have those numbers with me right now. I wasn't asked to prepare numbers, but on that day, we do get like an average about 50 calls, 60 calls for different types of scenarios, whether it be injuries via fireworks or brush fires or just medical calls. In Red Sands, it could be anything: vehicle fires, people injured via quads, you name it, it's happening. However, this is an unprecedented times that we're looking at right now, so it could be different.
Thank you, Chief. And Judge, as painful as it is to the vendors that prepare all year for this one event, it's very hard to tell them no. But I think the public health and the actual situation, us having to block all those streets, which we have to do, I just don't think it's a good idea to move on with it without some sort of prohibition, because those tremendously large groups will be getting together. So I'm very concerned about that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stout.
Yeah, Judge, I tend to want to agree with Commissioner Leon. you know, in years past where we have had the opportunity to place some prohibitions or bans on sales, possession, and use of fireworks because of the high risk and the drought factor. We've done it, and at least since I've been on the Commissioner's Court, and taking into account the situation we're in now with COVID and the very inherent danger of having large groups congregating together, I think it's even more incumbent upon us to utilize the tools that we have to make sure that public safety is and public health are top priorities.
Thank you for that. Christina, actually right now I'm just, I guess I'm taking feedback, but I don't think there's any action, right, that needs to be taken at this point in time.
Judge, you do have one person that is standing by for public comment, if you'd like to take that now.
Yeah, if Christina can sort of guide us as to what we're looking for here, and then we'll take that public comment.
Sure. So posted on your agenda. So at this point, Judge, it was an overview for the rest of the Commissioner's Court in terms of what your authority is on the orders. One, obviously, is on your own orders as county judge that you have been issuing, and that is within your authority, and that is within regard to the public gatherings. And so that you have briefs. There doesn't need to be any action on that. The second one, as you had indicated, was to get feedback from the commissioners to see what their thoughts are in proceeding with the declaration of disaster as a result of the drought conditions and where we are with the KDBI of 581. And so, again, you don't need to get official action from the court other than to get their information. The only other item that I was going to indicate was that as a reminder that if you do issue that declaration of disaster, it'll go for 7 days. So next Monday, if you all want to renew it, you certainly can, and you have the authority to do that, assuming, of course, that the KDBI still stands at that 581 and there's still that that drought declaration, but also with the timeline, as Mr. Kerr had indicated, once you I guess issue that ban, if you decide to do that, there's a different 60-hour deadline that would incur, and so that would go, I believe, through the holiday, which would be July the 3rd through the morning of that Sunday, July the 5th. But in terms of what you are posted for action today, you are posted for action specifically to close down those streets that are listed on the agenda. So that would be your official action for today.
Okay,
Judge Ron Kerr, Assistant County Attorney.
Let's hear the public comment, and then we'll move forward. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Dan, or someone's trying to.
Oh, it's Ryan Kerr, Assistant County Attorney, and Judge. Yes. So if you were to do an order that is more restrictive than just sticks or fins, that order would only last for 60 hours, unless you ask the governor to extend that order past 60 hours.
Which means that order would need to be placed Thursday, for example, not now.
So, yeah. So your disaster declaration will last 7 days. The disaster declaration encompasses many emergency powers. It's just that specifically, if you're going to exceed the restrictions on fireworks found in Local Government Code 352, if it's just that will only last for 60 hours. So you could issue a declaration today and then have the prohibition on fireworks go into effect at a later date, so long as it goes into effect and expires within the 7-day window of your disaster declaration.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Go ahead, Miguel, on the public comment.
We have Fernando Miramontes.
Yes, this is Fernando Miramontes with TNT Fireworks. Good afternoon, Judge and County Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on this very important agenda item. One thing I've got about 4 points I'd like to bring up. Number one, as far as the vendor side, we've been working closely with Chief Esparza We've had some proactive communication. Probably as long as a month ago, we addressed health and safety issues. I did send a COVID-19 response plan to Mr. Esparza to share with the commission. Right now, currently, because we're open, there's constant hand sanitizing and cleaning within the stands. All our employees are wearing masks. It's mandatory. They also have face shields. We have curbside service going on. We have an early purchasing program. We have 6-foot distancing aisles. Everything that the city county health orders that came up last week, we have addressed those as well as we can. So on our side, we have been very proactive to help the safety of not only our people in our groups, but also the people that purchase fireworks from us. The other one on large group gathering, on our particular locations, especially on Montana Vista area where we used to have large lots and people would congregate there and shoot off fireworks, we are restricting any type of fireworks usage on our lot. So we'll be making barriers and things like that to keep the people off those large lots. Now, we can't, do that on other private land, but we certainly can do it on the several lots that we have. And I think that will help a lot of the people from just coming in there, buying a bunch of fireworks and shooting them off in one particular area. So that was another item that was on there. Thirdly, the trash pickup. I understand that with the county and with the prisoners and the people that used to pick them up, I do have a program set up, and I've always had this program where my fundraising groups to earn extra money or whatever they need donations, that we have done lots of cleanups on a voluntary basis. I've done that at Red Sands for several years. Of course, now Red Sands is blocked off, so you won't have that type of social gathering at Red Sands, and you won't have the number of calls and other problems that occur when you have lots of people gathering. So we have some positives over here with the large group gatherings that we can maybe curtail. I like to say the trash pickup, we're already looking at large containers for trash and the volunteers picking up not only in the areas that we sell on, but also in the neighborhoods if people report trash and so on and so forth. We're willing to go out there and pick up that trash. The other thing I want to talk about is, let's see, restricted shooting areas. I've got that, curb service, distancing. Economic impacts. If you know that we've already gone through our inspections with the ESD, we've already, our product is out there. This is a business that's seasonal. We're trying to survive just like any other business that has gone through this COVID-19. Unfortunately, we're a business that's only about 7 to 10 days long and trying to make a living for a whole year. And most of the groups are fundraising groups. It'd be really, really hard for this to happen. It'd be devastating for the industry and the individuals involved. I don't even know if I would be able to handle this. I've been through the drought index several years before, from 2011 to 2015, so I can understand how that is. The task force and strategies that the county has come up with, if the drought index and the drought disaster, we've got to have an emergency management plan set up. I think you've already moved a little bit forward with that, with the road closures in the Montana Vista area and the East Ridge area. So some of the plans that you've done have actually been into place. We talked about banning or pulling stick rockets and fins off the shelves. I think part of the conversation was if we hit the KDBI over 575, the vendors would voluntarily pull that off. And I know certainly in my area and the vendors that I've talked to from my other customers or competitors, they're willing to do what it takes to stay in business and pull off those rockets and fins. I'm just coming from our side. As much as we can do proactively, currently, and into the 4th of July, actual day of the 4th of July celebration, it's a big concern for the health and safety of the community. And also, we have 2 or 3 sides of the coin that Mr. Samaniego, Judge Samaniego has really addressed and and probably has wrestled with quite a bit. So, I'm just out here to I don't know if you call it a compromise with this COVID thing, but I would really hate to see that that the business, loses out by the disaster declaration and it being so close to the 575 and the vegetation out there, like clean lots and stuff. It is not a tinderbox like it used to be several years ago. It's pretty green. I don't think there's huge fire dangers out there, in my opinion. If you have any questions for me, I would gladly love to answer those. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Viramontes, as I said earlier, and I really thank you, you and everyone else that met, and all the energy that you placed forth to help us, because if the drought index hadn't reached where it did yesterday, you were all prepared to do some amazing things and work really hard with us and try to do as much as you could. And I was very complimentary to a lot of different people. Like I said, I didn't expect that kind of collaboration as to what happened. I learned something today about the cleanup and your efforts to do that. So I want to thank you for your comments on to the Commissioners Court today.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioners, any further comments?
I think my feedback stands. I think we need to do, we need to do the prohibition, have the disaster declaration, and move forward with prohibiting this. Like I said, we've seen this in the past and we've done it, and we were not in times of COVID-19 where there's an additional public health risk. So that's what my opinion is. I'll go ahead and move to approve the closure of the streets.
And I'll second that, but I've also would like to echo what Commissioner Stout just mentioned. And what I was looking at, some of the numbers that came about through some of these protests we've had the last few weeks, they were outside events, and see, this is just one of those sad situations where I think we do have to take that action. So, as I said, I second that motion.
Thank you. Go ahead, Cesar.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. This brings us to the items from purchasing. Item number 16. Approve the purchase of 10 leased copiers for 60 months for Juvenile Probation Department using TIPS Cooperative Contract 18-0103. Awarded to Benchmark Business Solutions of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $91,225.80. Purchasing approved on June 18th, 2020. Funding is available in General Fund JPD Rentals Leases.
Good afternoon, Deborah Carrejo-Troll, County Purchasing Agent. I think after this one, we do have to circle back to 15. I don't remember doing 15 today. Today, I'd like for you to consider approving 10 leased copiers for juvenile probation. We found a local vendor who can do this through the TIPS cooperative contract, and the lease term is for 60 months, and it is a very good price for that time and the quantity that we're getting. And if you will approve this, we can start on the contracting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Pardon me, I did skip that. I'm sorry, I scrolled too far. Item number 15 from purchasing, award of bid 20-006, tires for the County of El Paso, to Border Recapping LLC, El Paso, Texas, Broadway Motors, El Paso, Texas, the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, Akron, Ohio, Southern Tire Mart LLC, Columbia, Mississippi, Tire Connection, El Paso, Texas. Purchasing approved on June 17, 2020. Funding is available in various accounts.
Deborah Carrejo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. We're requesting award of a bid 20-006, and what we'd like to do to help fleet is award to the lowest vendor in each category. We had 7 vendors responding. All 3 vendors, well, 2 of the 3 vendors are El Paso vendors, and the Goodyear Tire Company. I'm sorry, I lost my place. We're going to go to Border Recapping LLC, Broadway Motors, and the Goodyear Tire Company, Southern Tire Mart, and Tire Connection in El Paso. If you're approving this, you're approving fleet to award to the lowest vendor in each section, which allows us to take advantage of the bulk purchasing and the larger volume.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 17, Auditor. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026, please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended May 31st, 2020. The interim financial report is located on the intranet at http://www.epcounty.com/auditor/monthly-reports.htm.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners, Edward Dion, County Auditor. I know it's been a long day for you, so I'm going to try to expedite this presentation as much as possible. See if the slide's already up. Okay. The executive summary here is just all funds, revenues, and expenses, and general fund specifically showing revenues and expenses and the percentage of the budget expended so far. Next slide, please. Next slide is the condensed financial report for the month of May. This is what we publish in the newspaper. Published on Sunday, usually prior to the presentation. Shows all budgeted funds, capital projects, grants, and agency funds. Next slide, please. Revenues. The summary revenues by fund type. Total revenues for the month was $22.9 million, and year-to-date $378.7 million, of which the general fund for the fiscal month was $15.8 million, and year-to-date $260 million. From here forward, I'll be emphasizing the general fund. That's the main operating account of the county. Next slide, please. General fund by source year-to-date for fiscal month 8. As I said, revenues for 2020 a total $260 million versus 234 for the prior year, FY19, an increase of $26.7 million, of which the majority of that is property taxes and sales taxes. The one area I'd like to just expand on a little bit is we know we have COVID impacts this fiscal year. When COVID started, we had a significant increase in sales tax revenue at that point in time. So we've had some losses. We had a loss for sales tax for the month of March. April, we had a full month, but the total impact so far have been about $1 million. And we anticipate, because of the impact that was there, that came through in April, the overall impact for the year is significantly less than what was projected. So we're going to still end the year with about a 1.4 million positive variance on sales tax. The other impacts we've had through COVID are the mixed beverage, which is down, and we should get another payment in July, so I'll be able to adjust that estimate. And the other areas that are mainly showing impacts are fines and fees, due to the fact that is less activity, and also that there's reduced payments from the defendants making payment. Next slide, please. General fund revenue by source shows the revised budget, then it shows you fiscal month 8, then it shows year to date, and then year to date is the percentage of the budget collected. Shows as of right now the revenues collected from all sources is 87.03%. One of the areas I'll point out is that we had vehicle sales and use tax collections, that is on state motor vehicles. We had an increase of 353,000 or 6.71% compared to 2019. This is based on collections based on the state's fiscal year for the prior year. So there's always a lag. So any impacts of reduced car sales this year, most likely we won't experience that until next year. This payment comes in once a year. Next slide, please. This is a pie summary as of fiscal month 8. Just showing you the amount of revenues that come in. The majority is taxes, about 88%, of which 73% is property taxes, and a little over 12% is sales tax, followed by other taxes. And the next major source is charges for services. And a significant part of that is the federal jail prisoner income. Next slide, please. This is a 3-year budget actual revenue comparison, 18, 19, and 20. And it just gives you an idea of the trend. And a lot of these revenues here show that the trend has been positive over the last 3 years. And we're up on basically all revenue sources, although property taxes is on track. We don't have any major impacts there. The sales tax, even though it's up by 64.51% versus the prior year of 62. We anticipate that number is going to be coming down over the next few months as we recognize some additional reductions or revenue shortfalls on sales tax. But as I mentioned, we expect the sales tax to still remain positive overall for the year, but that's still to be determined based on future payments. Next slide, please. This is revenues by department in the major categories: charges for services, fines, and intergovernmental. 59% of charges for services was from the sheriffs, 12% was from the county clerk. Fines and forfeitures, 51% was collected by the JPs and 34% was by the Council of Judges. And then intergovernmental revenues, 33% was from general government and 30% was from the county attorneys and 21% from the sheriff's salary reimbursements. Next slide, please. On expenditures, expenditure summary by fund type, all funds for the month, 29.3 million, for the year, 271.6 million. Next slide, please. General fund expenditures by type, just to give you an idea that of all the expenditures, salaries, fringe, operating, capital, and transfers. Personnel and salary benefits total 141 million. They accounted for almost 75% of the total expenditures, increased by 7.3 million compared to FY 2019. And operating expenses were 33 million, or 17.30% of the total expenses, and decreased 297,000 compared to FY 19. Capital outlays decreased by 174,000, mainly due to less equipment purchases. And the one that went up was an increase in transfers. It was an increase of 10.8 million, mainly due to the additional 1 penny that was allocated for the CIP allocation. and the transfer of funding for paving of roads under Public Works. Next slide, please. This is a percentage of general fund expenditures. It's FY20 compared to FY19. In FY20, the expenditures were 190 or 172 million. In 2019. Next slide, please. General fund expenditures by function. Just to give you an idea, the revised budget, excluding the 29 million designation for emergencies, was 354.3 million. The period actuals were 19.2 million. Year-to-date actuals 189.8 million. 53.57% of the budget expended as of May 31st. Next slide, please. This is the percentage of general fund expenditures year-to-date as a pie. And then you can see the breakout of the 53.57%. Public safety was 43.05% of expenses to date. General government was 28% of expenses to date. Administration of justice was 23% of expenses to date, and then other was 4.97%. Next slide, please. Expenditures based on the function of public safety. You can see that 81.7 million or 43% of the expenditures was public safety. Of that, Sheriff's Department represented 67.2 million or 82.2% of expenses, followed by juvenile probation at 10 million or 12%, followed by constables at 1.96 million and 2.4%, and then facilities at 1.8 million or 2.2%, and then other departments at 0.34 million or 0.42%. Next slide, please. Expenditures for general government. General government totaled 53.3 million or 28% of total expenses year to date. All other departments was 18.8 million or 35.3%. The general government non-department was 19 million or 35.68%. County auditor was 2.8 million or 7.626%, and district clerk was 3.6 or 6.8%. Next slide, please. Administration of justice totaled 45.3 million or 23.9% of the expenses year to date. Other departments totaled 17.7 or 37%. District attorney was 11.5 million or 25%, and this is just of the administration of justice. County attorney 6.5 million or 14.3%, and public defender was 5.5 million or 12.23%, and the district courts was 4 million or 10.34%. Next slide, please. Other function departments totaled 9.4 million or almost 5%. All other departments was 4.4 million or 47% of this total. Medical examiner is 1.7 or 18%. Scotty Park was 1.2 million or 15%, and the golf course was 1.2 million or 3.4%. Sports park was 0.78, 780,000 or 8.24%. Next slide. This is the fund balance that I show you on a regular basis. We've been factoring in the COVID adjustments when working with budget and fiscal policy. As of the end of May, we're showing that the fund balance is going to be dropping approximately $5 million. This relates to the remaining 11 million in revenue shortfalls, which was offset by about $6 million in revenue overages or excesses that we're anticipating, mainly through property taxes. But we'll continue monitoring the COVID impacts of sales tax mainly and mixed beverage and all the other revenue sources for which we show declines in the revenues. And as we get new data, we'll be modifying those on a monthly basis. Like I say, I'm working with budget and fiscal policy. We're really scrubbing the numbers to make sure that we're picking up everything to make sure that we give you the best estimate we possibly can. And with that, if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Ed. Appreciate that. Comments, questions from Commissioner Stout, Commissioner Leon?
No, and I've got one. Mr. Dion, on the fund balance, that has nothing to do with any CARES funding that we received?
No. Well, Commissioner, initially the Commissioner's Court funded a little over $1 million, but most of those expenditures have been transferred to the COVID funding grant. So to answer your question, no, there are no COVID-related expenses in this budget, and any that remain will be transferred out that are eligible. So this is just strictly the general fund and no COVID funds that have been received.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. With that, I entertain a motion to accept.
So moved.
Unless there's more questions.
Second.
Thank you.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Item number 18, Judiciary and Corrections. Approve and authorize a supplement from the County of El Paso from the 384th Safe P Reentry Drug Court Program Special Revenue Account in the amount of $21,847 to support salary and fringe benefits for an El Paso County Community Supervision and Corrections Department officer assigned to the El Paso County 384th Adult Drug Court Program. Funding is available in Special Revenue 384 Safe P Court Operations Contingencies.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Judge. My name is Cynthia Caro, and I am the Director of Programs and Operations for the Adult Probation Department. And I am here because we have a shortfall in one of our budgets. Due to COVID, we have our supervision fees such as plummeted, and we did not materialize the money needed to fill a position that is currently under a grant that's funded through the governor's office. Now, this grant has been funded for several years, and every year we are able to fund the 50% of this probation officer without any problems. But due to COVID and due to lack of funds that has been coming into the probation department, we are having difficulties at this time to fill this position in full. So we are asking for $21,847 to help us fill this position at 100% for the rest of the year. And Mike Alvarado has more details on where the funding comes from because it's his fund. But we did have a talk with the judge and discussed the importance of this position in his court.
Thank you. Mike?
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Mike Alvarado here, the compliance officer with the Safety Reentry Drug Court. Just to kind of piggyback on what Ms. Caro said, we're okay. We talked over with the judge. If we could transfer those funds, get y'all's approval, it would be deeply appreciated.
Thank you. Wally, any comments from a budget perspective?
Judge, Commissioners, Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. Yes, the judge had reached out to me a few weeks ago. The funding is available within his Safe P operating contingency account. I did advise the court this would not be sustainable for a long-term basis. We could do this for the next 18 to 24 months, probably at the most. And hopefully as things resume to get back to normal over those next 18 to 24, that program income and external funding that the probation department receives will be adequate to continue it into the future. If it's not, then we're going to have to look at perhaps transitioning that to another source if we're going to sustain this type of operation. But at this point in time, that's fine.
Thank you, Wally.
Okay. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you.
No, thank you
Good
both.
afternoon.
Thank you both, and good luck with that. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Item number 19, litigation, justice, and law enforcement. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the renewal of the district attorney's information management system interlocal governmental agreement with the city of El Paso for fiscal year 2021, which includes no budget increase over the fiscal year 2019 or fiscal year 2020 budget. Contract number 2020-0452.
Mr. Esparza, go ahead.
Good afternoon, County Judge and Commissioners. This is the District Attorney's Information Management System. It's our 24-hour DA, so we have a DA on duty 24 hours a day, every day of the year. We do this in conjunction with the city. As you can see, the contract, and the contract hasn't changed over the years. The amount is the same, and we'd ask you to renew the contract and I ask you to move for approval.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Mr. Esparza, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I had thanked you, and I want to thank you personally on your relationship with the victims of August 3rd and everything your department is doing and facilitating that relationship, which is very complex, and it's not as easy as we thought it would be just to reach out. It takes a lot of background and relationships that you and your team have formed with the victims and the injured, and so I wanted to thank you for supporting us as we move towards what we're going to do August the 3rd. So once again, I get the opportunity to thank you publicly for everything you and your team have been doing.
Well, thank you, Judge. I was listening, and I appreciate that so much. And we are in constant contact with Ms. Myers, and whatever we can do to make that a success, I think it's good for the community, and it will at least allow the victims and the surviving families an opportunity to help them move forward. So I appreciate it immensely that you're doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. And if anybody understands the essence of the importance, I think it's you just by the relationship and the contact you've had. So thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Cesar.
Item number 20, Health and Social Services. We do have a correction to read in from the County Attorney's Office for this item. Item number 20 should read, approve and authorize the County Judge to sign an amendment to the Congregate and Home Delivered Meals Agreement with Celrico Services Incorporated to include a meal cost rate for purchase of shelf-stable meals necessary to respond to the surge in demand for home delivered meals since the COVID-19 pandemic crisis began. Funds are available in Special Grant Nutrition M20 operating expenses. Contract number 2020-0486.
Thank you. Go ahead, Irene.
Hi, good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners, Irene Valenzuela, Community Services Department. Thanks, Cesar, for reading that correction. I hadn't realized we actually put the contract number for the original Celrico contract instead of the amended contract. So I apologize for that. Thank you for reading that into the record. So having said that, this is mainly an administrative housekeeping item as well. As you all know, at the beginning of the pandemic and soon after the stay-at-home orders when the senior centers were shut down, my staff worked diligently to respond in a novel way of producing and delivering meals safely to our elderly population so that their meal service would not be interrupted during this crisis. So in the rush to respond, I authorized our contracted vendor, Solrico Services, to purchase several thousand shelf-stable meals to add to the pre-cooked menu they already have, so that we could be able to be positioned to coordinate a mass distribution of the meals quickly. The cost or the provision to purchase these shelf-stable meals is not part of that original agreement with our meal vendor. This amendment is necessary to cure that and include that provision so that the vendor can get fully reimbursed for those meals purchased thus far. So the amendment also includes a price range with a not to exceed cap to account for any other fluctuation in price of future purchases of shelf-stable meals that we may need in the future. And having also said that, I also want to correct the fiscal impact. For the record, we listed an amount in the fiscal impact section of your backup. The actual fiscal impact of the shelf-stable meals purchased up to this point is $381,975 instead of the amount you see on your backup. Barring any other questions, I ask for your favorable consideration for this amendment.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Irene.
Judge, this is Joel. Is there a way we could get item 27 so Irene could be move on? She has some things she has to do.
Absolutely. Let's move that one forward. Thank you, Cissa.
Thank you.
Item number 27 from grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioner's Court for final acceptance and approval. Item number 27, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Texas Department of Agriculture, Texas CDBG Emergency Services Help for Colonias Program funding application in the amount of $269,732 to provide assistance to low-income families residing in rural areas of the county that have been impacted by the public health and economic crisis resulting from the coronavirus pandemic. No county match is required. Contract number 2020-0467.
Good afternoon again, County Judge, Commissioners, Irene Valenzuela, Community Services Department. Thank you for allowing this item to be moved up. I'm requesting approval to submit this grant application and also authorize the judge to sign all the application documents that come with this application. This grant was established a few weeks ago with a partnership between the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs and the Texas Department of Agriculture. They came together to divert the obligated and unspent community development block grant funds from other programs within the state to create a COVID-type response financial assistance fund to benefit Colonia residents in 7 border counties who already participate and receive Colonia Self-Help Center funds. We're one of those 7 counties that receive those funds currently. The grant amount to each county will be approximately $270,000 to assist with mortgage and utility payments or purchase of groceries, and this is to benefit Colonia residents directly. We may be able to provide up to $2,000 in assistance per eligible household, and that may benefit approximately 135 Colonia households. While the process is non-competitive, each county is still required to submit an application to receive these funds. These, again, are not CARES funds, they're community development block grants, so they come with HUD CDBG type regulations that we must adhere to. We've already had 2 public hearings to seek input on how best to use these funds in the community. We're still engaging with Colonia communities in the east and northwest part of the county to solicit their inputs and to understand how best to deploy these funds once they're awarded. So your favorable consideration is requested to move forward with submitting this grant application to the state.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. Be well.
Irene, thank you so much. These are so great enhancements to everything that's going on out there. And, you know, we don't have all the funds available, but these opportunities and enhancements are really favorable to our community. So thank you for staying close to these opportunities, you and your team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Item number 21, Human Resources. Pursuant to Chapter 157, Subchapter F of the Texas Local Government Code, hold a public hearing to receive comments on the restatement of the County of El Paso's Health and Dental Summary Plan Description for 2020. The county's Health and Dental Summary Plan Description was approved by the Risk Pool Board during their meeting on June 17, 2020. Could we have a motion to go open up a public hearing, please?
I make that motion.
Second.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Berenice Acosta with the Human Resources Department. The County of El Paso sponsors a healthcare plan that is administered by a third-party administrator, which is currently Aetna. As part of the plan, the county develops and maintains a summary plan description, also known as SPD, which describes the medical, dental, and pharmacy benefits, as well as employee rights and responsibilities. The SPD is also a guide to the benefits, the provisions, and programs offered by the healthcare plan. Each year, the plan is reviewed by staff and the county's Risk Pool Board, and recommendations are made to the Commissioner's Court. Many of these SPD changes are based on decisions that were made in 2019 by the Risk Pool Board and the Commissioner's Court, which became effective January 1st of 2020. Like, for example, the elimination of the buy-up plan option and the in-network coverage in Mexico. However, there were some changes that were made this year to the plan as part of the current COVID-19 pandemic, which were reviewed and recommended for approval by the Risk Pool Board on June 17th, and as discussed with the court during the June 18th presentation. The summary plan description is a very lengthy document, and several of the additional changes made involved clarification of an already existing procedure, but some involved changes to the plan. Therefore, what I would like to do is to go over some of our more significant changes for plan year 2020. Under the medical SPD, throughout this document, we reviewed and revised and/or added language to ensure the plan is in full compliance with the healthcare reform. We removed the buy-up plan option from the cover page of the SPD. We revised a language to eliminate the 90-day service waiting period. This was per the Commissioner's Court order that took place on March 19th. We revised and/or added language to clarify Medicare eligibility for retiree and/or their dependents coverage and eligibility. There was no change to the coverage itself. We just clarified the existing benefits. We added language regarding the in-network coverage in Mexico for members enrolled in the core plan. And lastly, we added benefit coverage language for the habilitative physical, occupational, and speech therapy. This is a benefit coverage that was approved by the Risk Pool Board in 2019 for an effective date of 1/1 of this year. Now, under the dental SPD, the only change was the effective date change to reflect 1/1 of 2020. We have published a redline version of the SPD to show all the changes in case any member of the court has any questions. Are there any questions at this time?
Move to approve.
Second.
Hold on a minute. I'm sorry. This is only the public hearing item, so we need to read in item number 22. But Mr. Nava, can you close the public hearing or ask if there's any individuals here that would like to comment on item number 21?
I do not currently see anybody that is listed for public comment. Miguel, do you have anybody that's called in?
Nobody has called in for public comment on this item.
Thank you.
Then at this time, if I could have a motion, please, to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 22. Approve the restatement of the County of El Paso's Health and Dental Summary Plan Description for 2020. The county's Health and Dental Summary Plan Description was approved by the Risk Pool Board during their meeting on June 17, 2020. Funding is available in IS Health Dental Claims. Contract number 2020-0394.
Good afternoon once again, Judge.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, I was just gonna say Berenice Acosta again with the Human Resources Department for the record. Staff is recommending for the Commissioners Court to approve the restatement and changes as described during the public hearing item to the Health and Dental SPD for plan year 2020.
Perfect.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Excellent job. Okay, very comprehensive. A lot of things you have to come together, and want to thank you and HR for always sort of moving things along in a very positive, productive way. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Item
Go ahead.
number 23, Public Works. Postpone June 22nd, 2020. Approve variance request from El Paso County Subdivision Regulations for Ironwood Subdivision.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Alonderos with the Planning and Development Department. As the court recalls, this item was postponed from last week to allow staff to engage with the design engineer that represents the landowner to discuss if they would be willing to reconsider the parkland dedication to the county. This request came from Commissioner Robinson and Judge Samaniego. We were able to reach out to the landowner, who stated that they would continue to work with El Paso Water, who is the owner of the land that they were going to dedicate to the county, to take down that land and eventually deed it back over to the county. Additionally, we'll be requesting them to consider donating any and all design work that may have already gone into the park, to allow the county to have that as a reference and starting point for making park improvements in the future. In conjunction with our Parks and Recreation Department, as well as Commissioner Robinson's office, we feel like having land that we could turn into a park at a later date is a much better position than having no land, as would be required under the subdivision order. So with that, we are asking for the court's favorable consideration of the variance request, recognizing that the landowner and developer will continue to work on taking down that land and ultimately deeding it over to the county.
Thank you, Jose. We had concerns, I think, that you've addressed them, and that is that having the probability of having it versus not, obviously, that you keep working towards that end. And I think that's what Commissioner Robinson wanted to look at as well, is that, we just don't lose sight of being able to obtain that land for park use. But commissioners, any comments?
Move to approve.
Okay, second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 24, approve a variance request from the El Paso County Subdivision Regulations for Peyton Estates Unit 3.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros with the Planning and Development Department. The item before you is a variance request from Hunt Communities. This is a subdivision located in Precinct 3 in the Mission Ridge community near the intersection of East Lake Boulevard and Peyton Drive. The subdivision is a 52-lot subdivision, only residential, and is going to be served with water and sewer from the Paseo del Este Municipal Utility District. The variance request is only to allow for the roadways to be reduced from the county standard of 60 feet to 54 feet. This falls in line with our alternative design standards. If we go to the next slide, please. And the next slide. Here's an aerial of the subdivision that's in question. You can see it's right along Payne Drive near East Lake High School. Next slide. And with that, we would recommend approval of the variance request. Happy to take any questions that the court may have.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 25, approve and accept the revision of Painted Sky at Mission Ridge Unit 2 Replat A pursuant to requirements of the Texas Local Government Code Section 232.041. Further authorize the filing and recording of the subdivision plat.
Jose Landeros with the Planning and Development Department, Judge and Commissioners. This is a revision to a subdivision. As you can see here, here's the location site of the entire subdivision. This is the first proposed revision of Painted Sky and Mission Ridge Unit 2. Next slide. This is located in precinct number 3 along the Mission Ridge community, also near the Peyton Drive and Paseo del Este Boulevard intersection. This will be served by the Paseo del Este Municipal Utility District and will have regional ponding within the subdivision. The reason for the replat is there was a slight revision to certain lots, specifically lots 1 and 10 of Block 3. Once construction was underway, there was a few adjustments that needed to be made to those boundaries, including the right-of-way width in that area or the street width. And as a result, the developer is requesting a revision to that to ensure that what is sold to individual consumers when they buy the lots is accurate and matches up with the replat. Next slide. And with that, we would recommend approval and allow this revision to this plat to be approved and authorize the filing and recording of the revised subdivision plat. Happy to take any questions that the court may have.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 26, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Texas Department of Transportation project grant agreement for the fiscal year 2020 Intercity Bus CARES Act funds in the amount of $526,436. No county match is required. Contract number 2020-0525.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros with the Planning and Development Department. The item before you is to sign the project grant agreement for the CARES Act that was made available specifically for the county's intercity bus route. This is a service line that is in partnership with the Texas Department of Transportation and the New Mexico Department of Transportation that provides connectivity between Las Cruces, Anthony, and El Paso. This is also known as the Gold Route. As we've seen with other CARES Act funding for transit, this funding has been made available and agencies are being directed to prioritize spending down these funds, which do not require any match, before spending down any existing traditional funding streams. And so this grant was submitted last month and now is being awarded. And this is a grant agreement to execute that grant and begin to receive and spend down that money. We would ask for the court's favorable consideration. I'm happy to take any questions that the court may have.
Jose, you have caught us in a weakened state. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. I hope you all have a good rest of the meeting. I tried to go as quickly as I could to get Wally up in front of you. Hope he appreciates that. Hope you all have a lovely evening and stay safe.
Thank you. Likewise. Thank you.
Item number 28, from grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioner's Court for final acceptance and approval. Item number 28, approve and authorize the Planning and Development Department to apply to the fiscal year 2021 State Rural Public Transportation Grant to the Texas Department of Transportation in the amount of $454,616. No county match is required. Further authorize the county judge to sign the certificate of obligation as required by the grant. Contract number 2020-0526.
Judge,
You're not Wally.
I apologize.
You're not Wally. Hold on a second. That's not Wally I see.
Sorry, I apologize. That was my oversight. I've just received a text from Mrs. Palacios reminding me. So this is the traditional grant that the county receives for rural public transportation. We typically receive both federal and state dollars, and this is the state dollar application grant that we are requesting to submit. The grant years are always approximately 1 year behind, so that's why we'll be submitting for this now, even though we're almost at the end of fiscal year 20 going into 21. And so we're still spending down all the funds that are available in the CARES Act. And so this money is just going to be available for us to begin to spend down at such time that we are out of the CARES Act funding, which should occur sometime in the fall. So this is a standard routine grant application that is really intergovernmental revenue to operate our transit system. We would ask for the court's favorable consideration.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I'm pretty sure those are on my items this time. I apologize for the confusion.
Thank you, Jose.
Item number 30 from Budget and Finance. Approve amendment number 37 to the County of El Paso's 2019-2020 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will decrease grants by $5,000, thus decreasing the overall budget of $519,742,116.17 to $519,737,116.17.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. You received the backup for this week's amendment with your weekly highlights on Friday. There are no COVID-related budget amendments in this item. Would ask for your favorable consideration if there are no questions.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. This completes all the items on our agenda today, Judge.
Thank you. And just a meeting adjourned, and thank everybody. Just a lot of things that have to happen, a lot of work during the weekends and to get to this point. So I want to thank the commissioners and all the support staff and legal working together to make these things happen. I know it's a long meeting, but extremely productive and a lot of things that need to happen. So thank you, everybody. Have a great week and be safe out there. Thank you.
Have a great week.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This concludes today's meeting at 4:53 p.m.
Online, by phone, or by mail, everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.